Hello, everyone, and welcome to the A.W.O.L restream of the second World Championship qualifier at this point. This time in France. Last one was last weekend in the Netherlands for the Alter TCG. I am Blue. Joining me today is my wonderful co-caster. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hello, hello. This is Chile, all the way from Salt Lake City, United States, from the US of A. After celebrating a fantastic 4th of July, we are here live bright and early. Midnight for you, just after midnight, just after 1 o'clock in the morning for me. So we're bright eyed and beady eyed, I believe.
Yeah, I had to ride over to my setup today after going out on the back of a bald eagle. So glad to be here. Um, but yeah, we do have a stream. Hello to everyone in the chat. Thanks for joining us as we are waiting for things to get ramped up here a bit. We will be taking a look at the World Championship qualifier for the French folks. We'll probably take a look as well as far as what we can expect in general. But I think when we last saw, some folks are posting online that there'll be maybe a little over 700 people are just different players here for this event, which is at this point going to be the second largest altered event, I think, in person. The first one being that Andres event that was at the very beginning in set one, where we got to see Waru a bunch. What are your thoughts on that, Chili?
Yeah, look, that 700 people. My thoughts on that is that's how many people registered as of yesterday, or maybe 12 hours ago, when that post was made. There is potential that there'll be more. I'm used to tournaments where people just show up and register late, if they think it's not going to sell out. I am hoping we have more than 700. The more, the merrier. This is going to be fantastic. I do expect the majority of players to be French based, though. Maybe we'll have some cross contamination from other countries, like we did in the Amsterdam as well. The Netherlands, sorry, as well,
Mm.
where there were other people from other countries that came in. This is the greatest opportunity in terms of places that you can get to get the World Cup. Sorry, the World invite. So
Right.
there are 4 seats up for grabs here, which is going to be really fun. I'm expecting this to be probably the most. This will be the most competitive of all the scenes of all the qualifiers before the event, before the big one at the end of the year.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, up until that last chance qualifier, like you mentioned, that gives away, I think, 8 spots, right?
That is correct.
This is the next biggest one at 4 spots available to them. I'll be interested to see how that breaks down tomorrow when we get to the top cut and
Mhm.
how we can expect the players to play to get those 4 spots. So we will no longer just have one person qualified for the World Championship. We will have 5 total. Of course, the last weekend, as we mentioned in the Netherlands, we had Altered Aces Popeye take the victory over there on Sigismar against his teammate Cladus, also part of the Altered Aces. It does look like we are getting a little bit of a live broadcast of the French folks getting things started and talking a bit. So we'll wait a little bit and we can look at their pretty faces a little bit later as they get the intro going. But yeah, what do you think we can expect here for heroes comparatively to what we saw in the Netherlands?
I'm hoping we have a greater spread of heroes. I was actually very surprised that in the Netherlands qualifier, we had Afanis and Sigismar continue to take their reign from season one and season two. Oh, back end of season one and season two here. I am hoping we have more representation. Muna would have been one of the factions that I thought would be greater represented. It wasn't. They were the worst in terms of how high they went in their rankings. Kojo, I think I expect that to continue to be strong, and we're seeing that online. It's whether or not that transfers here. Um, I am looking forward to seeing much more heroes represented, but we will see. We are really going to see. I am a Sigismar player, as most people know, so I'm excited when they do well. But it's also not fun for everyone else when it is just the one player or a Farnus.
Yeah.
Um, I am interested in that part. What about yourself? What do you think is going to happen? Are you expecting the same level of contribution from Afanis and Sigismar as we saw in the Netherlands?
I think there'll be that participation in there, and honestly, it'll be dependent on the folks that are coming to the event, like you mentioned, how many of these players are ones that are completely focused on Altered, how many of these players are just playing to play kind of thing,
Mm,
and but are still competitive as a whole. I know that we've seen previously when it comes to these big events, there is a lot of participation when it comes to Tasia on the Muna side of things. For whatever reasons, even though we haven't really seen a lot of top placings from Tasia in these in-person events at least. We do see a lot of Tasia representation. So the conversion rate into the top isn't quite there or it hasn't been quite there. That's why I've been a pretty adamant Muna hater when it comes to actually winning events.
yeah.
But you always see participation as it comes to Tasia, at the very least, when it comes to the Muna heroes. I can't say the same that we'll see from the other 2 within Muna, whether it be Rin or Arjun. But as far as the other factions go, we're gonna see a sizable amount of Sigismar. We'll see a sizable amount of Afanis. I wouldn't be surprised to see some other folks try to work in some other things that we wouldn't typically see in the meta. I could see some players trying out at Saudi. I could see some
Mhm,
potential for some Golang being played. Even in this last AWOL event that I was casting over, I think it was on Monday, we saw Popeye, the winner of the Netherlands event,
mhm.
lose first round to a Golang player
Wow.
in an AWOL. So there's definitely potential there. The problem is when it comes to those, I guess, quote unquote lower tier heroes,
Mhm,
can they maintain the consistency across multiple rounds of Swiss to actually qualify? And there is going to be a total of 11 rounds of Swiss for this
mhm,
event. So I think it's going to lean heavily for the folks making the top cut, the ones who can be the most consistent. And realistically, that
mhm.
has been the Sigismars and the Aphonises.
And top cut here, we're looking at 32 or 64. Has Equinox made an announcement yet on what we're looking at day 2?
I don't think they have, and maybe they'll talk about it here a bit as far as what that's gonna be. That's kind of what I was
Mhm,
mentioning before as far as the potential of how that day 2 is going to work.
mm,
Um, and it'll be interesting because I hope it's a larger top cut,
mm.
just so that way we can see some more games in general. But yeah, it does look actually like they are going to be starting here fairly quickly here on the event. So we might
Awesome.
just go over here to the first round and just start commentating right away and see everything came across fine. It
Yeah.
did. Perfect. All right.
Awesome. Now, as you transition across, one of the other things to look at is whether or not we're going to have any representation or any strength in Fen. That is a sleeper pick for me, which shouldn't be a sleeper pick because I believe they're probably the strongest hero. But whether or not the uniques that they'll have are going to create that ability to win constantly will be interesting, which Afanis and Sigismar have such greater strength in terms of linking uniques to their heroes' abilities. All right, we are on stream. Fantastic.
Yeah, it does look like everything is converting over quickly here. We have a nice little stream set up here from the French folks where on this first hand where they show the full set of cards, we'll be able to take a look to decide what they pick for their 3 cards. I'm gonna switch over really quick
Mhm.
to the full setup here where we're gonna get the overhead view.
Beautiful.
And occasionally, right where you see our heads at between myself and Chili, we'll be able to see some unique cards potentially pop up. And once we see those, we'll go ahead and remove our faces. You'll still be able to hear us, but in the meantime, we'll take a look at the cards themselves. Um,
Awesome.
but yeah, like we talked about before, we do get to see Atasia here in the first round up against the Sigismar.
Awesome. Strong start already, bringing out some great cards. Aloe Vera coming out on round one. No, that must be day 2 coming out with we missed the first opening seconds of the round.
Yeah. Probably had
Let's
a
see.
quick round there of,
Mhm.
1 in 1 of some sort, aloe vera, and a looks like an actual foil version of the, artist attorney, but did we just get a rewind back to, the initial hand here? It does look like we just did get a rewind.
Yeah, there you go. Then
Um,
we'll see. Look at that. With the Tasia player, two uniques in hand, we'll get a chance to have a read of those as they come out, keeping them both. Muna Caregiver, and I am trying to see what the other card is on the unique in hand. I'm struggling at the moment with the way they're holding their hands. I
so So it did
yeah,
look like they did a little quick little rollback there as far as what was happening on the picks between the cards there. But we are back into day two here, where we saw an Ortis Spy being played on to that aloe vera that you mentioned earlier.
beautiful.
But we will see another anchored character come out right away for the
Mhm.
Tasia player here and the Sneezer Shroom. You did mention that you do like the Muna setups and Tasia as a whole. What do you like so much about them, especially on a competitive side of things?
I think the ability of having an anchored card, no other faction has the ability of having a card stay as long as they can, but they are very susceptible to a card that has recently been played a fair amount since the new release, which is the Hunger, which can basically board wipe their entire gameplay. I think that is going to be a reason why we're seeing less and less of Tasia in competitive scenes. But you never know. We don't know how much the Hunger will be part of today or this weekend's structure. It's also very cheap. Like they can keep their cards anchored very very constant, very very easy, depending on their setup to be able to keep playing from their reserve all the cards they need to continue to anchor. So we're going to see a little bit of that, I think, in play with the Muna Caregiver coming out. It has if you control one or more plants. Other than me, up to one target character with hand cost 3 or less gets anchored, so that's not too bad as well to play out playing it from hand as well, so not just the ability from reserve as a quick ability.
It does look like they're doing a lot of quick flashbacks here as far as these setups to the
Mm,
first hand original. Oh, they're just doing this back and forth to determine what they're manning, instead of going back to the first turn is what I thought originally, but they're actually doing decisions on mana here. And we actually saw the Sigismar player deciding to mana one of their uniques in that Baba Yaga. Not sure what
mm.
that one was, but it's always interesting to see once you have that decision of actually putting in a unique card into your mana where it's just, I don't think I can use it here, and I feel more comfortable with the other cards that I have in hand.
Yeah, I it's interesting. It's going to be a very different play. I'm not used to seeing the card view, from hand,
Mhm.
but we're gonna get a chance to see it. Is that a Pasiphae that's in hand as unique?
It does look like it's a Pasiphae, and
Okay.
yeah, folks in the chat, it does look like they have the tracker and the card views a little bit mixed up here, with
Mm,
the Muna player being on top and the Ortis player being on bottom, at least in the overhead view, and
that's
they
correct.
have the card views and the tracker mixed up, at the moment. Hopefully, they should get that fixed at some point, but for now, we'll be able to work around it. As we do get to pull up that Pasiphae unique that I'll remove our heads for, if you want to go ahead and read that off.
Yes, so I gain 1 boost per character target opponent controls, and that is the only one that's valid right now. There is a from reserve ability. You may pay 1. If you do, you may have target character with hand cost 3 or less, other than me, gain anchored. As
Mm.
we can see, the uniques here are all both of the ones that we've seen from Tasia are all about anchoring and keeping those anchors in play.
Yeah. Interesting card to be using as far as a
Mm,
unique is concerned. Definitely not one that I would think is the top end of uniques if you were trying to play the Tasia setup. But you play what you get sometimes, and I think you can still make things work. We've definitely had players, especially online, that have made a lot of good cards work in that way. As we do see a Kakoba coming out here, where from anywhere create an Ortus Recruit Soldier token in my expedition, and if you control four or more characters, up to two target characters, each gain two boosts. So that's quite a good Kakoba.
it is a fantastic Kokoba. Not the drawing Kokoba that we've seen on some other players have, but it's still very very useful. That ability though only happens from hand, so when it does go into reserve, it won't get as much of a benefit, but it will still give you greater stats than what you're really paying out with the older soldier also being brought out.
Yeah, definitely given shades of Clay's Kakoba that we've seen before.
Mhm.
As we do see another advance coming out here for the Sigismar players. Hard to track exactly the setup because they do have things flipped
Mhm.
on upside down a little bit, but it definitely looks like we may be running into a little bit of an experience difference here
Mhm,
between the two players potentially as far as the Tasia versus the Sigismar player, specifically because if we're looking at the hand at the moment, you don't see a lot of common Daughter of Yggdrasil's being played
mhm.
from Tasia players these days, but we do see that one in hand for the Tasia player at the moment, and the bottom player actually is a Exalts player, if I am correct, based off the jersey that they have on at the moment.
Yeah, they've got it. They've actually had some really strong cards, and he has not used his teamwork training yet as well. That is in hand. That's a fantastic card to get rid of. Any anchoring card after they've wasted their boost. So
Yeah,
they're very much well in control. Just 2 tracks to go to get their companion and their hero to meet up and win this. I am really surprised with how little Tasia has been able to advance. So it may have to do with experience here.
definitely could be. I mean, and that's the kind of thing that you run into and that we mentioned here as we were leading up to things where how many of these 700 plus players are going to be ones that are high end competitive players that have been playing this nonstop, or how many of them are still competitive, but they don't have altered as their main game kind of thing,
Hmm.
right? So 'Cause I've seen a lot of players that come out from other games and just immediately play Altered really well and just do well with just basic starter decks kinda thing before, and I'm not even talking about just a Sigismar starter deck, I'm talking about any starter deck that they had at that time, even like the Ysmir one or something like that, so still a lot of good players that you can see come from other games and just start fresh and do things pretty well, but when you do run into someone that is this is their main game and they do focus highly on competitive, it can get quite difficult. As we do see a lot of removal coming out here from the bottom Sigismar, playing a
Yeah.
tiny jail, playing a teamwork training, and they even have even more interaction when it comes to a Sandman still in hand. But doesn't look like they'll be able to use it. And that'll be one more advance for the Sigismar player.
Yeah, just one more to go, and they've wrapped this up pretty quickly within 10 minutes from the looks of it. If they're able to get this next round as the final round, that's a very quick win. Now let me ask you from a perspective of attending a conference or attending one of these large events. You know, what do you feel you need to have as a competitive player or a desire to go when you may be playing up against some of the best in the world that have access to potential uniques that you may not have access to? Would that deter you from going, or do you still go for the experience? What would you do in a circumstance like this? Because it is less people at the moment than we had in the less competitive, I guess, launch event that happened, which was 1,000 plus people last year.
Well, I know for sure when that launch event, those had like a lot of new players in those
Mhm,
as well, kind of thing, right? And I think it's going to be similar for all TCGs. For me, even if I'm going to an event, I'm there to just enjoy the game as a whole, enjoy the community, enjoy everything that we have. As we do see GGs going on here, as the
yep.
Sigmar takes the victory over the Tasia player, we may get to see another game here this round if they get someone on the main table. Maybe not. But in the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and switch things over to our main screen. Thanks to everyone that has joined us thus far. But yeah, the main thing when I'm going to these types of
Mhm.
events is honestly, yes, I want to play. Yes, I want to win. But I'm there also just to enjoy the community aspect of it, kind of
Yeah.
thing, to meet the folks that are part of the community, check things out, and go everything. And
Yeah.
yeah, Rare Cuisine. This is best of one. I don't know if they're planning on doing best of threes for top cut for qualifying spots, but for now it is going to be best of one all the way through Swiss.
That is
Yeah,
correct.
that's the main thing for me at least. And honestly, if you're there to play and you want to try to compete against those quote unquote top end players that you've seen do well and everything
Mhm.
like that, the main thing that you have to do, even if you don't have the best uniques or anything like that, is repetition.
Mhm.
At that point, you know the types of decks you're going to be running into if you've paid general attention to the meta kind of thing, and
Yeah.
know your matchups, know what you can expect cards wise from other players, just like any other TCG, and you can figure things out along the way. And the best way I've heard it mentioned before, from a player that did quite well in a previous event that I had interviewed at one point, who took a Basira um, quite far and hadn't played very much Altered prior to
Mm.
that. I mean, he did, but it wasn't his main game. Was that you just have to play sharp, right? You have
Yeah.
to know what you're playing, what your opponent can play, and just figure that out and kind of proceed from there. And honestly, anybody can win. And then honestly, that's probably one of the best things that I like about Altered.
Yeah, look, from personal experience, I went into one of the AWOL tournaments, when I wasn't casting, and I forgot, that it was an AWOL tournament, and I put in my Nook deck. And it's one that I'd played for a fair amount of time using a Basira deck, and I still managed to go 4-2, even though again I was going against uniques. And this is a very similar approach here. I knew my deck very well. If you know your deck very well, you can actually outperform what you think you could do. If it was me, I used to play Flesh and Blood, and I used to travel around the country to play. I loved it, even though I knew I wasn't going to win. It was a chance for me to say, how do I perform against some of the best players in the world?
Right.
Can I at least go 50%? That was my goal before the tournament. I wasn't about getting the top tables, but getting to a place where I felt comfortable with my deck enough to be able to perform. And you never know. Things could go your way in one or two matchups. And this is so matchup dependent as well. So matchup dependent.
Indeed. And yeah, we did have some folks talking about like rotations and banning uniques and everything. I don't think we'll ever see complete banning of specific set uniques. We might at one point, as we do see the folks on the French stream kind of rotating over and doing a walking setup of everything. We might be able to switch that over here real quick to look at that in the background as they're
It's
doing. But
kind of fascinating. I've never seen people leave the commentating desk to start wandering around. So
yeah, I'll remove all our little stuff here. You can still see our faces as they're walking, and we can just see the whole venue that we have going on here. But I think the game has to develop a little bit before we see set rotations. Otherwise, I could see that happening at some point. Um, I think, especially with the first set being the larger of the sets and realistically almost double the size of set two and three, it will be a bit before we see any particular set, especially set one being excluded from any type of rotation. So definitely a possibility, but game has to grow. Have to see a few more sets. Have to see how big set four turns out to be because
yeah,
we know it is going to be bigger. We don't know how much bigger, and yeah, see how that goes from there, and just see how they want to expand on the future sets in
mhm.
general. But should be interesting, and it's cool just to get to see the whole venue there as far as what they have going. I believe we got to see some altered or Equinox staff just standing around there on their phones and everything as we see the commentators walking around a little bit and taking a look at the whole venue that we have set up for this World Championship qualifier with only 15 minutes left in the round.
I know there's still a long way to go in this round before it's up. Actually, one of the things that you just mentioned, it'd be very difficult to ever get rid of set one. Probably not until set six if we're going to look at an I guess how do you call it, a rotating format for the game, or for each of the releases.
Yeah.
Over 60% of the current meta played cards come from the first set. So that will take a while before we rotate it so that it can become less reliant. But if they do, they may throw us a curveball eventually and make some of these cards less legal. It will potentially allow us to go to an eternal format at one point. Um, but we'll see. We will see. One thing about next set though that they have mentioned, and this has come from Loki himself, is the that next set. So set four will be releasing six new heroes, one in each faction. They have not said anything about what will happen to the current hero suite, whether that will rotate in and out or not. But we will be getting six new ways of playing.
Right.
That's going to be very interesting to see what happens with that when that comes along. But that is not today. That is not today. Today is about who can get those seats, that free accommodation, that free invite to the World Championship, which is a small subset of people going. It's a very small amount, which is going to be great. 36 or 32 slots in total.
Yeah. Speaking of Loki, I think we did just see him there in the background. I think He has a full Silas cosplay on at the moment. I saw him with
Nice.
uh, the the wig on and everything, maybe even a mask, but
Mhm,
yeah, they, should be interesting to see how all that turns out. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if there was any type of set rotation where we see set 2 or set 3 get excluded before we
mm.
see set 1 being excluded as a whole, but you never know. Um, Shame only one each faction one was over 2. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. We're down to 12 minutes here in this particular first round. It looks like they may be, depending on how the rounds are going, and it's honestly not a bad idea, having their featured table start a little bit earlier, which is what we had seen previously
Mhm.
for that first round. I think as we take a look at the whole venue back there, a lot of players, like we talked about at the beginning, should be quite interesting to see how this one all turns out as we see everyone just like actively going at it. Not a lot of folks done at the moment.
Yeah.
So only 12 minutes left.
So, I the great thing is 30 minutes is plenty of time for round of 1,
Yeah.
right? When I was going in my competitive days, I always felt, nervous going in. I'm usually a calm, collected player. Blue, I would assume you would be the same given your persona. But there's this feeling of, like, you do have to take your time, take a little bit longer. Every card played has a greater emphasis on potential results, so you might as well think it through. Unless you're playing one of the Ghoul decks, that may take a little bit more time, or some of the hostage decks that we're seeing a little bit more of, at least online.
Yeah.
Where so let's see what happens on there. Now, Blue, from a perspective of impact to the meta, what cards from Whispers from the Maze have you seen become a staple in today's gameplay, or something to look out for if you're playing against certain matchups?
I mean, it just depends when we're talking about what is considered the meta at this point with Afanis and Sigismar. There's definitely cards that have been added there. Whether they're going to be officially part of the meta, I'm not sure. One of the big things that we've seen in both of those decks is a spell with a license withdrawal.
Hmm.
And it's also made the idea of playing permanents a little bit scarier, and why we see them removed a lot from deck lists, because with license withdrawal, prior to that, all Ortis had was sticky note seals, and
Hmm.
even then, that only hit bigger permanents. And so we had a lot of sticky note seals being taken away from that point. But with license withdrawal, same cost, can hit permanents in general as well as hit characters. That's been a big card overall that I think is
Hmm.
going to be affecting the meta for those meta decks. And then obviously, you kind of mentioned one before, haven't seen it come into effect a lot lately when it comes to the Netherlands event from what
Hmm.
I've seen, but, the hunger is something that is getting a lot of people talking, when it comes to Bravos. We've
Yep.
seen, cards as far as permanents like the Mess come out for the Bravos as well, and, there's a lot of other random cards that are getting a little bit of their time to shine a little bit, but, the one that I've seen the most effect, and I think that's gonna have an actual effect on the meta, is definitely that license withdrawal.
Yep.
It's the more times cards get introduced that can remove permanents in particular, especially lower cost permanents for equal or similar costs, then, that's always gonna be a big thing.
Yeah, I think so. The only other card that I would add to the list, while the heroes are not as strong at the moment, is the Grems. I think the Grems has also been a great introduction that will enable Axiom to increase their visibility in the top tables, as people get learn to play it and work with it as well.
Yeah,
Such a
um
versatile card.
yeah, and I do agree with a lot of what you folks are saying in the chat. I think just about every hero has a possibility to be reintroduced into the meta or
Hmm.
find a way to get them into the meta. I do think Arjun is probably in the most rough spot, as it pertains to any type of hero. Uh, it's just there's the hero ability in of itself is done by
Hmm.
so many cards by itself kind of thing, right? That
Yeah.
the idea of having that just be its solo hero ability, especially limiting it to 3 cost cards, if
Yeah.
Arjun had a bump up to higher costed characters to be able to anchor them, maybe a little bit more viable, but as a hero, I'm not sure what they can do in producing more cards that will help buff Arjun specifically, that won't just buff other Muna heroes more, and there still wouldn't be any reason to play Arjun. But that's the main thing that I've seen as far as the entirety of 18 heroes. Arjun, to me, even though he's my favorite Muna, or they, I think is Arjun, but
They yes.
yeah, is definitely in the roughest of spots when it comes
Yeah,
to set one heroes.
I think it's tough. Like, the problem is card advantage. This game is all about card advantage, and they have a card disadvantage opposite to Fen.
Yeah.
Fen allows you to get an extra half a card. You lose half a card with Arjun, so that's a struggle. I like one of the thoughts that you just gave, which is the potential of being able to, increase what you can anchor. Another thing is, could they start with one additional card in hand, or have the ability of having one extra card in reserve? Like you
Mm,
can, they haven't made that design yet available, but that could be a potential. But they're still Muna doesn't draw that much and make it difficult for themselves.
yeah, there's a lot of things you can work into it. We're obviously still really early into the game as a whole.
Hmm.
Set 1 was big, set 2 and 3 not as big, and we've still seen a lot of impact when it comes to those types of things. I think we are potentially we're looking at deck lists now, as far as previous setup here that we can take a look. I think as far as the last games were concerned, maybe I'm not sure as far as the round one,
Yeah,
but yeah, but yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. I remember one of the first questions that I asked on one of the AMAs was, "Is
mhm.
there a possibility to buff heroes or just cards in general that aren't performing as well?" And they seemed pretty adamant on the idea of not doing that and buffing through producing more cards. So I think that is correct in most cases. It's just going to be rough when it comes to heroes specifically. I think that the main problem that I see is that because there are three heroes in each faction and potentially
Mhm.
more when it comes to this next set, when you try to buff one hero, we've seen it time and time again, specifically with Sigismar, where we end up buffing another hero within the faction, right?
Yeah,
Um, you see cards like Mobile Armory being used more often in Sigismar in set 2 than we saw it used with Gold Ring. We saw, I mean, same thing for Rallying Call, which I think was more of a Waru focused type of
mhm,
card. Definitely be using a bunch in Sigismar. So that's the main issue that I see with that as far as using cards to buff
yeah.
things. But yeah, I guess we'll have to see how it works out. Do you have any other, I guess, overall thoughts on how you think we can help out the lower tier heroes and get them up there without actually buffing the heroes themselves?
So the other thing that you can do is you can actually create cards that are specifically designed to only be played by one hero. So it's not something we've seen in Altered, but if I once again using my flesh and blood roots, there are cards that are only able to be played by a hero.
Mhm.
Um, Maybe that's something you can do because it's very difficult to cancel out a card that says it can be played by one hero, not another, unless the card itself specifies that it is only able to be played by one hero. But I'm really not sure. The other thing is, this is a card game. There are going to be times when some heroes are less viable than others. But what we've seen over the three releases is there are some heroes, as we've said with Arjun, that have stayed at the bottom and have never moved from that bottom spot. So I would say Arjun. I'd also say the same thing with a couple of the or with one of the players from Axiom. I can't even remember his name, which is really sad. Subash. Subash has not really left that bottom spot um, at all.
Yeah,
The other thing
definitely.
I
Yeah, go
go
ahead.
ahead. Oh, I was gonna say the other hero that I'd love to see more gameplay, but they have had some success. They actually came in top 16 in the Netherlands, is Lindaway.
Mm,
Lindaway has received very little support. Heck, they haven't even been available to play in any of the expansion games. right?
Mhm.
But I do think that is it's just such a specific design that is very difficult to work around, though.
Yeah. I think there is usually a specific hero within each faction that sees a limited amount of play comparatively to the others.
Mhm.
You did mention, Subash, and someone in chat mentioned that as well. It is definitely in as far as heroes are concerned, the worst spot, between
Mhm.
Trace and Sierra at the moment, but I still don't see Subash as the worst off hero as a
Mm.
whole because we have seen Subash placings, at
True.
in-person events, specifically in France. We've seen it in other spots, and not to say that we haven't seen Arjun placings, but those are just like a rarity. And I think the reason why I don't think Subash is in a worse spot comparative to Arjun, as far as the hero ability is concerned, is because of the availability to work around Subash's
Mhm.
hero ability specifically. Like you can make cards good specifically from reserve by putting one from hand to reserve. You can make cards that benefit you from putting a card from hand to reserve. You can, and honestly, just by doing that, you can get a double benefit because you also get to produce the token, right?
Correct.
And realistically, I don't see any side effects unless they create something completely new that I haven't thought of yet with Arjun that's gonna be able to do that. That's just my personal opinion, obviously, and we haven't seen much results when it comes to Sub Ash as a whole, so I could be wrong, but,
No,
I think that there is some availability there.
yeah, I think you're right. The lowest of the low, unfortunately, is not just is actually both Muna heroes are really low on the count of
Yeah,
representation outside of Tasia, and Tasia's ability is so
yeah.
simple, so strong. Not as strong as Sigisma. I think Sigisma's got the strongest hero ability because you get
Yeah.
it out on both. One of the other things is in Kojo, which is the other token generating hero, is the discussions online are about. You know, it's great that he gets it on his when he's first player, but it would be much stronger if he got it as a second player when he
Mm,
was leading a second player. So I am, yeah. Let's see. Right now, though, I we've had one round. We've seen Sigisma take victory. I think the as you called it in the game, predominantly it felt like there was an experience factor that brought that gameplay to be so quick. But we will. I'm interested to see what we get more. I'm hoping we get more Aurak representation. I love the Aurak gameplay. I am not a Lyra player myself, or a Lyra player as I normally say it. But Blue, as
mm.
you correct me, say Lyra. We're speaking
Say
English
it
here.
however you want, I'm never gonna correct people on pronunciations.
But the I they've received so much additional support that some of their game state is going to be more available than it has been in the past. And I'd say the same thing with Atsadi or Chadi also having that access today.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't get your hopes up, on the Aurak gameplay, even with 700 plus players. I don't know how much Aurak we're gonna see. Uh, I I don't even on the casual base player or the semi-competitive player coming in, I don't think Aurak appeals to a lot of players in that capacity. I think the bonus that you see a lot from
Mhm.
Tasia appeals highly to newer players the same way
Mhm.
Sigismar does. This Aurak doesn't quite do that, I don't think, and even on the occasion when it comes to Lyra players or Lyre players, however anyone wants to pronounce it, um, I think you see a lot more preference giving to Nevenka because people just wanna get goofy
Mhm.
with dice rolls, or for the more, I guess, cerebral player, they get a lot of benefit towards Finn, right?
Mhm.
I think Finn and another hero that you mentioned previously in Lindaway are probably the highest technical heroes that you can
Agree.
play. Um, and to see if as a new player coming in from another TCG, I could see people seeing that as like, "Oh, I really like the concept of this hero in particular and being able to have multiple cards, card advantage, or doing having multiple options." I don't think a lot of people saw that in Lindaway initially, but I
Mm.
definitely think it's there now, and a lot of people see that, and that's why Lindaway is a preferable card to a lot of top players, I think, and we see a lot of fun decks being built in that capacity. So all that to being said, ORAC can be fun, and I agree with you. There's a lot of potential there. It's just I don't think it appeals, at least initially, one to the highest end player yet, and two to the newest end player,
Mhm.
even if they come in from another TCG, to be able to see them at these much larger events. And if we're going to see them, it's going to be at these larger events, and in France in particular.
Yeah, there's always gonna be 1 or 2 specialists in every hero, and that's the fun part. If you have a unique that plays with that flavor really well, there is potential.
Yeah,
The other hero that, we haven't mentioned in terms of viability is Waru. Waru himself, like,
yeah.
they lost so much of what their strength was, through their uh, 2 nerfs they received, one through one
Mm.
of their favorite cards, and then afterwards their own initial nerf. Now, but I'll say that they are still viable, they are still winning. They are just not as strong as they once were. So I don't think they're as low, but I do believe Waru is one of the more technical, decks as well, so I would add that 3rd one to your list.
Yeah, and someone in chat mentioned as far as Charles saying that they over nerfed Waru because of new cards coming out. I don't remember him saying set 3 specifically. I thought he just said as far as newer sets coming out that they thought that Waru would get really good if they didn't nerf him, kind of thing. So we'll have to see how that goes. We do see on stream here them walking around and someone's waving around an Exalt's flag. I think that's Aaron actually. Um,
Way
but
to represent the team.
yeah, there you go. Everyone see that. But, yeah, Warriors in a tough spot at the moment as well. I don't know, man. It's you can think of a lot of stuff when it comes to a lot of these heroes, and I know it's been a big debate on the Discord as a whole, as far as there being too much concentration of specific heroes on the top end. I do think the fact that we do have a little bit of diversity on the top end, that the game state or the meta is in a good enough spot. Would I like to see some of those bottom end folks at least have a chance as like an
Mhm.
off meta type of deck that can get in there? Sure. But
Yeah.
do I expect that? Especially with 18 heroes in the first set? Absolutely not. Like
Mm.
it's just it's just how these types of things work. We do have the end of round 1 though, as I believe we'll probably getting into a new game as they're showing some product, that they have available at the site. Looks like Ludotrotter staff selling everything for
Yeah.
the World Championship, as a whole. Speaking of the World Championship, and we can get off the meta, is there any other particular event that you are looking forward to other than this French qualifier?
Well, I'm going to be attending the Dallas qualifier, so I'm excited about that one. I'm going there to play, but I may be asked to support in another way, but the focus is to at least, get that 50%, as I said before. That's gonna be
Mm,
fantastic. Oh, and also it's my first chance to get to know members of the community, and get to hang out, really, to be honest.
yeah.
Uh, as much as I love my family and love being with my 3 little girls under 6, to get away for a weekend and be able to sleep in is going to be glorious.
Sleep in. No sleeping in, man. I guess
Well, I
or
mean,
well, it'll
I
be
have got
sleeping
a
in it'll be gamer time, so it will probably be sleeping in for you. I'm
yes,
assuming you
it
get
will.
up pretty early.
Yeah, so I leave for work at 5 in the morning and
Okay.
probably get woken up to 2 or 3 times a night when it's a bad night.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, you'll definitely get some sleeping in then
I'll definitely
because
get some sleep in or I'll get a
because
chance to play a little bit more online.
yeah, because 8 o'clock is early for, gamer time, so, that you'll get some sleeping in at that point for sure, but,
Yeah, I wouldn't even know what to do myself. Like, most people will be going to bed at midnight. I'm used to going to bed at 10, so, I'll be that early bird. I'll be missing out on some fun if I get to bed that early.
Yeah, it's weird for me. Even when I try to sleep in, I still wake up at 7 at the latest kinda thing, but, yeah, the Dallas event will be pretty fun, I think. I'll be excited to see how many folks that end up coming out over there.
Mhm.
Uh, and then also the Baltimore event. I don't know if I'll be going to that one. I'm gonna try to, but
Yeah, I
multiple
have
events within a certain period are difficult, especially since it's not like the US is just a hop, skipping away as far as
I
all the
know.
states are concerned. So, yeah.
So, yeah, I'm hoping that next season or next year, we get something more on the West Coast.
Yeah.
I think it probably more towards where you live actually. Talking to Justin, that's a greater hub
Yeah.
than where I live in Salt Lake City. But that's still just an hour flight is not a is so much easier than 4 hours
Yeah.
to be able to get it. As also the cost would be a lot cheaper.
Yeah, I think
Um,
the main thing would be is if they can find a spot that would work well for them kinda thing, and I
mhm,
know you mentioned PAX West that you're planning on going to, or whatever they'll do as a whole, but, yeah, would be cool to see more stuff on the West
yeah,
Coast. I know Altered's not as big out here
yeah.
as it is on the East Coast kinda thing, but, yeah.
So there are two other events that I like to mention that I'm looking forward to. I'm
Mhm.
actually really interested in the Italian qualifier.
Okay.
The Italian qualifier, I do believe, gets 2 seats. I could be wrong, but they're also strong representation online in terms of players. And
Mm.
then the other one that I'd look at is what is going to happen with the 3 BGA tournaments. I know one of them is going to be done through AWOL, is if as far as I've heard. I don't know what's happening with the other 2.
Yeah,
Um
they did, like, a little bit of announcement how they're doing the time slots for the
mhm,
3 between, North America, Europe, and the, Asian countries, or just
mhm,
farther west in 3 major regions kinda thing, and see how those go, uh, in general, so we'll see how that turns out. Uh, when it comes to what you're talking about with AWOL and everything like that, it's more of, like, who's actively running, the event type of thing. Simon obviously is pretty involved within the online space, so I think he's going to help out regardless when it comes to all three. But I believe Cedric may have some other stuff planned. We'll see. I
okay,
don't know. Well, that's what the main thing is as far as the online events are concerned. I know Cedric mentioned that A.W.O.L is going to be helping out on the demo deck tournament. Um, that you mentioned before, but,
okay,
as far as the qualifier, just take a look at the altered
okay.
account, and I'm sure they'll be able to expand on that more. They only did that one quick article at this point between the 3 times, I think.
Okay. So what I said is not yet known or whether it's true or not. We're
Yeah,
gonna find out shortly if it is.
yeah,
The other thing is I see the online tournament in two ways. It's making sure that every country, every player from any country gets a chance to represent themselves and have a chance. Um, it's almost, but I also see it almost as a last chance qualifier as well
yeah,
because you don't have to travel to get to those events. Um, so let's see where it goes. I hope my hope in the future is that as the game grows, these qualifiers become just the people from those countries to be able to qualify.
yeah,
But you can't do that early on. I'm
yeah,
actually Altered has done a fantastic job, Altered slash Equinox, to get a championship going in the first year of their life.
yeah.
It's huge. It
Yeah,
is
I
huge.
mean, realistically, they're gonna have something close to the actual anniversary, right? And I
Hmm.
know they mentioned that that's how they're gonna celebrate Worlds, is just the anniversary of the original release of Altered. So it'll probably be sometime in I know it can't be late September because that's when I think some of the last qualifiers are happening, but maybe they haven't announced it yet, but I think it'll probably be October-ish, maybe November, December, depending on what they want to do, right?
Hmm.
But,
Yeah, it'd be Q4 sometime.
yeah, so
But
we'll see. In the meantime, we have not started round 2 yet. We do have a bunch of folks standing around in the background of the caster screen for the French stream, so I don't think they have announced pairings yet. There are a lot of people to pair up, so it may take a little bit of time in between rounds for them to get going. Um, yeah, it's crazy how fast the time is going by at this point, with
and
only through round one. So
what one round one and almost an hour in, so
yeah,
let's see what happens. Look, this is usually the harder round to get right. Once you've gone from one round to the next, or first to the second, it gets much more streamlined. It's interesting. I'm just having a bit of a laugh looking at the chat. We see Kohlrabi, who's going to replace me in just under an hour. He's already up nice and early for him um, to be able to continue this stream. I'm hoping to get a second game in though. I do want to make sure I get to 2 rounds before I have to switch back out. So
yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, if you wanted to stick around, you can always. you could switch into my spot, and I'll just stay around and produce everything if you wanted to talk to Cole." But,
But who
yeah,
really wants to talk to Cole? Let's be honest.
yeah, I've been trying to pitch that more and more, but for some reason, people like listening to him
Yeah.
for some reason. It's probably because
We love you, man. We love you.
he never leaves the Discord, that he's just a permanent fixture as a whole, but, what
It
can you
is
do about that?
true.
Um But yeah, it's, one thing for this type of stuff as far as these initial rounds, getting things coordinated. I know they gave an original schedule and they expect things to work out. They are giving the the commentators mics again, so it looks like they may be doing some more walking around here at this point, potentially. Oh, no, they're bringing in Charles.
There we
Char
go.
Charles, the head for the Trial by Frost setup. Um set is now on stream talking a little bit. I will not translate
Yeah.
for them. We can pull it up here so that way you can take a look at it, but you're not getting any translation out of me.
No,
Either
if
way,
it was Spanish, I could have helped, but not so much on the French side. So the
uh,
like if Charles would have it his way, he'd be seeing a lot more of the Icebounds be played.
yeah.
Um,
Speaking of
I think we.
Icebounds, I got my foil promos finally in the POD, so I'm
Oh,
almost
nice,
I'm almost fully kitted out between set 1 and 2 of promos and everything. My
nice.
binder is officially full at this point. I
I'm
did
so
yeah, I did entire POD based off of promos and foiling tokens.
nice. I did as well. So I've got, but I only got one of each of the promos because I did not get all the set ones. I had to buy them. Um, and some of them started getting a little bit more on the expensive side for a common or a rare promo
Yeah.
card. So from set one, set two is a little bit easier to come by on those promos.
I think the prices have gone down a little bit too after they added the, 2 bonus cards for set 1.
Hmm.
Now that everyone's getting their 3 of 3s, it's, the supply went up, so the demand has gone down as
Mm.
far as cost is concerned, as if anyone's hasn't taken it economics yet.
Yeah, rule of
Um,
economics right there, right?
yeah, it works for TCGs too, sometimes. That's not true for some TCGs, sometimes
Yeah.
it's just fucking ridiculous. Beat me out later, Simon. As far as that kinda stuff, Simon, there's no way he's awake at the moment, so we could do whatever we want.
Yeah. It can
Um,
be bleeped out at a later point in time, right? Now, I do have another question for you then. So while we're waiting here, I'm sorry we can't give you the interpretation of what Charles is talking about, but you're an aficionado of mats. What's your favorite so far? Because I believe you have
oof.
every mat that they've released.
I do, and I actually have them all right here. So I just got my, Axiom one from, the
It
UK
just
Gaming
arrived.
Expo. That one's pretty cool. I actually like the recent ones where they have the, artwork is actually more, prominent because in the previous ones, they were kind of faded and less saturated,
Hmm.
um, before they changed their printers. But, I am partial to the Bravos mat. You can't really see it because I have it in here. I could take it out, but it's when they're playing the, whatever game that they're playing. I'm not sure what the
Yeah,
game is.
the Quidditch looking game.
Yeah, something like that. But the
Hmm.
Bravos mat, I believe that one's from Essen. Um,
I want the orders mat, uh,
yeah, so
but I've not seen anyone ever list it for sale. So
I have the Ortis one. I think I got that from someone, obviously, that went to, PAX Unplugged. I forget who it was, but appreciate their help with that. But Ortis one was pretty cool. I think the I do like the Izmir one. This is
what's the
another
Izmir
this is I can actually pull it out. I think we have it in as far as the graphic is concerned, but
one? Hmm.
this one is one of the ones where they first changed the printer.
Okay.
Um,
When you're saying that this is the Izmir one that changed
yeah,
the printer.
yeah, the initially for it, um, where it's a little more saturated than the other
Mhm.
ones, kind of thing, and it has like a better printing of all the art. And this one actually has the creator of Altered his uh, signature right here.
Oh,
Regis
that's pretty.
Um, so yeah,
That's not a card yet, right? It is just the artwork that they have when you look at the articles of the factions. I would assume it's that
yeah,
faction art, right? The 6
yeah,
of those.
that's what it is for all 6. So that's actually is that him right there? That is him right there, the, creator of Altered, the one that's not in the blue shirt right there in the on the left.
Yeah. Nice, and look at that, there's people getting their mat signed. See, that's something I'd love to do. That's one of the best things about going to a convention is getting a chance to get things signed, and especially with a game that is in its infancy, you get a chance to actually meet the creators, meet
Yeah,
people who are making your life a little bit more joyous.
yeah, and then we
And we can see
see
Loki, yes, he is wearing his stuff. Who's next to Loki, though?
I didn't see there, I wasn't paying attention.
It looks like the boss battles with Loki's mat being prominent on screen there for a second.
But yeah, I do have a lot of mats. I have all of them over here, including my recent one that I really like that I got off of eBay actually was the promo play mat that they gave on the initial like road shows, I think.
Yeah, the
The
one
first
that looks like it's a countryside, right? Blue and
yeah,
green. I've got that
yeah.
mat as well. One of the local stores was I was lucky enough that they gave me that mat. I also have which is the one that came from the Kickstarter?
Uh,
The
the Capelia one.
Capelia. That's a beautiful mat too.
Yeah. Yeah, I got that one as well.
Yep,
But
that's the one. That's the one I go to all my, game stores and play. I play with that. I also have, I had 2 of the mats that were from the Tumult Championship, but since my co-host on A Hero's Guide to Asgartha, did not win one, I ended up giving mine away to him, one of them to him, so
mhm. Yeah. Oh, okay, it was Swerky. Cole was saying who the other person was. I didn't see who it was, but yeah.
yeah. Cole is saying there's a mat you haven't received yet, you haven't got, so I'm surprised. I'm interested to see which one he's talking about. And maybe when you get a chance to chat with him later on today, you can find out which one you're missing.
Well, it's the one that you were able to get in the charity auction.
Oh, you haven't got one of Loki's ones yet.
I think that's the one he's talking about, unless there's
Yep,
another random one that I'm unaware of. But
yep.
yeah, that's the main ones that I have not gotten as far as promos or limited ones that aren't just sold, I guess.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting mine. I think Kohlrabi's got my one, so he's gonna give it to me when we meet up in Dallas. And
He hasn't
what
given
I'm
it to
excited
you yet?
is no, I haven't. I said there's no point sending it. Why spend the money? I'll
Okay,
meet you up in a couple of months.
okay,
So, but I'm looking forward because it's signed. So that's the other part is I wanted one that was signed by the team when I got it. So
yeah. Gav Kinney, that's the mat I don't have is the Loki mat. It's the one I don't have. But yeah, no, he I saw in person that they were all signed by the people. It wasn't just Cole signing everything himself. So,
no, Cole's signature would have devalued the mat.
yeah,
Not
that's
that
true.
I'd sell it, but I mean, there we go.
Yeah.
Until he gets officially signed up as a member of Equinox.
Get him
Oh,
in there.
man. This is a long wait for round 2. It looks like the pairings are up. People are starting to sit down. We are
Yeah.
about to get going. Let's see who we have on top table.
Yeah, we'll see, who they end up pulling up here for the featured table as a whole. I assume that they're probably gonna keep on using winners, so we'll probably see the competitive gameplay a little ramp up a little bit more as we move forward here. Yeah, nobody wants your signature besides Doombringer. Oh, Doombringer wanted your signature? Okay.
Doombringer is the number 1 fan for Altered, Corner. So,
Oh, okay. Yeah. I've seen Doombringer
Kohlrabi's,
around.
uh, podcast. So, look, I've missed the podcast, though. They've had some issues, technical issues the last couple of weeks. So, I feel like
Oh,
our podcast is the only one, a Hero's Guide to Asgarth, the only one that's had a regular over the last couple of weeks. And a bit of a sneak peek, Blue, they're going to get a chance to hear from you on our podcast in the next week when we release your episode, which
is it
by
next
far
week?
is, yeah, it should be next week. By
Okay.
far, it will be it is one of the most hilarious ones we've had.
Yeah,
It
that's
is
what I heard as
brilliant.
well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
of course, Blue, would it be anything else if it was not yours, right? Had to be pristine, had to be fantastic. And it
yeah,
is.
it's probably one of the, most, looked forward to events of the entire year, I'd have to imagine, just to hear me speak. And
That's
honestly, it was weird being interviewed because I'm used to being the interviewer kinda thing, so I tried to make it as much about me as possible since I don't usually do that in the other interviews.
It was great. It really was great to be able to hear from you. And look, the same as most of the guests we have online on our podcast.
Don't cop
Just
out. It's okay. You can say that I was bad. Either way,
well,
continue, continue,
I
continue.
do expect your podcast to be when we get to the end of the year to see which one would be the top. I would expect your one to be up to the top.
Yeah,
I honestly will, just from an entertainment value.
and even if
Uh,
it's not, we're gonna pretend that it is.
of course,
Yeah,
come on. So
yeah. But yeah,
that's fine.
it does look like they're still actively talking here, but I do think we should be getting a top table going here fairly soon. They haven't started the
Mhm.
timer, but I see people in the background start, like, shuffling and doing that kinda stuff. It's
Yeah,
interesting to s
I saw
Go
them
ahead.
giving away promos,
Oh,
or
were they?
giving away packs. So it's like, hey, while you're waiting, here you go. You're getting your prize support right now. Or
Yeah.
maybe they give it away at the end of every round. I'm
I
not
could
sure. At the start of every round, everyone gets it.
It could be. I don't remember what the
Mm.
breakdown was for the pricing as a whole. I know everyone gets, one of those hero packs for the world championship. They did announce it in the article that I could probably pull up,
Yeah,
what
I've not
everyone
seen it
gets.
for here, but Dallas has pronounced what or said what they were going to give, and same as in Baltimore. So
Mhm,
I don't know if it's the same for every other tournament, but we'll find out. I'm looking forward to. I want to make. I would love to get one of each,
mhm.
but I think that'll be a very hard thing to do to get 16.
Yeah, I mean,
18.
if we're both going to Dallas, we could always just, like, beat somebody up.
Yeah.
We should have a large enough group to where we can just, pick off the smaller, weaker players that are there.
Yeah. And I'm a large man. I used to play football. So I used to play rugby at Sydney University. Never made first 15, but I was there. So who knows? My intimidation probably has gone down over the years as I've gotten soft. All
Ooh,
right,
and
here we go.
we do have a Bravos matchup coming up here. I'm gonna switch over, and a fellow with a nice beard as well,
Look
on the
at that.
left there.
He's like your counterpart for France right now. There,
Yeah,
you got
exactly. He's a
Kogu
little bit
against
darker than me, but yeah,
Bajulien.
yeah.
So Kojo against Achadi is what we're looking to get as the matchup. This is going to be fun. This may be a very look. It could be a very quick game, or it could be slowed down a ton by Achadi. So,
Yeah, I'll be interested to see how how the deck is gonna work.
mhm,
Is it gonna be a lot of what we've seen already with, counter reduction, on the, I guess, heroism counters for
mhm,
Toddy? And see if they can get it down low. I know I've seen a lot of fun, counter reduction when it comes to the, limited decks and being
mhm,
able to reduce things with, like, bug fix or whatever else. But when the actual Bravos only decks should be interesting as we take a look at the initial six cards and what we're going to get rid of. We do see an Occlute there for the Kojo. You don't see that a lot more often in Basira than in Kojo.
mhm.
Hard to see the Itzadi, what we have going on here, a little bit of a glare, but I imagine they will be keeping that tiny gen at the very least.
Yep. They've got sleep potential in Achadi as well with the Yeti.
Yeah,
Um,
twinkle twinkle for that.
oh, Twinkle Twinkle. Sorry.
Yeah, but they don't have a lot of
Interesting.
characters to play up front,
No.
uh,
Well,
other
they
than
are
the
playing
tiny
the
gen.
hunger. Achadi's hiding his hunger, but he's got a hunger in there. So this may be a build. Achadi is probably the hero that can bring out hunger the easiest,
Yeah.
or with the least impact to future turns. So if they're able to get that ramp up, and we're seeing Kojo's The Mess. I think The Mess has been a very strong addition, especially for Kojo and Basira to be able to get more resupply, more card advantage, which um, the Bravos faction has traditionally lacked.
Yeah, I think the Itzadi was trying to decide, and they did end up going with it. So I think we may be seeing an Arcolano milk into a Tiny Gen play to start their ramping up almost immediately. I think they're trying to decide if that's the play that they wanted to make work here, because they definitely could be giving up 2 advances to the Kojo now that we do see a unique Fire Rabbit coming out. I don't know if we'll be able to see that on screen. They've been pretty good about showing the uniques. If they show it, I'll remove our faces so we can take a look at it.
Mhm.
But I think we may end up seeing potentially just that immediate ramp with the tiny gen, using the Arcolano milk, but, maybe not. We'll see how that ends up turning out. It would force the Kojo player to play another card and use more resources if they decide to play that Arcolano milk first.
Yeah, I don't know if they can though. I think the fire rabbit they played is 3 from hand. Once again, I'm just trying to look at the screen
Yeah,
properly
you can't
to
really
see that.
see
So
it.
you won't have any resources
Yeah.
available. But it's whether or not they can actually win one side.
Yeah, it looks like it did do an exhausted resupply of some sort here.
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah, I would do what you said would do. I'd look to
okay,
try to
here it
ramp as
is.
early as possible,
Yeah,
if I'm a Chardy,
yeah,
and
so we
get
could
an
take a
extra
look.
card.
Yeah, well, the fire rabbit does is if you control a fleeting character, resupply. If not, exhausted resupply. It looks like it went away pretty quick there.
Mhm.
They may pop it back up. There it is. And then at dusk, you may have me gain fleeting if you do draw a card. Okay, so it
Oh,
is
that's not
3
bad.
costs like you mentioned before. So
Mhm.
just good resources as a whole and 2/1/2. So technically the Atsadi player doesn't have to ramp with that tiny gen. They can just advance playing the tiny gen
Mhm.
by itself, and that's what they'll do at this moment.
So happy with the 2-in-1, which normally you are happy to, or not happy, but that usually does happen when you're playing a Kojo player. They get that early advance.
Mhm. So it will be a 2 for 1, and typically once you get this type of setup here, especially in Bravos, you could even see 2 and 2s, right? Um, is in a Bravos matchup to the
Mhm.
point of both players advancing twice. So good setup here for the Kojo player, like you mentioned. Anytime you are playing Kojo on a Buddha turn, you're probably wanting to get that double advance
Mhm.
to get the aggro working here quick. A lot of non-character cards though for the Itzadi player to
Struggling.
potentially make them work things out. I think at this point it'll just be not falling out, falling behind too much, as we do see a unique new card coming from Whispers from the Maze. It's a rare version of the Swift Gen. Definitely a card that I liked seeing when I was playing some of the pre-releases.
Mhm. Expensive to play, unless you're using it for its scout ability, but once again, a very strong card to ramp.
Yeah, event. It's this event is ran or the French folks did a really good as far as production and everything
Mhm.
for this type of stuff, and I tried to format it as well as we could with the limited time, but it looks like it's working out. But
Yeah, it's not too bad at all. I think you've done a great job. Now, I'll say this, like, I love the foiling. Like, looking at the cards, the
mm,
foiling that's come out. You know, you recently just received your was that your first or second batch of cards that you received?
second
Your
batch, yeah,
second batch. I just received my first batch, but I got the full 15 packs.
yeah,
I'm like, "Let's go for economies of scale there and get a cost reduction." I've only opened up 2 of the packs, though, so I will be opening those up over the weekend. Um,
nice.
and I'll see if I'll get to play my Karokami in the next few days.
Oh, you ended up printing those out as
Yeah.
well. Yeah,
Mhm.
nice.
A
Uh,
playset of each of those.
Nice. Yeah, I did a full play set for those as well. But yeah, we do have the game going on here. That unique Fire Rabbit being played from the reserve, Tiny Jin as well as the Kojo player is throwing out that mess that you mentioned
Mhm.
out to set things up for future turns. We'll have to see if we see any other cards played by the Itzadi. They don't really need to because I don't think they can catch up to
No.
that Fire Rabbit, but who knows? At the very least, it looks like they'll be getting some ramp off with the Tiny Gin play from reserve.
Yeah, this is not bad. The I wish there's one thing I wish I could see on stream is how many cards they have in hand. The only way of knowing is doing a count from the card view, but unfortunately, from Bajulian, who's playing a Chardy, we don't. That's blacked out at the moment, so we don't know how many cards he's got in hand.
Yeah, it's
Um,
very light from what I can see, but it's really hard for us
oh,
to
there it
see.
is. Yes,
Yeah. So a little bit with the cameras there, but it looks like we will get to see another yeah, a
one
one
on
for
one.
one. Yeah, here on day two. So going back to a Buddha turn though. So definitely a lot of pressure here on
Mhm.
that Saudi player at this point. You did get some ramp in, but you are going to have to deal with a Buddha. And honestly, an Occlute here, also in reserve. Not that there's anything to hit in the reserve for the Saudi, but at the moment, just a lot that they can do just to go one for one at the very least and just stay ahead.
Yeah, and but the good thing is with the 2 carded the 2 resource advantage that Chardy has, that may help them a lot. They've also got five cards in hand. Both actually have got five cards in hand, so it's interesting to
Mm.
see what's going to happen and whether or not we're going to resource anything more. There is a unique though that may come out in play shortly from our Kojo player.
Yeah, it looks like they do have some type of trailblazer, and they
Hmm.
are doing a quick zoom that we'll be able to take a look at
Yeah.
here. Bravos Trailblazer. Can't really see the effect at this point, but we do know it's a 3 for 3 with 103
Hmm.
in terrain stats. So it makes me think that there's something pretty good that we're waiting
Yeah.
in for the actual
Very
effect.
strong ability,
Yeah.
and we've got another. We've got a mighty gin as well for a future ramp as well. That potentially will be coming from a Achati. My question is that since we saw the hunger at the beginning, it must have been from a Achati. It must have been put into mana.
Yeah, it was.
How many? It's a question of how many do they have in their deck. If they've got two or three, given the ramp situation, getting that a little bit later on may be very useful, especially if they can trigger it before the mess goes off.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there was at least 2. It feels like
Hmm.
that's usually the safe amount that we've seen in
Agree.
larger cost characters, opposed to going for the full 3, but you never
Hmm.
know. But we'll see if we do get to see a fun little Hunger being played. In the meantime, we did get a Haven Sarengar played from reserve. Probably one of the best cards being added to Bravos in recent history as far as from Trial by Frost. Gotta love card draw, as you mentioned before. Anytime you type of get any type of resource advantage, you're gonna take it. And at this point, if you're playing Bravos and you don't have 3 Haven Sarengars, you're probably making a mistake.
Yeah. Yes, he played very different to me. I would have gone for the bouncer first, but
Mhm.
I guess this makes the most sense for them to be able to play since the Occlute wasn't doing anything really against him.
Yeah. We'll have to see how things turn out as
Mhm.
a whole here, as we do get a physical training for a draw on the Etsadi that was able to pull in a Haven Warrior unique. It looks like I assume it might be draw associated itself because I feel like
Mhm.
that's been a pretty popular effect in uniques, especially for Bravos. And then we do see the Tiny Gen come out for the Kojo as well. So like we talked about, just a lot of aggression here from the Kojo to the point of we're probably going to see some form of a double advance being played, right?
It's interesting that the team is rolling the dice
Yeah.
to see which side how the tumult itself is going to switch, and
Yeah.
that's because they brought out an article recently saying that the cards themselves, the tumults, are asymmetrical,
They
so
are.
you can actually see what the card would be if you play it face down, and this allows you to basically say I'm keeping it this way, or if the odds will give you a chance to switch them around.
Yeah.
So that's the workaround that I expect we'll probably have to do at all qualifiers going forward.
Yeah. Until set 4 comes out and they figure out the art on the back of the tumult,
Mhm,
I assume, um, and figure that out. But yeah, that's been a what I've seen pretty consistent, or what I had heard from the side as far as what happened in Arizona,
mhm.
where the tumults are placed vertically on the track, and then you roll to decide like odds. You rotate it counterclockwise, and
Okay.
evens you rotate it clockwise, kind of thing, right? So should be fun. And yeah, Cole, you need to start your French Duolingo again so you can read what you can see here in the setup here. But they should bring up the actual cards in English, I believe, which
Th
what they have been doing thus far. We do see a Eat Me Energy bar come out for
Mhm.
the Itzadi here with a Sakurabru. Now the question is he gonna keep that little card combo in hand, or is he going to resource one of them? Because they are behind on 2 spots on the Tumult, and I don't know if they can really afford to keep that bigger cost setup here, even though it can knock back his opponent 2 spots on the Tumult as well.
Yeah, I think he is thinking about getting rid of his unique, as a potential. I think he's so far behind that being able to make it become even in one way or another, maybe useful. Oh, no, gets rid of the Arcolano milk. Okay.
Yeah. He's definitely can't play the Sakurabru and the Eat Me Energy Bar on the same turn, so it's definitely going to be a setup play where he's gonna
Mhm.
play the Eat Me Energy Bar. On one side, expect not to advance and try to advance on the other one, um, and hope for a one for one at this point, and so that way you can hit him the next turn with a Sakurabu play, I'd have to
Mhm.
imagine. But, don't know quite yet what that Haven Warrior does yet either. I assume it's probably gonna be a draw associated, like I mentioned before, and we do get to see that mess come into play for the Kojo player.
Mhm.
Now that it is exhausted, we don't use the T word here in Altered, when we put things to the side. But, yeah, the Clute still standing strong there in the reserve, kinda just waiting for its turn to be able to exhaust things. Don't think they want to exhaust that physical training at the moment,
Hmm.
but that Mighty Jin's looking pretty good to be able to be played from reserve if they want, but they are going to just gonna hit him once with the Clute.
And basically get them to flood their, what's on the board at the moment.
Yeah.
So they potentially will have 3 cards going in there. Now, let when I look at, Achadi's build, it looks like they've got 9 cards in reserve. Sorry, 9 mana, so they are up, substantially. I think it's 3 that they're up in total. So
Mhm.
they have the ability of clawing back, but unfortunately, the 3 cards they've got in hand, they can only play 1.
Yeah.
But next turn, so if they don't play the Eat Me Energy Bar, they can play next turn Eat Me Energy Bar and Sakarabu if they're willing to try to gain one side, win on one side. Though it will be hard. It will be hard depending on what the other player has, what Kojo has with the 2 resources in hand.
Yeah.
Um,
The Asadi player does have 6 mana or maybe 7 mana at this point, I think. No, it's 6. And so the Kojo player doesn't know it, but throwing out that Occlute actually made a big difference because
mhm.
was able to play that physical training and the Eat Me energy bars with the 6 mana that they had left, which would have been a nice setup for them. So I think he was hoping that that physical training wouldn't get hit, in the meantime, but, that's how it turned out. But we do have that Haven Warrior popping up if you wanna read that one off, I can
Yes,
remove that
when
screen.
I so it's 4/4 for 4/4/2, and when I leave the expedition zone, put the top card of your deck in your mana zone. So they will be ramping potentially twice more. Um, that's a very strong unique for them. Very
Yeah.
much in flavor with what they need to do and want to do.
Yeah, and honestly, just really good stats too
Hmm.
for the cost, in addition to the effect. So, should be interesting to see how that one turns out. We did have a situation there where we do see the Itzadi go down one more spot on the tumult, not able to get the advance that they needed on the, I believe, companion side, but they also didn't set themselves up for the Sakurabu play, but we do
Hmm.
see an enhanced prototype unique, one of those ones that lets you reduce counters potentially,
Nice.
and reduce the Atsadi counter here. But we'll have to see if that comes into play. I'll go ahead and show it on the screen there real quick. Maybe it'll pop it up later. But yeah, the enhanced prototype, yeah, they're bringing it back. We'll pull it up here. This one is you may pay 1. If you do, put the top card of your deck in the mana zone, and then from reserve, you may spend 1 counter from a card you control or in your reserve. If you do, ready 2 mana orbs. So this
Hmm.
is a double
Nice
whammy.
one.
Yeah, this is a
A nice
double
one.
yeah, double whammy for Itzadi in particular, um, that, lets you ramp, and it lets you reduce the counter on Itzadi that you have as far as those heroism counters because Itzadi or your hero is a card you control, but it is
Yes,
not
it
a
is.
card that is in play.
Correct. That I think that's such a great ability of making a charting work so much more now, is the ability of reducing that down and getting an extra 1 or 2 cards to draw, depending on how many, equivalent cards you've got in your deck.
True.
Enhanced Prototype, I think, is one of my favorite looking cards as well.
Yeah. We do see a setup here of the Arcolano milk, and as
Mm,
chat's mentioning there, they could have done the Sakurabu play, but I think it's kind of a little bit futile at that point because even if you're knocking back your opponent twice, they're more than likely going to double advance on you at that point.
mhm.
So it's just a delay tactic more than anything, and I don't think you're really going to hit what you want off of it. So I think it looks like the Saudi player is going to opt for a little bit of a slow play instead. to see what they can do to maybe go a 1 for 1 and then hit them with that double knockback here with the Sakurabu with the setup of an Eat Me Energy bar now and Sakurabu later.
Yeah, interesting. And the other thing to look at is you've also got in the Kojo's hand a Twinkle Twinkle, right? That if you went for that Sakurabu approach, you could potentially lose anyway. What they play. So this is tough. It's a tough game right now for our Achadi fella, Bajulien. Interesting. I uh I feel for them. They've got the resources. They just don't have the cards that really match up well right now.
Yeah, and that's kind of the plight of it Saudi in general, right? Like, it's the idea of it could it at the high end, it could go really well, and a lot of meta decks can't deal with it Saudi, but on even the medium end of not getting what you need right away, you fall behind a lot, the same way that Gold falls behind a lot, the
Mhm,
way that a lot of the lower end heroes fall behind a lot, right? So, um, we'll have to see if they're able to pull this one back. We do see the Kojo player playing pretty smart and playing away from the Eat Me Energy bar. So he's basically saying, if you want to play the Eat Me Energy bar, you can, but I don't think you can. And
yeah.
he actually did have enough mana for the Arcolano Milk, the Eat Me Energy bar, and the Sakurabu. So I didn't think he had
Mhm.
11 mana, but he did.
Yeah, the 11th mana came because of the Haven that he played the Unique
Mm,
that allowed him to ramp 1 more,
I gotcha.
when it left the Expedition Zone. So, oof. Okay, pulling them both back, and this makes it a little bit easier, but there still doesn't have much card advantage.
Yeah, he doesn't have the card advantage, but he will get the draw off of that, and he will be able to actually do a 1 for 1 here at this point. So
Mhm,
he doesn't end up getting 2-0'd because of it, but he is able to, at the very least, prevent any type of double advance. I
mhm.
don't think they factored that in as far as
Yeah, it looks like it hasn't been done on the back end. I think
yeah,
they should have pushed back 2 and then moved forward 1.
yeah, but maybe they'll get that fixed here.
Okay.
But yeah, we do so a lot of cleanup here in the night phase, getting the past that first player token over to your opponent. How do you usually typically handle the first player token passing? Do you force your opponent to do it? Whoever has the first player passes it, or
That's what I'm used to, yeah.
do you
I'm u
grab it?
I'm used to the player that passing it to the other one, but I don't get offended either way when I play, so, um, I'm used to passing it. I like it becoming part of that responsibility of the person that's going to go first, saying, "Okay, now I'm gonna go first." And then the as what that allows people to understand is also, just so you're aware, I have to resource first. You don't have to resource before me. You shouldn't resource before me. You have to allow me as first player to resource first and
Right.
follow that. That is probably one of the rules that is least followed, and it could give you insight advantage that you may lack if you don't do that.
Yeah. So it looks like they're making a decision as far as what they wanna do for resources. We do see the draw, and we see
Mhm.
another flawed prototype, or I mean, not a flawed prototype. One of the other prototype uniques coming in here with the enhanced prototype. We could probably uh, remove there so we can read it again. Where you may spend one counter from a card you control or in your reserve. If you do, ready 2 mana orbs. And if you have 10 or more mana orbs, you may return target character to its owner's hand.
This
So
is
it's
fantastic.
so it is a removal and the counter reduction, all both
Mhm.
one of them are on arrows. So that is another amazing enhanced prototype. So this player definitely was planning on playing at Saudi for a while now, and they're both on a 6/6.
This is great. Sorry, had some computer issues. Just give me 1 second.
No worries. But yeah, so some great uniques for the Itzadi player as they do end up fixing the tumult there. The Itzadi is now just 2 away from winning this game after sending the Kojo back. We are on a non-Buddha turn, so it's not looking too ideal for the Kojo, but they do have 4 cards in hand, so they have a lot to work with, and a lot of them are lower cost, similar to what they have in reserve.
Mhm.
So now it's just going to be a matter of, can this Itzadi player take advantage of that larger mana pool to be able to take this game with the limited resources that they have, 1 card in the reserve, 2 cards in hand.
I know, I think this is great. This is what a turn of events. Like, I really thought Achati had no chance, and all of a sudden, they're getting a huge opportunity.
Mhm. So, and they will be playing that Haven Warrior from the reserve that we've seen already. That's going to help them do some more ramping if they so choose.
Mhm,
In the meantime, they will get a boost from the that Arcolano milk that was a setup from the previous day. Trying to contest that Pathfinder at the moment. They definitely are ahead in Forest. I'm not sure the exact stats on the Haven Warrior. I believe it was a 4 in Forest, if I
yes,
remember
it was.
correctly. So
Mhm.
it would be at 5, definitely
I think
taking
it was
out the
4-2, yes, so it's
yeah,
5-5, 3.
okay. So it's definitely competing at the moment. But Kojo is technically has the ability to double advance as well, but doesn't know what's in hand, and we're probably gonna see that enhanced prototype pop up here.
Yeah, there we
So
go.
yeah, and so I believe the way this is set up now, he can activate the effect, reduce the counter on Itzadi, and then activate the hero ability to increase the counter on Itzadi back up to 7 to still be able
Mhm.
to get the card draw. So it'll be a
And
little
be able
flip-flop.
to play, and
Yeah.
be able to play their energy bar. Jeez. Can they
A
win it out? Can they win?
yeah, so he's also
Fanta
deciding here if he does have 10 or more mana orbs, he can send one of the characters to hand at the moment. Now the question is, does he want to try to send that Scotty that was just played from hand, or the Pathfinder that was played from reserve?
Gotti.
Yeah,
Yeah.
probably the safe play.
For make sure that you win one side at a
Yeah.
bare minimum. So, oof.
So now the question is, does the Kojo player have enough stats to potentially stop this follow up eat me energy bar play that is more than I guess I could it's probably gonna go on the Haven Warrior side at this point, right?
Yeah, yeah, I don't know. I'd probably put it on the other side,
Mm,
um, because it's a high you've I don't know. I guess Haven Warrior side, just in case you don't win that side because it's got some stats, then at least the energy bar stays. Um, it's a tough one. I The other thing to note is Kojo still has a Twinkle Twinkle in hand. So depending on how they play, they've only got 5 resources left. Depending on what they play now, okay, this is what you do. Then in this case, I would put it on the warrior.
mhm.
I would put the eat me energy bar on the warrior side, given what was just played out.
Yeah, and we are down to 3 mana here, and this is where
Hmm.
that mana advantage is coming into play, where we probably only have 1 other card available to the Kojo, and we will see that Eat Me Energy bar played, and to prevent a 2-0 at this point, he has to play that Twinkle Twinkle that we see in
Absolutely.
hand, that we
Hmm.
have at this point. I don't think he has enough stats to stop it, and we will see it being played. Hit that Haven Warrior, prevent that gigantic effect from coming into place, and it looks like we may be having a one for one here.
2 for one, because
Okay.
I do believe the prototype also allows him to win on water.
The prototype was a 335 or a 225?
It's 335. The good thing is at least we got the stats on the side. That's how I'm counting it on the
Okay.
track itself. So
Okay, gotcha.
335 versus 434.
Oh, that's right, that's a rare tracer.
Hmm.
So, yeah, the tracer will get that. So we will be dead even on the tumult after
Yeah.
this day, it looks like.
With a and if Twinkle Twinkle has to stay in hand, they've got to play it again. You've got to play it again to stop them from being able to progress um, in the next day as well. Oh, he's getting rid of it.
Yeah, he's gonna cost reduce with the support effect to be able to play that Haven Saringer to set up another card draw, it looks like.
Okay, nice. So therefore, they may. Oh, it doesn't impact at all on what they've done so far, though. So they still. Oh no, stops him from progressing.
Yeah, because he gets the 5 water
Mhm.
with that. Yeah, it looks like that.
Jeez.
So, it
Okay.
does it still obviously has to deal with the board state of having that Haven Warrior, with the gigantic,
Mhm.
setup here. Uh But the main thing is that also we see I mean, it can be a problem where if you have a gigantic setup through Eat Me energy bars, you don't often wanna play on that side, and when your opponent is adjacent, that could be a big problem.
Mhm.
We do see that hunger come out though for the Itzadi. The question
Okay.
is can he have enough plays here to be able to wait it out and let his opponent play some more cards to get max effect on that rare hunger?
Yeah, because the thing with the hunger though, it will wreck his own chance. Like
Yeah.
he's got more things on the board as an Achati player than Kojo does right now. So not the best draw that he wanted, not at all anything that they wanted, but ooh, it's tough. It's tough.
Yeah. They did show that unique snowman there real quick. I'll probably pop that open if you wanna read
Mhm.
that one off.
Yes, so from anywhere, unless I'm in water, I gain fleeting, so that's normal for everyone else. And then when another character joins my expedition, if you control one or more landmarks, target character gains 2 boosts. So played out straight away. I would go for the hunger if you can, but I'd slow it up by playing. Do you want to play the tiny Jin first? Um,
Yeah. I think he's in a rough spot no matter what he does. I
mhm.
don't know how much mana he has to be able to work with here. I don't think he can
He's
he
got
play that
12.
enhanced prototype and still play the hunger?
I know he's got 12. He needs 14. Oh yes, he can actually.
Yeah, it'll ready too.
Enhance ready too. As
Yeah.
long he reduces his Achati counter, that's the play to do because it allowed him to draw an extra card as well. Oh,
So
he's not going down that route.
he's gonna
Okay,
slow play here first, it looks like the tiny gem.
but I don't know if he can play that and the hunger and the advanced prototype. So let's have a look. Because I could only see 12 cards
Yeah.
in mana.
I only see 12 as well.
So the hunger will cost you 8.
The
Tiny Jin is
prototype
1.
is yeah, the prototype essentially costs you 4. So he technically wouldn't be able to do it
No.
unless he gets something else going on here. Maybe he
Mhm.
draws into something off of the counter
Potent
reduction?
Yeah, okay, that's true. He could do that. And he could make his, hunger be much bigger because he gains gigantic as he gains fleeting, and he'll gain fleeting when if played on the right-hand side. Now, we do have a removal available though to the Kojo player. He will lose one of his mana orbs, but he can easily play that. I don't believe there's any, um, limitations on mana. Is it mana reaping or mana? Ooh, I'm trying to remember the name of the card.
Mana Eruption.
Mana Eruption?
Yeah.
I think it can be any card.
Yeah, it can be a character or a permanent.
Mhm.
We will see mana 2 mana play, potentially a Scotty here. They'll be down to 5 mana in total, which does
Mhm.
allow them to play either card from their hand or both, or maybe one of the other cards from reserve. I don't think we'll be seeing a Magic Slave play here because they don't really need it.
No, I
Um, but yeah.
this is crazy. Then we're gonna play the Hunger is gonna be the next play. It has to be.
So we may just see
Yep. With 6?
he's gonna go with yep, he is gonna go with the full hunger play.
Now I'll say Kojo player is very lucky with the card he has in hand, or very strategic in keeping that in hand, thinking it may come at some point. Um, what is he gonna get, like 10? Boosted by 10?
Yeah.
Something
3,
crazy.
5, 8, yeah, 10, it looks like.
Yeah. Jeez Louise. And then to be taken away straight away, what I'm thinking is gonna happen.
Yeah.
Wow.
We may see the Kojo player wait for the last turn here instead of potentially playing can he play the Tolarian Skater? And he can. So he can do a 3 to a 2 cost, but he
Mhm.
can't play it because it was gone there. Does he have anything in hand? He does,
He
right?
got Mana Reaping, but he can only play one of these. He's only got 3 sorry, he's got 3 resources in play. He can play 4.
Yeah, so he can
So,
play both.
can play both, but it does depend on what the Achadi player drew up, and they drew okay, okay.
He did get a duel of
Oh,
grit, so if
yeah.
he plays the Scotty here first, he'll be in trouble, but he's not gonna even risk it, and he's playing the Eruption right away.
Oh, man. Yeah. Wow. I yes, he played the right card first.
Yeah.
Jeez, smart play. That was fun. That was incredibly fun.
Yeah, that was one of those situations where it definitely could have been a misplay
Mhm,
had he decided not to play, that first, right? Because if he had played the, what you would call it, the Scotty first, then he could
mhm,
have gotten hit by that Duel of Grit, and then the Mana Eruption still could have come out, but, it wouldn't have been the get into the game, obviously, right?
mhm.
So still a good game, and we went the whole time period there, on round
I
2.
know. And on that, I am going to, say my farewells for the feed today. I do believe Kohlrabi is waiting behind closed doors to come out and take my place. It's been a pleasure, Blue, to be able to stream with you for a little bit. This is the first time we've had a chance to do this, even though we've been on AWOL together for a while.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, it had to happen eventually, right?
I know.
You just eked your way in there finally.
I know. I thought you were avoiding me for a while, so
I was trying, but I guess what are you gonna do?
that was fantastic. That was really, really fun. I really enjoyed that second game. I love the competitive fact. So thank you very much. And I'll bid you adieu and
Mhm.
I will continue listening in and hopefully everything goes well for the rest of the cast. And
Sounds
tomorrow
good.
morning we'll see each other. We'll continue this.
Yep, we'll be back at it tomorrow morning, same time.
See you later.
Catch you later.
Goodbye all. Bye.
Now, everyone, stick around. We will have Cole Robbie be joining us post haste as I switch over the text here off of Chile. I want to thank Chile for jumping in for at least the first couple hours here. They do have some stuff going on in the background of the French cast that we can head over and take a look at as we talk overall. It looks like Caleb is talking to the head of the Exalts, Aaron, who did bring a really big flag on. I don't. What kind of setup is that? It looks like it's almost like a some type of extender with a handle on it. I thought it would put it like on a wooden post or something, and it is that. So I don't know if there's like a flag setup for that, but quite interesting. Um, and we do looks like we do have Cole joining in here. Don't know if he can hear anything or do whatever at this
Hello,
point.
hello. I can. Can you
Eh,
hear me?
yes, we can hear you. Everyone can hear you, unfortunately, but we are watching the French stream. Looks like they got a nice, really big flag, and they're having. Oh, Caleb's holding two mics at the same time.
That's how you do it.
Yeah, you don't pass the mic from yourself to the other person. You talk and hold the mic in the front as well. That's interview mastery that I've never seen before.
Yeah, why do that and have those awkward moments of like going like this when you can just have two mics at once?
Yeah, just hold them both because no one really cares what you're saying as long as you can hear the person you're actually interviewing.
Story.
But a lot of Exalts jerseys out there trying to take the victory for the French setup. We don't see a lot of Exalts folks on the online tournaments, so they try to take out the victories in person. Although I didn't see them come out for the Netherlands event. Did you see anyone from the Exalts for that one event?
I don't think so. Not that I recognized, and I didn't watch a ton of the stream. Wish I could have watched more,
Mhm.
but I think I saw what games did I see? Probably a Faunus, couple
Mm,
Siggy, I'm sure. But I think I watched the final as well, so Popeye and Cladius. But
yeah.
I don't remember any Exalt jerseys or anything at least.
Okay, in chat they're saying there are many, at least 6 or 7. Yeah, I was expecting them to be out there. I don't know how close the event in the Netherlands was for a lot of folks that are in France. I imagine it wasn't too far off, but I imagine a lot of the French folks travel well, or you guys came in if you didn't take public transit, you all just or flights, you just all jammed in one van and went over there because I'm pretty sure the entirety of Europe is walkable uh, in a singular day. So it's probably what
Yeah,
happened.
I was gonna say, don't they just have public transit to everywhere? So just, hop on a train straight to, Zoetermeer?
Exactly. Great, great pronunciation as a whole.
Of course, of course.
Yeah. But yeah, they're just doing a lot of walking around here. Well, I'm sure we'll get the setup here at some point as far as getting assigned everyone's matchups. It took a little bit of time between round one and round two before we got to see the next round. So got a little bit of time to kill as we're doing some more double-handed interviews. Really want to praise Caleb on the skill there. I will not do any translating at this point. I don't believe Kohlrabi will either. But Cole, what are you excited about thus far after waking up and getting to watch some of the French stream?
Well, I only saw the Kojo versus Atsadi, which already more exciting than some of the other matchups that we'll see today, I'm sure. Um, I know a lot of people saw the results from the Netherlands and got, a little disappointed with the Sigismar and Afanis, but we are going to see good amount of variety. And what was game 1 that you guys watched?
That was a Siggy versus whatchamacallit, Tasia matchup. But it looked like based off of what we were watching, the Tasia player wasn't one of the Sigismar wasn't one of the top end or just like actively only playing altered type of players. Seemed like they had TCG experience, but they weren't clued in as intensely to the altered meta based off of the cards that we had seen them play. I think they were playing a little bit of like common Daughter of Yggdrasils and some uniques that weren't the tippity top of the scale kind of thing. They understood the game, they just weren't actively participating consistently, it seemed like.
Unfortunate. Did they have any cool things at the start, or was it starting soon screen and then kind of jumping into it?
The starting soon screen, and then they brought in the folks as far as the commentators for a little bit, and then they jumped right into it. I thought it was going to take a little bit longer and them take a look at stuff, but after that, we look at the first game. They were done in less than 15 minutes, and then they did a lot of walking around, like Caleb was doing here, taking a look at the venue, seeing what everyone's got going. Got to watch Loki in I think it's a Silas cosplay, right? Um,
Yes, it is an alt art Silas of some sort. I haven't
mm,
gotten a full look at it yet, but that is what he, bless you, was saying in the Discord.
yeah, so, yeah, that's what it looked like, but, yeah, that's all it's been. Nothing too crazy as far as anything else that we got going on here. Caleb doing some interviews, but other than that, been cool to see the venue at least. I wasn't sure if this was gonna be one of those venues that was just altered or if Ludo was running some other events. It looks like they have some Lorcana stuff going on their Melee site. So I don't know if it's in the same area or if it's somewhere else, but figured that there might be multiple things going on, but it looks like it's just mostly altered, at least in this area.
Yep. Caleb's hair is looking beautiful today, I must say. So
Yeah, I think Caleb always rocks it with the hair. I mean, if you're making a choice as far as a commentator in France and host in general, you gotta go Caleb purely for the hair, right?
very, very nice, very curly, and some great volume.
Oh, and he's
Uh,
wearing he's wearing the little whispers from the Maze crystal too.
oh, he is, and it also looks like the camera person just bumped into someone. So
Yeah.
this is the kind of play by play we have to give when we don't speak French. So There's Charles and Marcus, was standing over there.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, oh, yeah, 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 more people off to the left there? Yeah,
If you ever have a chance to talk to Marcus, I definitely recommend it. Um, Very into studying other TCGs, kind of seeing what is out there. I think from as far as I know, out of everyone on the team, him and Justin are probably the ones that have the most ECG specific experience. Both of them Magic players, and then we got some Alpha Clash and some other things at Gen Con that we were kind of looking over and talking about mechanics and stuff.
yeah. It looks like he was standing off to the side there with, an altered player. I don't know if he still goes by it within the scene, but Panda Anaconda. Um,
Hmm.
he's someone I interviewed earlier on. He got like a top 8 with Basira in the height of Waru meta in France, and he was, definitely one of the interesting interviews that I had. He was one of the early altered playtesters, I guess, and he's really into, like, what you're talking about with other TCGs and metas and everything, and he went into it of, like, he honestly hadn't played altered really competitively prior to that event, and he got given one of those, uh, Foundry Armor uniques that produces a bunch of brass bugs kinda thing based off of boosts
Oh yeah.
right before the event started, before he was registering his deck list, and he was saying, like, a lot of, at least on that early end of Altered, a lot of the players weren't playing super. They had good decks and they had good cards, they just weren't playing the most efficiently with their decks yet. And so I think that kinda goes into what you're talking about of looking on into, like, the specific strategies and seeing what other card games are doing, and when you have those types of people that just play every card game at a high level, it's, they're hard to beat even if they're brand new to the game, right? Whether they have experience as a whole or not, so it looks like we do have the matchups already set here for round 3, so we may be getting into the featured table here quite shortly.
Awesome. Yeah, it seems like they're moving things along pretty efficiently. I'm wondering if we're just gonna see one. I mean, I would assume so because of how the stream set up and things work like that. We're only gonna see one game per round.
Yeah, that's how it's
Um,
been going.
have you seen? Have they given a look at like the stream table and what it's like? Or
No, they haven't shown, like, the table itself, it's only been the cameras that they have at the table. So all they have, I assume it's set up in the sense of they have, like, the usual, like, overhead arm, similar to what there is at what we had at PAX East.
Mhm.
And then they also have the Logitech, assume they're 920s, like right in front of the chest here to show hands on either end. And then they also have face cameras for the players once they show that initially. So there's at least two, four, five cameras at that table. There may be more, but two for the hands, two for the faces of the players, and one for the overhead.
Beautiful. I don't think we have a breakdown of the heroes yet.
Yeah.
I would assume that we will. I put together spreadsheets so that we could collect information, but I'm not sure how much we will. There is a bracket on Melee that can be seen. If you click into a player, does it show their hero? I don't think so. That would be pretty cool, but Melee isn't technically built for Altered. Um, I would bet though with the team that's running this that we'll definitely have that information at least afterwards.
Yeah, it's since it's ran by Ludo, I imagine if we wanted hero breakdowns, we'd have to get it from people that are directly there because Ludotrotter usually does it post-event, I think. So I don't know if we'll have a hero breakdown shortly, and it looks like they're not going to share deck lists, at least initially, if they can, because they wanna keep deck lists private for players as far as competition is concerned. So, we'll probably have to wait a little bit, probably into day 2 at some point to figure that out, but, it should be interesting eventually to see what the breakdown is. Um, yeah, let's see here. Looks like they're setting things up here shortly for the featured table. It looks like as soon as we have that, we'll get straight into it. Looks like we still have Charles and Caleb on the stream, um, as far as just talking in French. But talking about French stuff, how was your 4th of July? Did you firework?
No, no, no. I did not do jack.
Yeah, that's
Uh,
fair.
One of the reasons it's super easy for me to do this because it's 4 a.m. Here is my partner is out of town.
Mm,
So yesterday I did a little bit of a stream just on my own channel with Altered and Shadowverse. And then I played some Xbox chilling on the couch. And then I tried to go to sleep as early as possible. So,
nice. And it does look like we have the featured table ready, so we'll pop on over there real quick, look at some faces of players before we get into the initial hands. It looks like we'll have a Kojo versus a Tasia matchup here.
yeah, loving what we're seeing already. Also, this is Leith Faye, someone who is a little newer to the online tournament racket, as far as I'm aware, but has come out swinging. Also, heard that after this, they are quitting Altered.
Hmm.
And so everyone needs to tell them not to quit
Yeah.
because very, very good player. I mean, if you've watched A.W.O.L, by now you know that I am big Muna enjoyer, but this matchup is a rather hard one for Tasia, I feel like.
Yeah. So when you're looking at the cards you see at the hand of the Tasia player, what do you think you're keeping here? You think you keeping anything in particular?
This is a really bad hand. What we saw 2 floral tents, a sap duende, is that a shroom? And a bastion is in there, or is
Yeah.
that a farm?
It was a spindle, I think. Spindle Moon
Yeah.
Bastion.
I just saw the "le." I didn't know if it was "la femme."
Yeah.
Okay. So, honestly, what they kept is probably good. Maybe you put out the floral tent to see if you can get access to something else, and then you use the shroom.
Yeah.
Um, a lot of players will also consider putting out the spindle first and just allowing, a getting double moved on the first day.
Right.
Especially wow. Yeah, this is not just like cards that have been seen. Like Kojo is killing it right now.
Yeah, I was honestly surprised we weren't going to see that spindle play right away, but maybe that was factored in by the fact that they were the first player and they weren't sure what the Kojo had. I think definitely if the Kojo was going first, you're probably spindling right away, you know, and just assume that the Kojo is going to get the 2-0 with a Buddha turn. But maybe that was the factor since they were going first and they knew that the Kojo probably had a 1-2 play between 1 cost and 2 costs, which they definitely showed here.
Yeah. Very lucky that there wasn't a fire rabbit or something like that to allow the Kojo to get a double move. So, 1 for 1 in this situation, I'm pretty happy with. But yeah, the double sap duende and everything else that Tasia has seen so far is not a good start. Um, yeah, if you're going against someone like Siggy, I think you almost always put the spindle down first. But with Kojo, they might be trying to build up some of their advantage earlier on. So maybe you have a little bit more of a chance. But now if you don't see another spindle, there's good removal in Bravos. So
Yeah, it's gonna be a bit of an issue, which is, like I said, why I was surprised that we didn't get to see that played, especially since, like you mentioned, even with, I mean, Intimidation, Mana Eruptions, and now Duel of Grit being pretty popular in Bravos decks, uh, just avoiding a little bit of the interaction through removal would be ideal, but I think we're running into a situation with them that, they kinda had to be wary of getting double advanced on, especially with a Buddha turn coming on the following day, and always have to worry about a 2-0 or even a 2-1, and the Kojo player just coming in too hot and being able to do that, and they definitely coming in pretty hot here with those lower cost setups. I think having a Tiny Jin and a Haven Sarengar in your opening hand, like you mentioned, is probably as ideal as it gets. Maybe you have a Haven Bravos Bastion in there too at some point, but for opening hands, feeling pretty good, and then also getting a Sabotage off and hitting that Sap to Winde, it looks like, with the, Tooth Fairy.
yeah, looks like another one for one. So I'm still happy if I'm Tasia here. There's a Dracana out, which is better than we started. What do we draw? Ah, I mean, is that a double Muna Druid, Caregiver, and Sapduende? I can't see for sure what's next to the
Yeah.
Sapduende, but I think it's another Muna Druid. Um, I mean,
Mm.
not bad, but still looks like not drawing the best.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like it's is it a Muna Druid? Or is it a Lost in the Woods?
It might be because there's that little like flare on the
Yeah,
side.
that's what I saw, but maybe not. I don't know. I guess we'll find out here shortly, but Um, either way, probably not the best situation like you're mentioning for the Tasia player. Not getting any setup, not seeing any uniques either, but they just played a card so that we were wondering what it was. So as soon as we get the screen switch here, we'll be able to take a look at it.
Yeah,
Um,
I think it's a Muna Druid. Oh, here's this Sap Sniffer from Leith Fey. From hand, if I'm the only character in my expedition, resupply. From anywhere you may, or from reserve, sorry. You may augment target card in play or in reserve. When, when I leave the expedition zone, draw a card. Yeah, that's
yeah,
uh that's a pretty good one, and we saw some quick moves around there. I kind of missed it, but did they just tie? Is that what happened there? I
yeah.
think
Looks
so.
like there was a lot of back and forth there. Maybe it was a 1 for 0 there. It looks like the Kojo player just gave up the Muna Druid side, I think. And just let it go, or not quite sure here.
Yeah,
For the most of the
looking
time, we were in that other screen, so it was hard to see the board.
looking at the tumult, does look like Tasia is up by one
Yeah,
on the companion side, but that hand from Kojo has just been like perfect. There was a Sarengar early, Tiny Jin, and then after those, the next turn they got a Skater, and now they have a Mighty Jin out. So this is looking pretty good for Kojo.
yeah, um, I do see a Bravos Trailblazer unique being shown here. I think that's in hand at the moment, where the effect is I gain 1 boost for fleeting character you control, and then if you control 2 or more boosted characters, sabotage, otherwise you may exhaust target card in your reserve. So and those are from anywhere, so it can be played from hand and reserve on both of those effects. So, pretty good Trailblazer as well.
Yep, I was gonna say gonna play that immediately and take out the Muna Druid. This is just another really rough thing to happen to Tasia. The Shroom doesn't have an anchor on it currently. Now the Muna Druid is taken out. Um, the Sap Duende is a really good card to have, especially against Bravos, but I'm not sure it's going to come in handy quite yet. I
Yeah.
mean, worst case scenario, if you absolutely need the card draw, you just switch one for one and call it good.
Yeah. I think the main issue with the Septa window too is that it obviously takes a little bit of setup as well. I like the card in practice because obviously it can be a big effect and you draw a card, but it obviously takes a little bit of setup and ideally you get the prime effect of swapping a boost with your opponent that may have something stacked up. But at the very least, it's not horrible two costs for drawing a card, but still like you mentioned, uh, probably not the ideal scenario to have it, but they are sticking with it for the majority of these mana decisions. But we will see a Magic Bean coming out here in the common variety. Not a card that we've seen a lot of in the Tasia setup, at least in the meta decks. How do you like that card?
I have literally never played it. I think I recently put it in a deck to try it out. Um, I don't know. It's just not for me. Um, in as a common, I guess you're not, risking too much. With the rare, I would think you just have rare spindle harvesters instead.
Mhm.
Um, unless you're specifically trying to, get more forest on the board for uniques, or if you're running like a Saskia or something. But yeah, it is a one drop, so a lot of players like one drops, even if just for an after you effect, but uh, not one that I have played around with much.
Yeah, we did see a 1-0 come there for the Kojo player, taking the companion side, I believe. Not quite sure, but it looked like it was on the Buddha side. And a no advance for the Tasia player. They just did enough to tie up things with that Muna caregiver that had two boosts. And we did see a mana ramp using that Mighty Jin, I believe, for the player. So they should be at a mana advantage as well as an overall resource advantage, I think, between cards in hand and reserve. And we do see one of those removals that you mentioned before, that we were mentioning before, as far as the tree trying to help avoid and the duel of grit from the whispers from the maze. And it looks like it's a rare version as well. So could discard a major card for the Tasia player.
Yeah, this hand that the Tasia has now is what I would have wanted day one. A Beauty Sleep, a Spindle Harvester, and a Magic Bean would have been much better, especially because I love sleeping any of the Jins. Uh, negate the stats, negate the mana ramp, and win a lane usually. But not too late. And since there's a bean, the Spindle Harvester can come online. But with how much mana Kojo has, should be able to go over top and double move pretty easily here.
Yeah. See how it ends up working out as a whole. We're seeing that unique Trailblazer come out once again here. It does have the from anywhere effect, so it's going to be beneficial at least in that setup for them to get things going. But we do have a caregiver play from reserve. Not something I'm usually used to seeing in general when it comes to the Tasia setup. Usually, you want to keep that for your anchored ability as a whole. But in this scenario, at least, they're trying to just place a little bit slower and put some more on the board. As we do have a Talarian skater from the Whispers from the Maze that honestly is just solid stats 444 for three costs, and it's a common, especially, I mean, specifically when it's played from reserve and not scouted. So, usually hard to beat, but we do have that anchored spindle harvester that you mentioned before that if they can get some boosts on, might help them with that resource battle. But looks like at this point they're only able to get the one from the magic beans that we see in hand.
Yeah, so it has one from Tasia, so the
Oh, does
magic
it? Oh, yeah,
beans,
I can't see it,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it's a green dye.
Yeah.
The problem here is I think the Tasia player knows that if they bring the Spindle Harvester online, it will become a pretty good target. So I think from how they're playing and playing out the caregiver, they're trying to avoid that, which is exactly what happened. I was wondering if they were going to sleep one of the things that was out and
Yeah,
wait, but they decided not to, which is interesting. Yeah, oof, that turn hurts.
yeah.
Saving it for later, maybe, but it might have been really good there, especially if you were keeping track of how much mana Leaf Fae had left.
Yeah, I think they probably ran into a situation that they probably could have used the beauty sleep, but they also may have been in the scenario of, like, even if they played the beauty sleep, we may have just seen the removal come out anyway,
Yeah,
regardless of the
true.
situation. So, at least this way, they're saving the beauty sleep for a potential game-ending turn or game avoiding the game to be ending on the Kojo side of things, but honestly, it just looks like the Kojo has a lot of resources to work with, and they are gonna play that Sap Sniffer. I don't know if it was one of the ones we looked at earlier or not. We may have that come back up, but if it is the one that we looked at earlier, it will allow them to draw a card when they leave the expedition, having more resources, and I believe their other effect was so okay, yeah, there it is
Yeah.
right there.
So it resupplied. When it leaves, it's gonna draw a card. Counting the mana, it looks like there is only 6 mana left for Elite Fae now, so that hunger isn't going to come out this turn. And I want to say I know Leith Fae is a very good player, so I don't want to discount that. But the card draw and the cards that Leith has seen compared to Tasia is next level. Like there's a hunger in hand already. You see a Sarengar there, two uniques that have been very good. It's just been going pretty well from them, for them, and not as great for the Tasia so far.
Yeah, and we're getting to one of those situations now where the Kojo is so far ahead that they're probably just playing for ones at this point. They do get hit by that beauty sleep, and the beauty sleep can be played again, it looks like, which it may end up happening. But in the meantime, we will see a mana eruption come out here, gonna hit the Muna Druid, so not even gonna allow them to maybe even get a one for one, or at least force them to play on one side and decide which side that they want to go on. And we will just see the Alavero being played for the 4 costs and getting it anchored.
Yeah. So yeah, the hunger is probably going to come out right here. It's going to get rid of the aloe, those beans, the beauty sleep. Who's first player going into this?
It will
Um,
be the Tasia because we just came off
okay,
of a Buddha turn, I think.
which is rather unfortunate. Oh, hey, there's a unique for Tasia. I feel like you can almost see it on the face of Gab 1.0 that it's not great.
Yeah.
Like there, it's just not been going well. And honestly, I don't think playing the Spindle Bastion that first day would have helped in what we've seen here. This is a very good noosh, though. It's 2 costs. It only has 1 forest, but it's a from anywhere, draw a card, and from reserve, it resupplies. Very, very good for Tasia. Muna in general does not have as much access to card advantage as other factions.
Indeed, and then they mentioned I'll leave the new ship. Well, they made it disappear again. Either way, if they pop it up again, I'll let you guys look at it some more. But in the meantime, we will just get a play onto they it did end up having that Haven Warrior that'll still be out. We may end up seeing that Hunger play come out. Will be pretty huge if they get it out, especially if they're going to start off with a Floral Tent. That'll just be another card to feed into the Hunger. And yep, sure enough, there it goes. Wipe everything that is on the board. I don't know how many boosts that was. 6 on the Muna side and 1 on their side, so or 2 on their side, so total of 8 boosts, I think? Yeah, it looks like it's 8.
Oh, oh, oh. 11 is what they have on the screen.
Oh, they do
Uh,
have 11? Did I miss something here?
I don't know. I think that I mean, I'm like squinting. I think that D20 says 8, but the
Well,
graphic
yeah,
says
it's
11.
it's a late 8 plus the 3 stats natural from the hunger, right? 8 boosts, 3 total,
Oh,
yeah,
oh,
yeah,
8 boosts. I see
yeah.
what you were saying. Yeah.
No, he displays the other cards on the right there, can't catch up to it, and that'll be a GG. Congratulations to the Kojo player. At least not quitting yet, still winning.
Yep.
That'll be the end of that featured game here. Still 12 minutes left in the round, so you may have a little bit of time to wait as a whole. So cool to see a little bit of Bravos winning going on here. This is only round 3 though, so still, I mean, what now? 8 rounds to go, 11 rounds total of Swiss.
Yeah. Are they doing Yeah, they show 11 here. I was wondering if they were gonna cut it down because from what I heard, what Charles tweeted, it was just over 700 players.
Yeah,
Wait,
looking at
what?
the melee doesn't is showing 660, so I'm not sure if that's accurate or not.
Well, yeah, it says 660 of 1,100 enrolled players. Uh,
Okay.
does that mean 500 players no showed? That can't be right, right?
No, I think that's just they had the max of
uh,
possible 1,100 enrolled.
yeah.
We can I did set this up, maybe this'll work, where we can take a look at the melee really quick to see who we have currently undefeated. I mean, keep in mind this is also only after the 2nd round, so, don't expect anything crazy here, but, yeah, there you go, it's working, and it looks like our um, audio is working as well. But some recognizable names here as far as some undefeated folks. I see Newbie Wow, know that name. We have Erlea there as well.
Let's go, Orlea.
Um, but yeah, at least in this first setup here, some recognizable names as far as currently undefeated folks that we may get to see the more setups here eventually, but for the time being,
E-Jack as well.
yeah, yeah. So some good setups. I'll be curious to see if we do get to see some more Bravos wins, or if we'll just go back to some very little Sigismar play other than that first round, realistically. So I'll be surprised to see if we don't get to see a little bit more later on. I do see Clay Deuce right there in the background. I like his shirt. It's a nice little striped shirt. But yeah, it
Uh,
looks like a lot of the games are ending as far as getting new rounds set up.
yeah, it's been moving pretty smoothly from what we can tell. There's 9.5 minutes left in the round. I did have to reach out to El because I didn't see his name on the melee. I
Mm,
asked, "What the heck is your name under?" So if you are tracking, it's under L Builder, I believe is what he said. Yeah.
mm,
Unfortunately, he did have a loss in round two. Let me know that it was a Faunus and a Faunus for his first two.
mm.
So won a game against a Faunus and lost a game against a Faunus, which is unfortunate. But here at A.W.O.L and Ace, we never count LWW out.
Yeah, especially if there ends up actually being 11 rounds of Swiss. Definitely the possibility of taking a loss or two and being able to hit that top cut. I'm also not sure what they're going to do for top cut because we know that there's going to be 4 qualifying spots for this event.
Hmm.
So essentially, semifinals and finals don't exist because there's really, I mean, I'm sure they'll play it for maybe prizing, but it doesn't matter when it comes to the qualifying spot. So I imagine they'll have a top cut that may be a little bit bigger. So that way they can get some more games going into the top cut, maybe 16, 32. Who knows? but I haven't seen that result or that be announced anywhere.
Yeah, they have it in the I can pull it up real quick. They have it in the, like, sign up,
Mhm.
but kind of like we've been saying, we're not sure if they're going to alter the format of the tournament because it did not reach the 1,024 players. But from the original listing, it says the I think it's just a top 8 cut, and the top 8 will be best of 3.
Okay.
Um, but they do have pricing for all the way down to top 64 technically. Um, see, can I translate this so I know for sure instead of reading through? The top 8. Yeah, it just says top 8, so I would assume that won't change. Like top 8 is pretty easy to do even if no, you have a differing amount of rounds. There are side events though here. They have a draft, a win a Kickstarter box, a sealed, and I thought there was one more, but maybe not. They do have boss battles going on, of
Yeah, I saw
course.
that in the back, yeah.
We might have a chance to pull Loki on at some point. Not
Yeah.
100% yet. I am not putting pressure on them, but hey, there's Moon.
Yeah.
They're currently doing the boss battle, and then next to her is Swarky. Oh, and
There's
there
Loki.
he is.
There's Loki now. He's putting on he got caught, on camera without his shades on, so I don't know if he's excited about that, potentially trying to put those back on. There we go.
Right
Um,
there.
yeah, there you go. Before he gets the official interview in, gotta put the shades on. But yeah, yeah, I saw in the background as far it looks like Loki's pretty sporadic on doing the potential interview, but if we can get him in, great. If not, no big deal. I'm honestly not sure how it would work with the link if it works well on mobile opposed to just on PC, to be honest. So we'll
Yeah,
see.
yeah, that is a good point. I'm not sure. Never tried.
Yeah, I guess
Uh,
I could actually just check right now on my phone and just pull it up, but um, let's see. But yeah, either way, looks like they got a nice little interview going on here of Loki speaking in French. So I'm not sure what's going on, but I'm sure he's up to no good when he's talking about this interview at the moment. But like you mentioned, boss battle going on in the back there. It looks like they have two boss battles going on simultaneously. Yeah.
yep. Yep. Oh man, I wish they would zoom in. I'm wondering if they have the Swarky boss there officially.
Oh yeah, that was the next one, right?
Yeah, yep. So we've seen the art, but we have not seen the ability as far as I'm aware.
Yeah.
Um I'm just trying to look through this elbow here and see if I can catch a glimpse, but it's probably too far.
Yeah.
Um for you, Sir Blue, it's what, 2 a.m., almost 3 a.m.
Yeah. Coming up on 3 a.m. at the moment. Um,
What are your how are you coordinating this weekend? When are you going to sleep? What are your plans?
I mean, be going to sleep as soon as we switch over to you, or at least I'll try to get some sleep in general.
Yeah.
I took a nap in the middle of the day to try to give me a little bit more energy for the end of this, and so far I haven't been too bad. I haven't been doing a lot of yawning, so I feel pretty good. And when you're talking consistently and you're being active, it makes it a little bit harder to be sleepy, kind of thing. So makes it a little bit better, and we're watching Altered, right? So, some top of the line French gameplay. I imagine there are other folks there that are not French, but it is mostly French folks here, I'm sure. Definitely not anyone from the US, I'm imagining, is traveling all the way over to France for this event. If they did, though, good for them, but I sincerely doubt it.
Yeah, if you are watching this back on the VOD, or I mean, if you're there watching this live now, that's impressive. Thank you. But if you traveled from, you know, anywhere in North America or anywhere further outside of France, let us know. Let us know how you did, how the event was. Would love to learn more about players around the world. And yeah, we have two qualifiers here within the United States, one in Dallas, one in Baltimore. Um, I will be at the one in Dallas. I think Blue and Simon are both heading out to Dallas. Yeah, is that where we
Yeah,
landed?
yeah, I think so. I
Okay.
think Simon was unsure at first, but I think he definitely wants to now, yeah.
Yeah. And then Chile will be there with Nick, his co host for the Heroes Guide podcast. A couple people from AQZ that you don't see as much on casts, and then yeah, just a bunch of people from the community. And then there is one in Canada. I assume the Quebecois folks will be representing there. Your psychos and some of those others. Tom, hopefully.
Yeah. I mean, some of them might even make it down to Baltimore too, that's close enough for them, right?
Yeah, I think they are, and I think even Kaifu is going to Baltimore,
Okay.
which makes me sad that I'm most likely not
Yeah.
going. Um, Kaifu and her boyfriend and some other people. I actually don't think I know his name or what he plays altered under.
Mhm.
Uh, but I'm sure we've seen the name, and I just haven't put them together yet. But
Probably.
it would be cool to see them play some players that play things a little differently. But I don't know if Baltimore is in the cards for me quite yet.
Yeah, me either. We'll have to see. I'd like to make it out there just to see some of the people that won't make it to Dallas, you know? But, honestly, I have no clue if that's gonna be a thing. Either way, we'll have to figure it out. I did check the guest link for Video Ninja, and it does work on mobile. So, um, if we wanted to get Loki in on there, he can just put it in front of his face, and it defaults to the front camera.
There
Um,
you go.
at least on iPhone. He doesn't have an iPhone, though, does he?
I think he does.
Okay.
I'm not 100%, but
Yeah, me either. I don't remember, to be honest. But either way, if he does end up wanting to do that, we potentially could get him on here. Probably have to deal with a little bit of interior noise there, but it does look like if it has high ceilings, so it might be a little bit better.
yeah,
Who knows? Either way,
interior crocodile, something like that.
yeah. Either way, we'll have to figure it out. But we technically should be done as far as time limit for round three. Oh, look, they're zooming in here. Do we have another? Yeah,
So th-
That's Loki Knox
that's
one right there, right?
Loki one that Moon's playing.
I'm
Yeah.
trying to see the far one though. Can you see it?
I can't see it.
Come on, cameraman, zoom in.
We need Gavkin to give us the inside deets. I'm pretty sure Gavkin is the number one Swarky fan.
Hmm.
I'm probably just like number five.
Okay.
But for people who don't know, Swarky is on the art team and specifically has been working a ton on the foils for Altered, which are amazing, very
They
good
are.
foils, and not a lot. Some of them have secret things hidden within the foils, so I
Yeah.
I ordered a pack of foils just for that reason.
Yeah, I've been really happy with the foils lately. I specifically like the promo heroes and foil. Those have been pretty cool in general. So I got all those printed out. But yeah, been nice little setup there. Looks like we're doing a pretty extensive interview here with Loki. Not sure exactly what they're going over in particular, but I'm sure it's really important. And looks like they're sending him back to the desk, or they're gonna
Yep.
do some other
Yeah,
stuff.
he had to talk shit about Axiom real quick
Yeah,
about what I caught.
Yeah. Well,
Um,
what was that him, like, actually appreciating Axiom there for, like, a day? I don't
I
know what that was.
I don't know.
Oh, I was gonna respond to him at one point, like, blink twice if someone took over your account or something, but, I didn't end up responding after that bit, but yeah, I imagine we'll probably be getting the matchups here shortly for round 4. Um, and again, I don't know if we will be getting the full 11 rounds or not. If both of us were paying attention and understood everything that they were saying in French, we probably would have gotten an answer for that yet, but I've had them muted the entire time.
yeah, I just put it on there for a quick second to see if I could kind of get the vibe of what's going on. Um, Before we moved away, though, just want to shout out if you saw it to Swarky's pants.
Mhm.
Those were awesome. Very Bravos coated
Mm,
black pants with a white box at the bottom that had flames going up the leg. So
nice.
very cool. It's very awesome to see some of the employees even getting into cosplaying and matching the themes of factions that they enjoy.
Well,
And
looks like Caleb might have a hero breakdown.
oh yeah, this is how we do it. This is how we do it in person. You get the hero names and the tallies. Let me see if I can steal a screenshot of this so we can break it down. I can add it to our sheet.
Yeah, we'll see.
It just tosses it. Go,
Well,
Caleb, show us.
I thought he was gonna at least read it off. Well, maybe that'll get brought up at some point. I don't think we can message Caleb and him actually pay attention while he's actively on broadcast, unfortunately. Um, okay, he's looking at it, reading. No, no. All right. Well, it does look like it is actually available. So that means even if we don't get it actively here for this broadcast, someone is bound to post it. I'd have to imagine. Oh wait, you can see the bottom screenshot.
Yep. There's 2 Arjuns, which whoever is crazy enough to play Arjun in this setting, congrats to you. Well done.
There's some. There's a one big number down there. Is that that's an Aphanis? It looks like.
Yeah. So he has them separated out by faction.
Oh, there's actually a lot
Um,
of fins. It looks like a lot of Tasias.
Problem is whenever I go to use the snipping tool, it brings up that little gray bar.
Yeah.
But oh yeah, that's a Faunus, Lindaway, Akesha. It looks like there's 8 Lindaways. Um that that can't be Kojo, right? With only 3 players?
I don't think we can see Kojo because Kojo's would be on the top, right, with Axiom. Maybe not. No, so it's uh,
Did Kojo switch
I
over to Axiom?
no, I'm saying we have Ysmir, Lyra, Muna, and Axiom being shown here, I think.
Yeah, I guess they probably do go in faction order, just to appease the
Like
demigod Simon.
I can't tell what's that one next to the Tasia in the middle row. Is that Axiom?
I don't know, it's gone now for me.
Well, I took a screenshot of it. I think that is Axiom because it's saying Trace, I'm pretty sure. I can't really tell with his handwriting.
Yeah, I was trying to find there it is. That's what I was trying to find.
It looks like 5, 10, 15, 23 Aphanis.
There really 6 Rins?
That's what it's saying.
Okay. So yeah, that's gotta be Sierra in the middle, yeah, across from Arjun, which is 10. They just put Bash, so Bash is 3.
Yeah. 11 traced. And I think that bottom one is Aphanis. That's Izmir, right?
Yeah, and then I think it goes
Is
let's
that
see.
Ysmir? Because that's a lot of Akesha if it is, and I can't even tell if that's Akesha.
Yeah, I think maybe it goes Kesha Lindaway Afanis, but I don't know.
Yeah.
This is the hard-hitting journalism that you get over here. We're
Yeah.
deciphering a screenshot of Hero Breakdown.
I'm actually here, let me save this so I can flip flop it because I'm trying to read it backwards at the moment. All right, downloads. Let's pull this up. Hopefully this doesn't blow up my computer.
They're gonna put a very nice graphic on the screen in 2 minutes after we've done all this.
Yeah. All right. Rotate. Let me rotate, please. I don't want to have to do this. Come on. Let's see. Oh, you know what? I'm just gonna put it on, send it to my phone, and then I'll rotate it there. Let's see here. Oh, there you go. You already have it. You already sent it.
Oh, yeah, I did.
Let's see. Let's see if I don't think mine's any better. I know mine shows a little bit more. I think. Yeah, it does.
Oh, yeah,
Uh, Here, let me pull it up on my phone. Sorry
yeah.
for everyone that this listen watching us trying to figure out Hero Breakdown. You did ask for this, so we're trying to comply for everyone that's watching. I want to thank everyone that's been joining us thus far. Been a fun stream. A lot of waiting, unfortunately, but that's the name of the game when it comes to in-person events. Not as finely tuned as A.W.O.L weeklies that you can take a look at Monday and Wednesday. Monday for European events, Wednesday for the North American folks. We could definitely always use some more Wednesday participants if all of you wanted to come on over for that. But we understand it's a little bit different of a time slot.
Yep. Very, very good events, very well organized. Simon does a great job of prizing and invitationals and all of that. And we have the streams here on YouTube every time and go straight to VOD if you miss any, so you can check them out. You're watching now, either for the first time or coming back. Please remember to subscribe. I'm trying to push us up to that 500 mark, then I can stop saying subscribe so much, at least for a little bit until the next, you know.
All right. So now that I've flipped it and I can take a look at it, I'm gonna write this down in the chat for everyone as I'm looking at it on my phone. So uh Tasia equals 5, 10, 15, 21. Does that look right to you?
Let's see.
Arjun 2,
Yeah,
Rin
Tasia's hard for me because it's got like marks all over.
6, Finn 5, 10, 15. I think that we actually have 22 Finn as well. Orak, maybe 5, maybe 4. Looks like 5 potentially. Maybe 6 actually. I think that's actually 6 Orak. No, that's 5. That's 5 Orak. Navinka, we have 6. Traced 11.
Yeah, that
Uh,
is a surprising amount of traces.
yeah, I'm surprised. Maybe it's a lot of bug fix traced. 10,
Definitely at least one.
yeah, 10 Sierra, and then Subash. Yeah, I think you just put sub actually instead of hash at 3. And then Faunus 5, 10, 15, 23, I want to say. Lindaway at 8. It's a good amount of Lindaway. I expect that. And then Akesha is the bottom one, I think, at 11. So I think that's what we have thus far. We don't know Bravos and Ortis, which obviously is a big component,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
imagine. Um, I remove the makeup. Nobody recognized Silas.
All right, I'll copy pasta your uh list over there into our DM. I'll put it in my info sheet just for funsies.
Yeah, I think that's right. But we are getting into the next round, though. Round 4 should be coming up here. I'm going to switch on over to that so we can take a look at it. Um, Looks like we have a Rin and Orchid versus an Aphanis and Senka.
Ooh, all right. Two player names I don't recognize, which
Neither do I.
I like seeing new faces, new names, try to remember as much as I can.
I'm a big
Uh
I'm a big fan of the Rin and Orchid player's shirt, to be honest, and even has a button down, so it makes me think like he's on vacation or something. Looks pretty sweet.
it is very fitting to the vibes as well, especially for Rin.
Yeah.
The big question is at an event like this, do you play anything that's not Rinstival?
I think you could go aggro Rin. I think that's still feasible. Whether that's something that people are actually doing or not, I don't know because I really don't play a lot of Muna to be able to stay up to date on it. But I do see the
Oh.
little mouse.
Yeah, I was gonna
The
say you might be right if we're seeing a little mouse already.
Yeah, little mouse is probably my favorite new card from Muna at this point. And it's the only reason I've played Muna cards lately is probably little mouse because I think that was one of the only main sabotages here in Whispers from the Maze. I think.
Yeah, so we were Elio and I at the local on Thursday were kind of debating um Little Mouse versus Jack Frost, and I after that conversation I was kind of wondering maybe maybe I use both. So maybe I find a deck where I use a mix of both. The really hard thing is I don't think the common Little Mouse or the common Jack Frost are very good to
Mm.
play. The rares are definitely a lot better, but that's both rare slots. We had a unique for a split second and then removed. It looks like some cadets in Yizmir. Is the bet that they definitely absolutely return spells?
Probably. Or if when you play a spell, it creates an artist recruit, something to that effect. But we do have a looks like a ramp Rin deck because I see a Hydrocina and a Bountiful Meadow with a unique Kokoba that we can switch over to here and take a
Oh,
look at. Kokoba, if you control 3 or more characters, target character other than me gains fleeting, anchored, or asleep. So this may be a Rinstable deck, but can't obviously activate the effect. But we're getting a little bit of loading screen here
yep.
on the thing. Is that showing up on your end too?
Yep, I am buffering currently. Yeah, that Kokoba is definitely a festival Kokoba, but I wonder if it's a misdirect. Would
I just don't.
be
I just don't think he has anything at this point either to play.
Yeah. It would be interesting to try to play some mind games though, have a unique like that, not be playing festival at all, and then just pop out a Hydra. I don't know if it would actually be any good, but it would be funny.
Yeah, should be interesting to see what it ends up being. But yeah, Geff King, we weren't able to see Bravos or Ortis on Caleb's sheet that he had on stream. So unfortunately, it got cut off, and we weren't able to get that on the screenshot. So, but with the numbers that we see on here, just like doing roundabout ideas, 20, 40, 30.
Oh, it
We're
straight it went offline.
straight to add too, just so we don't get oh, nope, it's back. Alright, never mind, we're back.
Okay, let me refresh my end again.
Um,
Um, yeah, we were taking a very sneaky screenshot of some notes that Caleb had, and that section of the factions was unfortunately cut off.
we get a little bit of ad for Jack in the Box if anyone wants a T-Pain meal. Um, but in the meantime, we'll let that run here for 10 seconds. Superman also adding things up, but should be able to do on here. But yeah, no, we didn't see Kojo or we didn't see Bravos or the other setup here, so we'll have to see what is going on there. I'm going to remove that so we can see that cadets. When you play a spell, if you control one or more landmarks, create an Ordis recruit. At dusk, you may return a card other than me from your reserve to your hand. So there was some card return as well. And it did look like we went through 2 days during that process, and we have, 2 advances for Rin and 1 for the Faunus.
Yeah, yeah, that's very cool to see. We see an aloe in reserve. That bountiful meadow is out and in play. Let's see, two hydras in hand, a beauty sleep and a druid. Very interesting. Ephanis has way too many cards, of course, as usual. And I see a conjuring seal, tooth fairy, inscription. Off you, damn, off you go. Magical training. And then is that another tooth fairy? Did you catch that other card?
Yeah, that's what it looks like. But we do have 2 Hydrocenas in the hand of the Rin. So, I mean, if you're not behind at this point,
Hmm.
um, that Off You Go is not gonna do much of anything. I imagine they're also not running any banishing gates, but they could be running a license withdrawal, but a license withdrawal won't help them against the Hydrocena.
Yeah.
So, if they can keep these Hydras out, 1 on each side, that should, potentially make things pretty difficult for the, Afanis player that I don't know is gonna be running any bigger removal, and I don't think they're gonna have anything that's gonna be able to deal with it, potentially. I haven't seen I mean, the license withdrawal will be the main card that I think of that could deal with it, but, um, I don't know what they're running in particular. I see a conscription in hand. I see more draw available, so they may just be happy with a one for one at this point.
Yeah, they might be trying to, stack up on the right side here and avoid the Hydra. But that second Hydra is gonna come out next turn. Um, License withdrawal, of course, has to be a hand cost of that three, yeah, three or less.
Mm-mm.
And then, would it be banishing gate? Would that be the only thing that Afanis might run that would get rid of that?
The only thing I can think of.
Yeah, they are the rare, so that's gonna cost quite a lot once the second one gets out. This Rin is looking amazing right now.
Yeah, and did get a one for one advance there too. So we could honestly just look at the second one coming out here, and we see a third one actually get drawn. And look at that little shake of the head. He's excited about it, um, and does decide to keep it too. So I think we may be seeing a triple Hydra game here pretty shortly.
Triple Hydra, but we have another unique on a Faunus side. It is at dusk, return a card other than me from reserve. You may discard a card from reserve, and up to one target character gains fleeting. And then nobody cares about the support action because I couldn't read it.
Yeah, it went by too quick. If they pop it, they usually pop it up again here on the secondary screen if we want to take a look at it. Um, but we get the at noon effects here of the Hydra. We're getting a Bountiful Meadow tap, and we're going to see another Hydra on the other side. He's doing a little giggling. He's happy about it. This is probably the most ideal scenario when you're playing this Hydra deck. I'd be curious to see what round it is. I hear more fireworks happening outside at 3 a.m. By the way, for me.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, another Hydra out, and realistically, I mean, that beauty sleep will be helpful, but you have to deal with the tough, and then you
Mhm.
also have to get enough advances. It would be one thing if you're ahead of Hydra decks, which usually you can get ahead of before they put them out, and you can just kinda sleep one of them and get the final advance that you need after going 1 for 1 a bunch. But you're dealing with a 2 Hydras, and they'll both have tough 2 at this point, at least, and a beauty sleep when you're behind, because 'cause they're currently behind 1 spot in the tumult, is not gonna help them that much.
Yeah, this is a very, very interesting game so far. I'm trying so there's a Rhyme Frost, that's not gonna matter too much. Conscription's still there. The Unique that we've already seen. There might not be a Banishing Gate in the Siphonis list. Um, kinda looks like they're contemplating scooping or not right here. It
I'm
what they were reading the Hydra, which is really interesting. I've gotta think it's because Hydra isn't played very much lately, so maybe just getting a refresher of the tough and everything that it does.
yeah. We will get that unique disciple being thrown out there. It may get popped up again here. If it does, we'll switch off the cameras so everyone can take a look at it. Oh, nope, the cadets popped up again. Maybe they'll see it. Nope, Baba Yaga. All right, now they're taking a look at it. All right, here we go. Um, Everything like you said before, 0/22, 2/2 in costs. You may discard a card from your reserve. If you do, up to one target character gains fleeting from reserve. And at dusk, you may return a card other than me from your reserve to your hand. And the next spell you play this afternoon costs one less as far as a support ability. So nothing crazy, but solid card as far as card return.
Yeah, so not to be oh, never mind, I see how they're doing it. I missed them tapping the mana. I was like, "Did they pay 3 mana for that beauty sleep or not?" But they did. You see the 2 tapped for that Studious Disciple, and then right next to it is 3 for that Beauty Sleep.
Yep.
1 mana left for a Faunus. Um, this Studious has 1 boost on it. They're just gonna magical training and bring it up to 2. Okay.
Hmm. Digging to see what they can find for an answer for these hydras, but I don't know if they'll be able to find anything. And I mean, at this point, you have to know if you do have anything to deal with them. And now that we have two out, the question is, are we going to see that third one come out? Or are they going to play a little bit slower? We'll have to see what they draw. They draw the aloe
A
vera, and then what was the other card? I can't see it.
Requiem.
Is it the Requiem? Okay.
Yeah.
Um, so I mean, as cool as it would be to get the third Hydra out, I don't think you need it. And you'd probably be better off slow playing if you could. But it is tempting. I definitely would want to play it just to play it if I could. But you have to assume that your opponent has some type of answer. I do see a two cost. Is there some type of removal there for the Faunus? I think that's just the license withdrawal, or is that the conscription?
I saw oh, it is license withdrawal. Yeah.
Okay.
I see the little, colored bubble of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would
So we're getting on day 3 of the first Hydra, day 2 of the second, so they're starting to become a little bit unmanageable here. And we did see them get rid of that beauty sleep from the reserve, but there is another one. Oh no, they returned it to hand with the Studious Disciple.
oh, yeah, that makes sense.
So they,
Um,
yeah, they can definitely play it again here right away, and that might be the play, so they don't have to play for another tough cost with that sneezer, the sleep snoozer shroom rather. But I guess we'll find out.
yeah, I think here I play the aloe. Really though, there's no risk in playing the third Hydra in usually if you're against Aphanis. The obvious risk in the current meta would be the hunger, but I don't think like 90% of Aphanuses play the hunger.
Yeah.
More so something you're gonna see in Akesha, maybe Lindaway. But I mean, anything is possible. We do know, based on the card view, that there is no hunger for Afanis as far as we have seen. Seems like a very traditional deck. There's the Mage Dancers coming out. Uh, Typical removal, adding in the license withdrawal because probably one of the best cards in the new set, but no hunger on Honest's sides. There's really no downside to just putting out the third Hydra.
Yeah, it would just be purely if he thinks that he has no, he can't even play 2 beauty sleeps with 5 mana.
Yeah.
Um, Not that that would really help either, because he'd still wouldn't be able to win off of that, but, um, the
Yep.
Rin's still in advance,
There it
and we
is.
will we'll still see the 3rd one out. Um, Decides not to use the Bountiful Meadow either, and we see the contemplation in the eyes of the opponent, just like, "Well, sometimes you run into 3 Hydras, and what can you do?" Yeah, uh, no such luck as far as no Ortis for folks, and with assuming that those numbers are correct that we saw broke down from Caleb, that's only, like, 100-ish heroes. And if we have 600 some players, that would mean that we are at best looking at 200 apiece between Ortis and Bravos. So we may be seeing a lot in those areas.
Yeah. Maybe the list isn't complete yet, but
Yeah.
we'll keep trying to snipe the look at that list. Or when it's finished, maybe they'll put something up. Yeah, see, the Faunus player just
Yeah.
scoops.
Yeah, he doesn't have anything. I was wondering if he had anything. Once he saw the second one down, I thought he was just going to end it there, but,
Yep.
um,
Yeah, so the reason that I would say there's no risk in playing the third Hydra is from the top of my head, I think the only thing that gets rid of it is Banishing Gate. And if you have 3 Hydras out, what the base cost of Banishing Gate is 4 from hand,
yeah,
that's gonna be a 7 cost to get rid of one of them.
yeah,
So, it's just free. If you get to 2 Hydras and you're that far ahead, the only thing in the game that is going to stop you completely is the hunger, or I guess, Ysmir does have Avalanche, right? But,
yeah.
uh, most of Honest's aren't running Avalanche, so,
Yeah, I think
uh, no, Avalanche is, Lyra and
yeah.
Axiom. I'm thinking of Blizzard. Same thing, you
Yeah.
know.
I think the main thing that you could actually expect out of an Aphonis to deal with it would be potentially the Banishing Gate, and then I guess they could hit you with multiple beauty sleeps that would cost more than they want, kind of thing. But
Yep.
you again, I think you'd run into the situation where you'd have to be ahead to get a supreme advantage out of that and deal with the Hydrocenas. But at the moment, that is not the scenario. And we'll go ahead and switch to the caster's view on our end while we let the French folks talk and see the other round. This isn't round 3 though, right? This should be round 4, isn't it?
Round 4 should be next, right? Are we
Okay. I thought you
Yeah.
was this your first one casting?
Yeah, this was my first game actually
Okay.
cast.
Okay, so I thought we had gone through one already, so it's not going as fast as I thought.
Yeah, no, because there's really only the possibility of showing one match in a round, just how stream setups go. I think I came in with like 10 minutes left in round 2, and then there was the break between round 2 and 3, and then we did round 3. So At some moment, we're going to be introducing a new caster that I don't think anyone has seen anywhere, as far as I know.
Mhm.
But just whenever they are ready, and then I'll be back a little later. But on stream, we see Cedric.
Yeah.
Cedric, our new hero.
Yeah, a little bit of Cedric action, talking to Charles. Charles obviously not using the superior double-handed mic interview, but what can you do? Um, assume this is an absolutely coordinated interview of some sort, as far as prepared questions and everything like that. So if they gave us the actual questions that they did in French for us to go over in English, we'd be able to go over them with you. But sorry, they didn't do that. Not enough coordination. We're not official enough. But it sounds like it is an interesting conversation of some sort. And do you think Cedric works out a little bit? I think I kind of see a little bit of bicep there.
Yeah, I'm thinking so. Maybe doing reps to get prepared for carrying a newborn around.
Hmm, hmm.
Uh I think in 2 months, a month or 2,
Yeah.
Cedric will be a daddy, so you can say congrats to him when that happens.
Yeah. Well, we would give out specific dates, times, and
Mhm.
hospitals, but we figured we probably shouldn't dox them too hard.
Yep. Yep. Just congratulations, and we'll leave it at that. Um there was something that I was gonna bring up that I have now forgotten, so I'm just going to ramble here and talk nonsense.
That's
But
fair.
the games so far have been great. I am glad that they picked the games that they have picked. I think that Rin deck, as far as we see, was a total bait. I think it goes in making people think it's going to be a festival, and then it's really not. In that case, maybe they do have like a one-off festival or something, just as a secondary win condition. But the Hydras definitely seem to be the primary goal.
Indeed. I'm seeing checking the melee listing to see if we can see any of the make sense of any undefeated folks.
That Rin is 3-0, by the way.
Oh, are they?
Yeah. Also, it looks like they are an avid Lorcana player if I click into their melee account. But Exalts, is it Aaron or Aaron?
It's just Aaron, from my
Okay.
understanding.
Yep. Aaron is also 3-0. That was a name that I
Yeah, it looks like we have
know.
Heaven is there as well. He's a big Afanis player that's been in a lot of major events. Atigma is another player that won on Waru back in the day. Madri is another good player that I recognize. Yeah, sure there's more. Like you said, Aaron, I see him too. Just doing a little quick scroll through as far as what I can see
Yep.
on the screen.
Lee Fei is 3
Yep,
and 0 now.
yep.
I want to call out the name
Oh,
Spicy
sorry,
Mentos
sorry.
because that's just a cool name.
Yeah.
So,
But yeah, we should see a little bit more progress here soon once we get through some more rounds. Find out if they are actually going to the full 11 round setup. But for the time being, this is what we see. It looks like Cedric's being pretty animated with his answers too. So
yeah, I think he's talking about how the A.W.O.L team will be hosting at least one of the BGA qualifiers and how amazing they are.
mhm,
And they're number one. You saw there, you said
yeah,
number one.
number one.
So if you are not in the A.W.O.L server, I would definitely recommend being in there. While the tournament is obviously going to be posted everywhere, you might get, a very quick update and alert in the A.W.O.L server for when signups go live. I know a lot of people are worried about getting into the BGA qualifiers as cap is 512. It might not go as fast as the demo event because it is seen as a way more competitive event, but you never know.
Yeah, and honestly, since they're all at different times, we may not, get them all filled up either. It could be the North American event could be fall in the same area as, our Wednesday events, but maybe not. Maybe everyone's just gonna take advantage of the online event and just prepare their sleep schedule. Who knows? I don't, that's for sure. Because we did at one point have a lot of EU folks in the Wednesday events back in season 2, I believe, to the point of getting a lot higher up there than they decided that it wasn't worth for them to wake up anymore. But, Mondays have been working out pretty well. I'm watching some people eat in the background there too. We have a Ludotrotter representative here getting interviewed. Don't recognize that individual. I don't know if you do.
No, but they have good hair and cool glasses, so they
Yeah,
must be important.
yeah. Unfortunately, it looks like their badge got flippity floppitied, and so we won't be able to see who they are as far as specific names. Otherwise, we would screenshot it and do some quick investigation like we did with the hero heroes, but, at the moment, that is not the case. Maybe we can message Charles really quick to do that. Does look like there is actually a delay from the on-screen timer comparative to the in-game or the at venue timer because 'cause I'm seeing 7 minutes on screen and 4 minutes in the background there.
Yeah, they they're lying to us on the stream so that we don't think the round has ended when it has, so they have a buffer of about 2 minutes to get things set up. It's all an illusion.
I do kinda see the feature table in the background there. They do have a lot of lighting set up, it looked like. Couldn't see much else there when they did a little rotation, with the camera. I think we'll be able to see it again here. I think that's what it is over there in the back there, right in the middle.
Oh yeah, that's a lot of lights, so I
Yeah.
would assume so.
But, yeah, I wanna thank everyone that has joined us thus far. It's been a solid stream. A lot of waiting around for games to be played. Obviously, it would be cool if they were able to set up 2 feature tables, but that's probably a lot of setup that isn't gonna happen. Oh,
Yeah, it's a lot to set up in general, and then if you only have like one stream versus like an A and B stream,
yeah.
a little harder there. But good morning, Argon 11. How you doing?
Think we're at the latest at 6:30 AM for East Coast folks, right?
Yep.
Waking up early on a Saturday.
Yeah, I woke up at 3 a.m. so I could get a little breakfast, get some caffeine in me, and then hop on here. We are going to have Harizin out here in a moment as soon as they are ready and can introduce themselves to everyone. Then I'll be taking a little bit of a break and then I will be back to relieve Blue 2 hours or so after that. So
Yeah. I think Charles mentioned around 700 as far as number of players attending the event. Melee showing or similar to that. So let's just round around 700 as far as players at this specific event.
all right, I have word that the new caster is coming in. So thank you, Blue,
Mhm.
and I will see you guys again soon.
All right. Catch you later. I'm about to bring in a new caster here shortly. And last rotation before we let me leave because it is currently 3 a.m. for me and I have not slept yet. So at around hour and a half later, I'll be heading off. So let me switch over the name here so we get the next person in. But yeah, roughly around 700, I believe. We did list the approximates of what we could see for the hero breakdown. We don't know Bravos or Ortis yet, but if we count up those numbers that we think are right, uh, there should be a substantial amount of both or one of them and about average for the others. I'm thinking we're probably missing some for the others that we've shown thus far, but could be wrong. I'm not sure, to be honest. And we'll figure that out here shortly. I believe the round is nearing its end here for round three, and we will be getting round four shortly thereafter. I think to get things set up here after they finish interviewing this Ludotrotter folk. I think they're from Ludotrotter. They're wearing the Ludotrotter jersey, so I assume they are. Um, Down to less than 10 seconds for the specific round. Just looking in the background opposed to what's on the stream itself. And then they'll probably take, it actually looks like they're doing a little bit of a lunch break at the moment with the amount of people I see eating. But we'll see how that goes as we wait for my second co-caster to come on in, letting them get sorted here. Seen some pretty good games thus far. The second matchup was probably my favorite thus far as a Kojo versus an Atsati. We did see a fun little round three matchup of a ramp Hydra deck taking out an Aphanis because the Aphanis just had no answers to the bigger character, and we saw three total Hydras being played, all three a rare version. So maybe that was the counter that we never saw coming. Yeah, that would be pretty crazy if there was that many Ortis Bravos. So I think we're missing some, but to be fair, what we were trying to estimate the others off of were just a screenshot that we saw on the stream. So I wouldn't be surprised if we were wrong. I'm going to switch us back here to the caster screen, and it looks like we do have my other co-caster in here. Can you hear us just fine?
I can hear you.
All right, so we do have a new commentator here before we get into round four. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself to the stream, and hopefully we'll be getting some matchups here for round four shortly.
All right. Well, hello. Thanks so much for having me. I'm very, very happy to be here at 6:30 a.m. I'm Harizin. I am a new streamer to A.W.O.L, but longtime fan of Altered. Big Goalrang player for any other Goalrang players out there. But I'm just hoping we maybe get some appearances later on down in the finals of some Goalrang players, maybe a few Waru and Max, some weird Ortis stuff.
Yeah, unfortunately I wasn't able to see if we had any goal ranks in there. We weren't able to see the Ortis setup as far as who was in there, but I'm thinking there has to be some. We saw uh some Arjun and Subash, so there has to be some goal rings that decided to show up to this event. I mean, 700 players, there's bound to be at least a few at the point of let's give them a handful, maybe 5 at that point, but, I don't know what will get past that because realistically, I think it's probably gonna be less than 5 because I think on the lower end tier heroes with on the Arjans, the sub ashes, I think we only saw like 2 or 3 apiece. It's there. I'm just switching over your socials. Think we got that. But yeah. All right. All right there. And we're currently it looks like oh, we're actually going to have a break until we get into the next round. So came in at the so 1 p.m. their time would be in exactly 20 minutes, I believe, if I am correct. Maybe not. I have to check.
I believe it's a 6-hour difference. Or
Yeah. Um, have to figure that out. So scrolling, scrolling, scrolling. Yeah, I did get that right. Cool. All right. Well, in the meantime, we can talk a little bit. Let me pull this up here, and we can probably also actually pull up the melee to look at the current breakdown of stuff. But in the meantime, you mentioned that you're looking forward to some potential goal ring play overall. Anything else that you're looking for in this French qualifier in particular? I don't know how much you've gotten to watch yet, quite early for us both, so I don't know if you've caught up entirely or if you got to watch any of the stream. But yeah, anything you're looking forward toward?
Yeah, I've been watching a little bit of it. I've been up a little bit early just to prepare for this. So hopefully I have a little bit of information about the event so far. But I know the Rin and Orchid player just from the last round was really, really interesting to go all in on Hydras. I feel like if it was anyone else other than a Faunus, it would have been big trouble if one of them got removed or if even both of them got removed. But I have someone at my LGS who loves Rin Orchid, so I know he's going to go crazy over this,
Yeah,
especially for, it's just a general great value engine. But Muna's just in a difficult position with so much aggro and removal with things like Asadi and Surge being very popular, and then Afanis and Senka, which we just saw, which can be difficult for things that are trying to, you know, set up a little bit more, go for a long game if they're trying to rush to the end. But I would really love to see maybe some crazy non-meta brews come up in the finals, or at least in later rounds, or maybe, just something that's not players would expect, something that players wouldn't expect, just so
yeah,
that it makes things a little bit more interesting, a little bit more spicy, if you will.
yeah. Should be interesting to see if that is the case because, like you mentioned with that Rin and Orchid, they were undefeated. I think they're only showing undefeated folks on that featured table. So you would think that they wouldn't be able to get past certain deck lists that have just the standard removals to take care of things and maybe only have a good matchup against the Aphanis, but they've been finding a way to get those victories thus far. So would be interesting to see how they've been managing to do that. Is everything dependent on those big dragons, or are they finding other ways to win, just taking advantage of the Rin and Orchid hero ability when they can advance? Because I don't think we've seen a lot of ramp Rins, to be honest. It's been more focused on the Tasia to get to ramp into those Hydras and not necessarily dig and find the Hydras with the Rin, but maybe that's been the special sauce that everyone's been missing. They just should have been playing Rin instead of Tasia ramp this entire time. But either way, they are doing quite well. Kohlrabi said that we had them undefeated. I'm trying to see if we'll have an update of their rounds here shortly. I believe we should have another undefeated setup once they finish calculating everything. We're going to take a look at the melee and we can go over some of the players that we see in there. Unfortunately, I don't think we'll be able to see what heroes that they have, but we can at least take a look at any names in particular that we might want to watch as a whole. Um, and then we have about 14-ish minutes until we get into the next round. They're saying round five, but I think it's going to be round four. I thought we've only gone through three rounds at the moment, but
It should be going to round four.
yeah, they say round 5 on screen, but I don't think that's correct unless they're gonna try to sneak around in during the break, and I'm not sure exactly if that's the case or not. But in the meantime, I wanna thank everyone that has joined the stream thus far. We are watching the Altered World Championship qualifier in France should be a 2-day event, so today and tomorrow that we'll get to take a look at, and trying to do a little English restream because the main stream is in French, so if you don't know French, this is a good spot to be. If you know English, I am Blue, and I am joined by Harizin, who is jumping in here as my third co-commentator at the moment, coming in just in time for a break. And hopefully to get at least 1 or 2 rounds in of actual commentary of the event. It seems like it's moving fairly slow if they are actually planning on doing 11 Swiss rounds.
Yeah, I mean, normally at about 30 minutes around or thereabouts, you think it'd
Yeah.
be going a little bit faster, but I'll take as much alter as I can get.
Yeah, we definitely had a little bit of downtime in between rounds, so I think we're more than likely looking at 30-minute rounds with maybe a 15 to 10-minute gap in between, which if we are running on 11 rounds could be quite significant as far as having over 2 hours worth of downtime total in between the events, but don't think that is the case. And oh, I am looking at the stream that the French cast said somewhere around 800 total. Yeah, I don't know the actual breakdown. The melee is showing around 700. I heard 700 on social media, and I guess the French cast is saying 800. So there may be more, and they just don't have it updated. But either way, we'll see how things go and check out a few other things as I make sure that we are going to figure out if we have any update on the melee to take a look at. If not, we may just pull up what we have for the world qualifier and look at what we have here in the future. I'm going to refresh the melee one more time to see if they've updated the current round. They have not. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up the World Championship qualifier web thing here to see if that's going to show up on the stream correctly. Looks like it's going to show up well enough. So we can take a look at that and bring that up on my end. So, for all of you that don't know, the World Championship qualifier, these are the qualifiers. There'll be a last chance qualifier and the World Championship final sometime later in the year. And there should be rewards at all of these qualifiers. Of the rewards, Horizon, which one would you want the most if you were to go to any of these qualifiers?
Oh, the Gold stamped hero card, 100%. That's all I'm playing for.
Yeah, we do see that here as far as the heroes potentially for the World Championship hero boosters. I believe you just get one for showing up and then potentially more depending on how well you do. Um, I am I think it'd also be cool to get the faction champion exclusive cards, and then obviously as a big playmat buff, getting the top 8 playmat would be pretty sweet. I am not as big of a fan of the Hestia art, but I'll take it. It's what it is. And then of course the biggest prize of them all, travel expenses in accommodation to Paris World Finals. We don't know when exactly it's going to be, sometime later this year. And apparently, you'll get seat 19A specifically. So I hope you like a window seat if you take that one, Horizon.
Hey, if I can make my way to France for an altered event, I'll take whatever seat I can get. I'll take the emergency row. If
Yeah.
I'm getting my plane ticket paid for, it is what it is at that point.
But yeah, other than that, we'll take also a look here at the total qualifiers that we have per country. We are looking at the French qualifier at the moment. Four of these players that are playing at this current event will qualify. So I'll be curious to see how they map that out for the top cut. If one, they're even going to play once we get to the four and see who we get to the finals and more potential rewards, I have to imagine. And then also how many they're going to allow into the top cut at that point. But total cap on this event was 1,024 players. I don't know if we got to it. It sounds like we're a little bit short, but still a solid event of around 700 to 800 players. I think that's the second largest event Altered has seen as far as in-person events are concerned. The other being earlier on in set one with Angers. So very cool to see France holding things up for the Altered community as is usual. Get a lot of folks out there. Um, for you, what's your biggest event been in general? Not even Altered associated if you've been playing other TCGs.
My biggest event, I think it was last year. I went to a Flesh and Blood Nationals event.
Gotcha.
Um, I'm never playing anything meta, but I'm always playing something fun. And at the end of the day, that's all that matters. For any of you Flesh and Blood players out there, I'm a big Betsy main. If you know Betsy at all, generically a very bad hero to play as, but there's no fun in playing good heroes. You got to play something that's a little bit challenging, which is kind of why I like Golrang. But even now, she's seeing a little bit more meta spike with some things like Mesic Tech coming out and field reinforcements now being good with Baba Yaga out the door. So I'm hoping with my experience with non-meta heroes and other games, I can at least bring that into Altered a little bit and hopefully have some victory with Gorang, especially if I'm going to be going to the Canada qualifiers later this year.
Indeed. And speaking of that, we'll take a, as you can see, there are several other qualifiers per country. United States is having some in both Dallas and Baltimore. We've talked a little bit about that on the stream. Canada, as you mentioned, has two qualified players here. But there is it, but it's two separate events in Montreal, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Not one event. And then we have some others in Chile, Brazil, Spain, Italy, United Kingdom, Southeast Asia, and Korea, Germany, China, Greece, Taiwan, and of course, Board Game Arena that you'll be able to catch right here on the AWOL channel to take a look at who online is going to get three of the available spots. One, you're not limited to the region, but the times are associated with each type of region that we have available to us, just to split things and give people the opportunity so that they don't have to stay up too late in their respective region. And then, of course, World Championship Finals somewhere in the autumn in France. Don't know where, don't know when exactly, but it'll be there, and we'll see how things are going to go past that. But we'll go ahead and head back to the caster screen so you can look at our beautiful faces for a little bit until we get back into the active stream. Only 5 minutes left till we get back from the break. I'll also check on the melee here to see if we have any updates. I know you are a Ghoul Ring fan, but if you're putting your bet on any hero in particular to take this event, who do you have your money on?
Ooh, that's a tough one. Um, there's a lot of really good ones out there recently. I haven't personally seen any at Saudi's today, but I know he's going to be a big one, especially against things like that Rin Orchid. But Ephanis and Senka is always a menace, especially with his very low to the ground mana cost. He can play a few cheap characters and then either play a few removal spells or buff them up or things that will give counters to all his guys and then eventually overpower his opponents. So I mean, I've always had issues against Ephanis on non-Gorang heroes, but I think Ephanis definitely has a very good chance. And I just have to correct myself from earlier too. There is only one event in Montreal, but there are two qualifiers from the Montreal event.
Oh, there is. Okay, I thought there was going to
Yes.
be two separate events with a qualifier apiece. So no worries.
I
Let's
just double
see.
checked to confirm.
Gotcha, gotcha. Cool. Well, at least we got that sorted then for that portion there. So and you said that's the event that you're planning on heading on over to?
Yes, I will be there. So if anyone's going to be at the Altered event in Montreal later this year, August 30th, I'll be there.
Nice. August 3rd. Oh, wait, so that's the same time as no, that's not the same time. I'm thinking of end of July at that point. So August 30th has its own little time area because we'll have Gen Con end of this month, and then a week after we have the Dallas event, and then it'll go straight. Then I think then Baltimore is not until September. So yeah, you'll have your own little gap there as far as for the Canadian events, then, right?
Yeah, I got a sweet little bit of time carved out. I mean, hey, I'm US based. If I can make it down to Baltimore, I'll try my best.
Yeah. Okay. So is it just closer for you then on the Canadian event?
Oh yeah, it's definitely much closer. Baltimore's way far away from me, but we're altered for that second chance at that goal rank promo. Maybe some other cool stuff. Who knows? Maybe I can top eight with my goal rank deck, get that sweet Hestia playmat. But I'll take whatever victories I can get.
Yeah, and it does look like they're finally back from the break. I think they're still actively on like a little mini lunch break though on the French stream, so we may be waiting a little bit longer here before we switch over to the next round. They're just talking to some Equinox folks as far as maybe potential set items or just the overall organized play setup. Either way, we'll have to wait a little bit longer, but in the meantime, I'll go ahead again and check the melee standings just so that way we can see if there's anything to take a look at as they're calculating things out. It does look like they're just taking their sweet time. Maybe the scorekeepers are taking a break for lunch as well at this point. I guess it is the afternoon for them, so they deserve a lunch break, but I mean, come on, if you don't get it done quickly, we're gonna be here all night or all morning, afternoon for us.
I was
Um,
gonna say, I do see people shuffling around in the back. Maybe people are just moving in between rounds, and hopefully within the next few minutes we'll get some game action in.
yeah, it looks like people are using the active tables for, like, lunch though, so I'm not too I'm not expecting things to start quite immediately yet, but I guess it could happen. Um,
I mean, you're right. Everyone needs a lunch break.
I mean, this is card games, no one needs to eat. Spring snacks. Um,
Power through.
yeah, you should be fine. If you really wanna eat, just, forfeit one of your rounds, it's fine.
Have one of
But
the Saudi players eat their candy bar card.
yeah, exactly. You should just be able to eat the cardboard and just at least use that for sustenance of some sort. But, either way, we'll wait this one out just to see what we have left here. I'll let you all take a look really quick at them just talking overall. If you're not already on the French stream on the side, you can take a look at them just talking while we talk over the top of them. At the moment, we can do a quick analysis of everyone's outfit if you want while we're waiting for card games to actually be played. I'm the white T-shirt, always a classic for what we have going on here, but also the altered shirt, always a big fan. I believe all the Equinox folks are wearing the altered shirts out there. I think they need to get a new set of those altered shirts, although they are solid at this point. I think I've seen a lot of people in them, and they're used pretty consistently. I kinda wanna see, like, an updated one for one of the new sets, because on the back, it's just the Beyond the Gates artwork of all the heroes running out of the gates kinda thing. So,
I mean, the
that
Beyond the Game classic too.
yeah. That's a thing that we were talking about earlier as far as potentially rotating sets once we get enough. In your opinion, do if we get assuming we get enough sets and Alter decides to be a game where they rotate sets out, do they get rid of Beyond the Gates, or do they skip and go to, like, Trial by Frost and rotate that out first?
That's really interesting. I imagine they would just maybe get rid of Beyond the Gates if they do standard rotation, just because I feel like it'd be weird to keep Beyond the Gates in. I know it has a lot of iconic cards, but to intentionally not rotate it out in a rotating format would seem a little bit weird because I feel like they've already made a lot of like imitations of Beyond the Gates cards that they might be trying to implement instead of Beyond the Gates cards because they are fairly powerful. So maybe it's kind of the goal to get cards that are similar enough, kind of flavors of it, and then from there just get rid of Beyond the Gates and kind of forget it in the past if they do decide to standard rotate. But I think Altered's a very interesting game in general because of the print on demand system. So if there's ever a card that they don't like or want to errata, I know they don't want to go crazy with it, but they can at least say they don't need to reprint or they don't need to rotate necessarily because they can just rotate individual cards out and change them to whatever fits their needs. So I'm not totally sure what system Altered will implement in the future. There will be some sort of rotation, obviously, but I feel like they're safe for the most part of worrying about bombs other than uniques, because anything that's too strong or too powerful, that bomb in your deck, you can just errata it and kind of fix it and fit the new meta, so it's not dominating any one tournament.
Right. Yeah. I don't know. The only reason I thought of, like, potentially skipping Beyond the Gates is because it's such a base set. as far as, like, being able to use it, that I feel like they'd almost need to, if they're using their same rotation, I mean, if they're using the same, like, overall planned idea of how they've been making these sets, we'll get set 4 that's maybe slightly bigger, then set 5 and 6 will be same size as set 2 and 3, and then maybe set 7 is the same as set 4 kinda thing, and I think
Mm.
we'd almost have to hit set 7 for there to be enough of a substantial set of cards that people actually want to use before rotating out beyond the gates as a whole. But I don't know. We'll have to see. We're taking a look at new heroes here in set 4, so we may have to see an idea of what those heroes contribute to the meta and how they could change things and how they can utilize cards that maybe the original 18 were not able to utilize, or if they're just going to go completely different and only use the newer cards that we see in newer sets. But should be interesting at the very least to see if that's the case. Is there anything that you would want to see in particular, you think, out of new heroes coming up here in set 4?
Yeah, absolutely. I know there's a lot of landmarks coming out that don't really do as much, or there's a lot of things that care about landmarks and colors that shouldn't really. Like there's a bunch of random landmarks in faction shifted into Ortis or faction shifted into other factions that don't quite fit. I would love to have a few heroes that care specifically a little bit more about landmarks that are outside of Axiom because obviously that's the main color for it. But there's so many that are faction shifted out of Axiom that would just be they just don't really have a home. That would be really cool to see have a home and be really unique. So maybe like if there was Ortis heroes that cared about the amount of landmarks you have, or you get a benefit when you play a landmark, or something that could at least make these orphan cards have a home, that'd be really great to see. So they're not just sitting there in people's, altered accounts collecting dust with no play.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think there is always going to be a situation where we have cards that I mean, realistically, don't see a lot of anything kind of thing, and they're just naturally going to be worse than the rest of them. You can't, although I'm sure you design these cards in the idea of like, hopefully you can get them all to be played. At the end of the day, some of them won't be. And then we also run into the problem that the more sets come out, the more cards potentially could just get phased out completely, right? And just better versions of essentially the same card are being played. I don't think it's going to be a situation of it just being some type of functional reprint, but quite yet at least, but just cards that, since there are not as many mechanics in the game at the moment for altered, where we see some cards that just do a little bit more or slightly better stat wise or more efficient cost wise, that phase out other cards that were at least being used temporarily, kind of thing. And should be interesting to see if how Equinox handles that. And maybe that's what they're talking about at the moment that they're on the stream at the as far as in French. And I'm not just not paying attention and just looking at their pretty faces talk about it. But in the meantime, there's a lot that you can discuss when it comes to this kind of thing. It does look like we're getting more and more players filter in at the moment, and it definitely does seem to be like some type of lunch break that everyone was going on at this moment. It's obviously been way too long, and they just need to start getting everyone back into the venue so that way we can cast some more altered. I believe we'll be going into round 4. They were saying round 5 on stream, but I'm almost positive it's round 4, like you mentioned, that we'll be taking a look at. We still haven't confirmed yet that if we are going the full 11 rounds or not, or if they decide to reduce it down because they didn't feel like they needed it. If they are at around 700, 800, I don't imagine we will need those full 11 rounds. But I guess we'll just have to wait and find out in the meantime and see how things are going to pan out for this event. Either way, been quite an interesting one thus far as we see some more Equinox folks talk about what we have going on here when it comes to these types of events, at least for yourself. Is there something out of the Canadian event that you're gonna take a look at? Minus obviously getting the gold rank card and everything like that. Um, is there something in particular for the Canadian event that you're looking forward to other than just, like, top end altered play?
Yeah, I'm really looking to just hopefully there's a good representation of Canadian players when I go there. I know there will be people coming from America as well along with me, but I would love to kind of see a little bit more of maybe what different metas look like. I play a lot on board game arena, so I kind of have a good understanding of what at least the American scene is like. I mean, I know board game arena isn't actually always accurately representative of what metas are because sometimes it's a little bit of deck testing. But I know I travel around my area a lot, going to a lot of local game stores that support Altered and kind of seeing what metas are like there. And they're generally fairly the same. There's, generally a good amount of Ysmir. Generally, if there's a Ortis deck, it's going to be Sigismar. Um, a lot of classics. I've seen a few Rin and Orchid decks in the past. Doing things like Turbo Hydra. I don't think they did it as as good as this player last round, but definitely still formidable. But I would really love to see kind of what the Canadian meta looks like and maybe what players are going for there. Maybe they lean away from more of the control and go for more of a tempo based play style. Maybe they forego tempo altogether and just go complete aggro. I'm sure there will obviously be a tasting of everything, but I would love to see what more or less defines that Canadian meta. Because even on Board Game Arena, I don't see a ton of Canadian players. At least I don't play against a ton of Canadian players. So I would kind of love to see what that's all about and kind of see what how other people are enjoying Altered. Because I know some people have different tastes than me. Not everyone likes Golang, which hurts me a little bit, but I'll forgive them. But I would honestly just love to see and talk to people at the event and see whose favorite heroes are showing up in, top cuts or in these qualifier events or what people's favorite heroes do make it to Worlds. So I'd love to kind of chat with people and see what their meta is all about and what the Canadian meta is all about and just have fun with the altered community and help it grow. That's the goal.
Right. Yeah, I think that's the main thing that I am looking forward to is just like meeting a lot of folks in person kind of thing at these events. And hopefully seeing some folks that I've either only interacted with online, on stream, or something like that. Obviously, if it's been on stream and they've been on cam, I've been able to take a look at them. But otherwise, it's just been usernames on a Discord kind of stuff, right? So hopefully, we'll be able to see some of those, or maybe even some new folks out there that I didn't even know, and that don't actively participate on the Discord, but still play the game a lot, obviously. So could be either way. Either way, it should be interesting to see how that turns out as we do see quite a few more people start funneling in here. It seems like they may have a time to come back, probably in the area of around 15 to 20 minutes from now, maybe even sooner. Not quite sure yet, but yeah, we see some breakdowns here as far as potential signups for the folks. Of what we got going on here for the U.S. events. Uh, I do like the idea that the U.S. event is at another con. It's at QuakeCon for Dallas, for example. And so hopefully that may even generate some potential people just trying to sign up and just to try it kind of thing. Uh, I know that's not always the case, but it definitely could be a possibility if that is a potential, or if they had product there to sell, which I imagine there should be some there, and we may even see a starter deck take the whole thing. I don't know. It could be the scenario. We did have a few A.W.O.L events where we had Sigismar starter decks placed in the top 8, so could be one of the cases that we have here for a Worlds qualifying event. I wouldn't put my money on it, but what a story, right?
If any pre-con comes to this game, to this event, and gets anything above, last place, I'd be absolutely shocked. But I would love to see someone come with a pre-con and just try their best and have fun. I mean, I would love to see I would love to see a Sierra and Oddball deck come out just because that would be I think that would be just so much fun to see. I would absolutely love that. There's a lot of precons that are really they're mostly pretty good, but going up against some of these meta decks would be a far cry for a lot of them to have a chance. But I'm a big underdog guy, so if someone comes with that, 10 out of 10 times I'm rooting for them.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'd be happy if we can hit the 100 player mark in the US or even in Canada. Um, we'll see if that ends up being the scenario, but I think that is, at least for North America, that should be a solid benchmark idea, I think. We'll have to see if that actually ends up happening or not. I'm not quite sure, but should be exciting, but like Maddox mentioned, it would be cool to have a lot of people, but also I'm not mad if there's limited amount of people and there's less competition. I like winning a lot of stuff, and if I can get a free trip to Paris, France, I'll take it. Let's just make it 1 to 2 people. If I just have to beat one person at one of the qualifiers, we'll take it. But I don't think that's gonna be the scenario either. Like I mentioned, though, if we can hit a solid mark of folks either in Dallas, Baltimore, or over in Canada, I'll be happy as it as far as North America is concerned. But we also could have some South American folks try to pull things out. Not quite sure how the breakdown has been for the European folks. I know Netherlands had just over 100 players. I think a lot of folks came over from France though. I'm not sure how the rest of the breakdown went, but I'm sure they had a solid local contingent come out there, and we saw Popeye from Altered Aces take the victory there from Sigismar with a Sigismar, and I think in the rest of the top eight we had four Sigismars, three Afanis, and one Kojo as a whole.
No surprise there.
Yeah, no. Although I think we did have some goal ring in the top 16. I didn't check the I have to look at 39 cards, but I think goal ring was somewhat around there, if I remember correctly. Let's
Yeah,
take a look.
Goring's had a few showings in the European tournament so far.
Yeah.
She's been doing pretty good, not too great, but if she's making top cuts, which she has a few times, I believe, on
Hmm.
39 cards, if I remember correctly,
Yeah.
um, I'll take any showing she can get.
Yeah. So wasn't at the Dutch one, but I know I've seen some goal rings previously. But let me check real quick to see if we have still no updates on the melee. They're just taking their sweet time on the melee event, trying to see what is going on there. But we can figure that out as we go. Yeah, they'll like that too. Okay. Yeah, medics. I think it really just depends. If there is a solid contingent at a lot of people's locals and they get a group that feels comfortable going out together, kind of thing. If that works, then that would be pretty cool. Just from a lot of folks. Problem I think that we'll have is obviously the US isn't as big of a altered base, and also we're big as a country, and so a lot of the folks that can't travel may have some problems making out to just Texas or just Baltimore or just over on the eastern side of Canada, because I think a lot of it's going to be dependent on players on the East Coast for altered, and then maybe a few that think they can make it out to Texas that are in the middle. None quite over on the West Coast as far as a lot of participants there, but could be possible in the future, right? Have
Yeah,
other
Altered's slowly sleeping across the country. It's
Yeah,
kinda going from Europe to the East Coast. I mean, now, like you said, we're in Texas, but I know we are huge on PAX East and PAX Unplugged, which are on the East Coast, which is big for Altered. So hopefully PAX West will get some action too at some point, which will bring some of that Altered audience out west.
yeah. We could always just wait on that. try to hope things out. But we're currently waiting on the next setup here as far as what we have going on for the next upcoming round. I believe it'll be round 4 that we have potentially getting coordinated sooner rather than later. We're getting a slow fill out of all the players here in the background as we get a little chatting up of the Equinox folks. I believe that a lot of the Equinox staff are there, if not the majority of them that we've seen before on the Altered team, getting things talking about as far as I imagine a lot of questions and or just having a lot of fun talking about Altered as a whole, organized play, and what we can expect on the World Championship. Speaking of the actual World Championship event, um, if you don't qualify, Horizon, you taking a vacation over to Paris, France, or no?
You know what? I might just have to see Europe. I've never been before, but there's time and place for everything, and this would be an interesting opportunity to try and do it. I know I have a friend. He just had with the POD coming out, he printed out an extra one of his Ortis Trooper uniques, and it's like if you go to France, get this signed by Jean Baptiste. And I'm like, if I go over, I'll definitely get it signed for you, but I'm getting my Sinisa signed first. I mean, they gotta
Yeah.
look out for me.
Yeah, no, for sure. I definitely would like to go regardless as well. Have to see how things turn out. I did notice that they have some folks signing up, and it does look like we're having a lot of movement in the background here. So we may be getting some matchups here going out shortly. And yeah, Maddox, I wish I could have them pay me because I am out west, and they still haven't started paying me for promoting all their games. But what can you do there? And then 14 players max I've seen we're leaving again, so it would be cool to get like 60. Okay, so around 60 players for Canada being the potential benchmark. Yeah, honestly, I think as a whole, just with North America in general, and just like thinking of standard brackets, if we could hit a 64 person bracket, I think that would be pretty nice. Just as far as like standard brackets are concerned, 128 would be a dream, but I think reasonably 64 any of the North American qualifiers would be at least feasible, I would think, but who knows? We'll have
I
to figure
mean,
that.
I'll take as many people as I can get. The more the
Mm,
game grows, the better off it would be. But at the same time, if I remember correctly, it's for the Canada event at least,
mhm,
top 126 get bonus prizes.
okay.
And then from there, I think in intervals of 60, I believe. So it goes from 126 about to about 60, gets more bonus prizes. So if there's only 60 to 64 people, everyone who's going is making out like bandits. So it depends
Mm,
what you want. Do you want more prizes or do you want the game to grow?
mhm,
Kind of both, but I kind of want more prizes.
yeah. Well, shoot, then maybe I just need to take some time off to go to Canadian event too. I don't know.
Hey, I'll be there. My LGS will be there. We'll be having a blast.
Yeah. I just don't know if I can just keep on going to all these events all the time, man. Just get ramp up my mileage as far as flights. Nothing's really close to me. I'm definitely not going to drive all the way to Canada.
Ugh.
Might not let me back in. Either way, it does look like we do have some matchups here. Yes, 32 players currently, so we're hoping to get 60. Okay. Yeah, I think we can. Hopefully, there should be like you can double that in the meantime until things show up. I think hitting that 64 player mark when it comes to like overall even number breakdowns would be ideal, but who knows? We'll have to figure that out. In the meantime, I'm thinking we'll probably get another featured match here pretty soon. It does look like some folks are setting up on the tables in the back. And the good news is that after that, I believe since we have a lunch break, that there won't be any more major breaks throughout the time. They may have another one and split the Swiss into thirds if they are in fact doing 11 rounds, but I feel like once they get to the later rounds of the Swiss, it'll likely speed up too, with people either dropping or something to that effect, but not quite sure. We'll have to see how that one is figured out. At the very least, we will get into a day two tomorrow. It is not all just today. If you are interested in watching some more Altered, you can catch us at the same time tomorrow watching. I would have thought just the top cut, but I don't know. I assume they'll get through all the Swiss today. I, I would be surprised if they didn't. If so, we will see some top cut and see who is going to qualify. Have you kept up with who you think? I don't know if you've looked into the players at all. Who do you think is going to make it out of this as a whole?
No, I haven't looked at a ton of players yet, but I've gotta start learning names at some point so I can put decks to faces. I can
Right.
start realizing what's a little bit more meta and who's piloting it because I'm still, again, learning Altered pro players and their names and whatnot with Altered being so new and kind of seeing who emerges from this first Worlds event. But after that, I'm definitely, or starting now actually, I got to start memorizing names because there will be people who will be making meta defining decks and people will try and imitate them. So the sooner I learn a few more names, the easier it'll be for me.
Yeah. But it does look like they have this stuff into round four. So I'm going to switch over really quick to the Melee site so we can take a look and look at some names that at least we can quiz Horizon on here real quick. So number one, we have Heaven, which I believe is the one that's been playing a lot. So uh, if we're testing you on what Heaven plays, what do you think Heaven plays?
What is Heaven Play? I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna guess it's Sadian Surge.
It's- Plays Afanis. Heaven
Afanis?
is
Yes,
a well-known Afanis player,
was my
actually.
second guess.
Yeah, okay. That would have been a good guess then. Um, let's see here. A lot of other names that, and that's the thing with Melee is you're not quite sure if people just have different names in Melee than they normally go for within the altered setup, because I think that is the case for a lot of them. I do see Tintu, who is also a fairly well-known player. We did get to watch Leith Fei early on play, and I think it was round two. I think they were the one playing the Atsati player. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Um, I actually do recognize Rocco. I believe I've seen them do well prior to this. We can also take a look and see at page two. At this point, we're down to, it looks like, 40 undefeated players. The others have at least either tied or lost one. Some other players here on the second page are Exalt's Aaron, who is well known. Halford is that up there, or Leia is another player. I believe Vicman is another player that we've seen a lot of, playing a lot of Kojo, for example. But yeah, some good players and some folks that I definitely recognize that are currently undefeated. We'll go ahead and switch back on over to the caster screen. And we can take a look at some point to see if they're going to have a featured table here ready for us. It doesn't looks like everyone's sat down and getting ready to potentially play this next round. But it does look like they had a setup time by 7:30 here Eastern time, 6:30 Central. So just do the math as far as whatever time it is over there. I believe it's around 2:30 for them. Um, but we'll have to figure that out. I think we'll have to just wait here a little bit. I'm not sure if they have the featured table set up already. We don't see the round timer up yet. Um, with that in mind, I am gonna wait here a little bit longer. We can switch over to the screen where they still have an active interview going on with the Equinox folks that I think they're maybe wrapping up with. Not sure.
I mean, I hope they enjoyed their lunch and we'll maybe get some altered games in soon. Like, I'm glad they got a chance to eat. Everyone needs to eat, but This is heated. I wanna see the finish of this, the climax of it all.
Yeah, I mean, you got to come on right when they started a break, and so you've been sticking around with me here for about 50 minutes just talking about random stuff, not even getting to watch Altered. So at least
Hey,
we'll have to get you a few rounds in. Let's see here.
I'm always down to chat, but I'm here for some Altered. I wanna see it. I wanna be in the thick of it.
Yeah, we'll have to get a little bit of commentating here going on for you so you can talk about it without just talking about random things. At the very least, you'll get to jump in a little bit later, not just commentating with me, but getting to talk with Cole Robbie as well, who's going to take over for me in about an hour-ish, I think. I'm not sure. I have to look at our schedule. We have our own little schedule separate from this. But yeah, anyone in the chat, thank you for joining us. And we are finally getting into a table. And with your luck, we do have an Atsadi versus a Trace. A fun matchup that we're going to get to take a look at. I'll be curious to see how much counter interaction that we'll have with these decks. I'd have to imagine a good amount.
Yeah, that's gonna be really interesting for that Trest, who's actively gonna be refilling his reserve and obviously putting out a ton of landmarks. And it's Saudi's, I assume, gonna just get it all down. I see a hunger right now in his opening hand. I don't. He's probably not gonna put that one down, but that'll be really interesting to see how the late game goes for that Trest and Rossum, knowing they're gonna have to play regarding that hunger.
Yeah, and we do see a substantial amount of ramp here in the opening hand for the Atsadi. No characters, so they're going to have to be wary if their opponent is able to get the double advance, which it doesn't seem like they have in their hand at the moment. They do have two uniques as far as a trace player on the bottom here, but nothing that I can see that it's a 1 to a 2 cost for his character, so may only be getting a 1-0 here potentially as the Trace is trying to decide which of the last cards to keep. They have 2 they decided to get rid of the mana channeling, interesting enough,
Hmm.
opting to keep the sustenance, it looks like, and will immediately play that sustenance.
I think they're trying to draw into something different with the sustenance to hopefully get something that'll advance their game plan a little bit further, maybe draw into that second or third mana channeling.
Yeah, they definitely could run into something here and maybe be able to play something for the one. I don't Oh, they actually did run into a tiny gen. So
Wow.
that did in fact work out for them. Um, we do have a sap sniffer also resupplied due to uh the frozen resupply there, but another one for one. One mana left still here for the trace. I don't remember if they had anything else. I don't think they do. So we do just get the standard one for one advance here. Definitely not how I expected that day to turn out. Uh, those draws and those resupplies definitely switched up what I expected them to do, but we'll have to see how they can play around that. And Haven Seringer draw here for the Itzadi is not bad at all.
Not bad, but didn't draw into any other ramp, and it has two really expensive cards. I got the Sakurabu and the Demeter, and it looked like the Atsadi player was considering putting down the Sakurabu, which is interesting considering I think Tress is going to just try and power out as fast as possible to get around some of the removal that Atsadi will draw into, and that inevitability the deck has.
Yeah, um, they will. I think they are probably planning on going for that 6 cost play here pretty soon. They are running on 5 mana now, so they'll be able to play that 6 cost on the following day at the very least. In the meantime, just going to opt for some more ramp here and playing the Tiny Gen from reserve, it looks like, trying to decide which side they want to go on. No
Wow.
real beneficial side. They're on the water terrain here, and at least have one stat, but nothing crazy. I'm sure they would have preferred to hit that mountain terrain that they see on the opposite side, but is not the case here. They will have 3 mana to play with, so I would think that they're going to be setting up for the Haven Sarengar.
I'm very surprised the Asadi player didn't play the Tiny Jin on the other side in the companion expedition to try and advance in that mountainside.
Yeah, it looks like we will see that Haven Seringer, and it probably would have been the better scenario there, but I think they're trying to hopefully eke out a win on that individual water terrain that may be difficult to advance on, and just be happy to take the other and split and guarantee a 3 stat with that Haven Seringer either way, but who knows what the thought process was there specifically for them. Either way, it seems like we will be getting a one for one in this scenario here, and all even on the tumult once again, but we do have 3 counters for the Trace at the moment.
Hopefully, they can find some way to get those 2 extra counters, because if they can get them sooner rather than later, they can start powering out and maybe, again, eke out a win before Atsadi gets to critical mass and starts just powering out, insane heaters.
Yeah, we speaking of that, we did see a 9 cost unique in the form of a Kaibara whale that I think got put into mana there, unfortunately, but, we do see a Demeter here. Uh, I think that's probably what they were doing. They were setting up for the idea of hoping to force their opponent to advance on that side, knowing they wouldn't advance, and then use the advantage of advancing with the Demeter this time around to a forest terrain, and knowing that they would go to a forest terrain and making it an eternal. I assume that's the case, but that's looking more and more likely here.
Yeah, that makes the most sense. I totally forgot about the Demeter in their hand.
Yeah. So thinking one day ahead here is Soul Yard on the Faunus on the Itzadi, the other A hero. But we still will see some competition happening here, especially with an augment coming from the Sap Sniffer on the Keylon Elemental, who is going to be enough to, I think, at least block actually with that augment. No, they're going to advance actually. That's 2 boosts
It
plus, yeah. Yeah, so that's actually enough to be able to double advance and prevent the Eternal on the Demeter.
They also have the second Haven now, and they have the 5 scrap counter, so they're completely online. This
Yeah,
Trust player is in a very commanding position.
I'd be interested to see if these are both undefeated players. I'd have to take a look at the melee setup overall, but if it was, then good play by both of these players that aren't playing the traditional top meta heroes. I do see that rare hooked in the Trace player's hand, which is a card that I honestly really like seeing, being able to mess with the board game state and get some draw always feels nice, especially with the amount of cards that they already have in hand. I think is still pretty substantial. On top of the trace ability that you mentioned, they already have the full 5 counters for. So bit of a hole the Atsadi rather is trying to dig out of.
And I just checked on Melee, both of these players are undefeated. They're both 4-0. So they're competing for hopefully an undefeated record, because only one's going to come out of this.
Yeah. But we'll have to see who that's going to be. It definitely looks like at the moment it's going to be a Trace who's throwing down a unique. We'll have to see if they're going to pull it up here for us to take a look at. It is an Anansi, and they will pull it up here. So if you want to take a look at that and read off what we got.
Yeah, totally. So when it enters from anywhere, you can put a card from your hand into your reserve. If you do, this Anansi gains 1 boost for each card in your reserve. And then when you play it from reserve, it gains 1 boost for each card in your reserve. So it's a double boost from reserve. It's very, very good. Plus the additional 2 boosts from Haven. I I don't think anyone's getting over that. I mean, that's a rough one.
Yeah, definitely a big stat stick at this point, even blocking out the Mighty Jin common that we see from the Itzadi player who's trying to manage what they have. They have 4 mana left here to work with, trying to figure out how they're going to respond here. I imagine they could definitely use some removal. They have the Duel of Grit in hand if they so choose, but instead they are going to choose a little bit more setup and potential draw with the Haven Serengar. And I didn't see if they had anything else left to play in hand, but it looks like we will see that hook that I mentioned before being played. Switch things over to the opposite expedition, get a draw for the Traced. They still have 3 mana here left to work with. We'll have to see how they respond, and it is the Duel of Grit.
It's interesting because I think they're trying to sandbag the Duel of Grit to see if they can get more information out of the Tress player. But if they had reversed it and played the Duel of Grit first, they could have removed the Anansi, and then the Hooked would have just had no real impact because they could have played the Haven Saragar, and then it would have mostly been upside for the Itzadi player.
Yeah, interestingly enough, it looks like we have the second Hooked being played here, and he had already a 1 cost available to him as well in the another Foundry mechanic, so he was fine moving the 1 and switching it over here and getting an additional draw, it looks like. So, looks like we'll have a 1 for 1.
I think once he used the hook and he didn't want, he knew he wasn't advancing in that hero side. He figured he'd draw the card off the hook, and from there just try and advance on the one side, and then hopefully get a little bit more value with the drawing cards from hooked. And it looks like the Tress player is one double advance away, although Itzadi does have a hunger. The Itzadi player does have a hunger that he just drew, as well as a Haven Serengar. That could be the double advance he was looking for. I believe he's at 9 mana now, if I remember correctly. So he can't play both. He can play one or the other. If he's at 10, he could play Hunger and then the Haven Serengar and double advance, which would be a huge tempo swing for him, being so far behind. It looks like, if I'm counting correctly, he's actually at 11 mana with his ramp. So he can play the Hunger and then another 3-drop. He does have a few 3-drops in his hand. I know he has that Haven Bouncer. He could play the Haven Serengar to try and draw the next turn. But if he does play Hunger, he will be giving up the Demeter. But I think at this point, giving up the Demeter is the least of his concerns if it sets back the Trust player even a little bit.
Yeah, we'll be getting rid of 2 permanents, and it will be an immediate play of the Hunger
Yeah,
there. Getting rid of everything, leaving him with 1 mana, it looks like?
1 mana. I'm a
Unless
journalist and make it for a reason.
I mean, I'm just looking at there, I don't know exactly what he was up to, but it looks like he's exhausted all of his mana -1, so either way, Trace is gonna go ahead and opt to draw and see what they can put into reserve, with the getting rid of both of those Haven Bravos Bastions will not be able to utilize the support effect of the Gabil that I'm sure is the idea behind that common card, being able to resupply using the support discard ability. Don't often see that for many other reasons. You don't usually see people wanting to play the 6 cost to just get some brass bugs, but could be missing something there. Instead, we do see the Axiom Salvager go from reserve to immediately being played for the Traced at the moment. And there was a 1 cost available for the Itzadi who just threw out a Tiny Gen.
The Tiny Agent will definitely help him ramp into some bigger spells. I mean, I think his saving grace here is if he does draw into his other copy of Soccer Robbers so that he can hopefully at least deter the Trust from double advancing this turn, or from double advancing in future turns, and just put him in a bit more of a position to hopefully come back from this. Because right now the Itzadi player is in a difficult position. But that Hunger next turn, if he can get it off, will, or chooses to get it off, will have gigantic because it will have fleeting.
Yeah, so it does look like we did get to see the Gabil being played from hand to activate the effect. Um, and it will be a scenario, like you mentioned, where the Itzadi is in a pretty rough spot. Opponent is adjacent and can't even get out of it with a double advance. And we do see a Veilmon and a Eat Me energy bar available to them, so they definitely could have some options here. I just don't know if there is quite enough. Like you mentioned, they can definitely try to get the hunger off here, but I don't know if they think that's going to be enough to completely stop the Trace, who still has a good amount of cards in hand, I believe. Yeah, 3 cards in hand, and it looks like cards that they wouldn't mind sending to reserve either to potentially resupply into some more resources. So we'll have to see how the Saudi has to approach this, who needs to stop the Trace at all costs, realistically, at this point.
Yeah, the Saudi player ends up playing out that Haven Bouncer to get rid of the Gibble in reserve, so hopefully that can buy him a little bit of time. But most of the cards in his hands are a little more expensive, so it might be hard to kind of sandbag some of his, better cards. It looks like he might be trying to save that hunger for last, but it might be very difficult for the Society player to come back.
Yeah, a lot of one cost cards here for the Traced. Activating that Traced ability through an Axiom Salvager to reserve, resupply into another hooked, which also could just be a big card as a whole here, moving over whatever they want. We will see the Veilmon come out here, not a card that we see a lot of. I believe it does get gigantic if there's 10 or more mana orbs, if I remember the card correctly. Um, but that will be the majority of their mana, only leaving 2 left. And I don't remember anything else in hand. I believe they did have a Duel of Grit, if I remember correctly.
They did still have the Duel of Grit, which hopefully it'll do something for him. He does have the Valmon, which, like you said, will be huge for him. It does have Gigantic because he should have more than 10 mana now, if I remember correctly.
But instead, he's playing that rare Bravos Tracer to throw more stats on the board, and we do see another Gibble pop out, place it all on one side, and that will be a GG for the Trace player, who will get the victory over the Itzadi, who realistically just never quite got enough and just got overpowered, it seemed like, on how fast the Trace was able to get up those scrap counters and advance in the meantime.
Yeah, I mean, that Trust really did a great job just rushing and trying to power up before that Itzadi could come into anything really big. He did end up playing that Hunger, but he put down the one Sakuraba we saw, which, if he played, could have helped him out a little bit, but the Hunger was definitely the play there. And I mean, it definitely saved him a little bit of time, but in the end, once Tress got to basically that right next to each other between hero and companion, he could just power it all into one side. And then even that gigantic from the hunger wouldn't have done much. Even the gigantic from Valmon wouldn't do much.
Yeah, it's just one of those scenarios where I like Itzadi. It's probably one of my favorite heroes just to play, but there just isn't quite enough of that consistency in the deck and for the hero as a whole to be able to keep on maintaining that undefeated streak. And if you get a bad draw or if you don't run into the cards you need, that you can manage to still just take the game. Because it feels like that is the case for some other top end heroes when you're talking about your Sigismars, you're talking about your Aphonuses and that kind of thing, who are able to take those bad draws. And realistically, it's hard to hit a bad draw, right? Because just about everything in the deck is playable most of the time. So it is what it is in this scenario. That will be our featured match here for round 4. Probably that one was fairly quick, I believe. We don't have the timer on the screen at the moment, so we're not quite sure how much we have left here. I believe we started pretty close to half past the hour, so we're probably around 15, 16 minutes in, probably another 14 or so before that happens. We can go over things a little bit more past that. Let me go scroll down here on my other screen before. eh, there, and then Cole's getting some sleep before we switch over. Honestly, don't remember when I'm supposed to be out of here, but whenever Cole's ready, we'll do that. Um, Max Faction is in it, Saudi Doubter. I'm surprised hasn't made it this far. I think Uh, I so one, it's a setup of over like 700 players, for example, and I doubt all of the players there are the tippity top of competitive play. And so it's how you may have ran into some folks that are easier to beat. And I think you can definitely surprise some people with an Itzadi deck to the point of I can see if you're making it through a multi-round Swiss tournament, potential of like 4 or 5 rounds, but then I think it's the point where it gets a little bit more difficult and you start hitting the meta decks that make it a little bit harder for sure. But I think it's always doable. There's it's not like we saw an Arjun out there, right? So, yeah.
Asadi's really interesting because he's got his strengths for sure, especially in the late game. But if you play against any deck like an Afanis or a Basira or a Treston Rustin that can get under you and can get those quick advances early off, even with things like, you know, Hunger or your Jewels of Grit or things that can remove your opponent's stuff, it'll still be a difficult way to come back because at that point, I mean, you'd have to double advance multiple days in a row. And if your opponent's already neck and neck, it'll be hard to come back. But if not Afanis, if Asadi can ever come back from that discrepancy, I mean, that's just a testament to what the player can do because the deck itself is definitely dependent on the pilot and obviously sometimes the uniques the decks have.
Indeed, we do have Caleb wandering around here and taking a look at some folks as far as games that we have going on here. I think we're actually pretty close to a 5 minute timer, maybe in the background there, if I can look at it correctly before we get into matching up on the next rounds as we take a look at everyone. Looking at their potential matchups and everything like that. Cool to see the entire venue as we're walking around here. Is there any other potential hero that you think is underrated that you could see maybe making things work here? As we do see, did someone already get a top eight mat there? How do they have that already?
Yeah, I was wondering how they got that too. It's beautiful, but
Maybe it's just a buyable one and not the actual top eight mat. Who knows?
maybe they know a guy.
Yeah, stole it off of a Equinox member when no one was paying attention.
But as for your previous question, I honestly think Basira is, an underrated hero. She's obviously not great, but I think the fact that she can put a boost on any character, any of your characters is what matters. But and just any character in general, I think it makes it very cheeky to try and maybe put a lower cost character on one side and then boost it up.
Right. Yeah, especially when we have a lot of just general counter interaction nowadays. Encounters do, in fact, include boosts. So having that around makes me think that there may be some more play with Basira. We did have some Basira type of play going on. I mean, increased play, I would think, here at the end of Trial by Frost. So I wouldn't be surprised to see people do something similar in Whispers. Definitely seems like the preference has been towards Kojo as of late, but Basira is still a hero that I think is still quite formidable in the Bravos faction. So I'd have to agree with you there. Hoping, like you were earlier, though, that we might be able to see some more at Saudis popping off, despite Maddox not believing in them as a whole. But that's all we can hope for as we get some more interviews here with some folks at the venue, including some people with exalts. Be interested to see who else we got going on here. Some more interviews, some people wrapping up their specific games, it looks like, or getting backpacks on, getting ready for the next round. In the meantime, while we have that going on, I'll let you talk to the people here for a little bit as I grab a water before my mouth gets way too dry.
Absolutely. Let's see what people are talking about here. Yeah, I mean, Maddox, I've been looking at the chat and everything you've been saying. I don't know if I'm a huge Sadi doubter. but he is a huge pain for me, especially since I play a lot of decks. Like I mentioned, like Blue mentioned, I play a lot of Gorang, which does require a lot of setup and a lot of big spells, like things like open the gates. And now my deck runs a Mesic test, so it requires a lot of setup, and getting rid of that can be a pain. I think Atsadi's more of you know, a silver bullet to those types of decks. Again, I think with more aggressive decks, it's really hard for him to get any advantage, especially early on, especially things like the sustenance that are ramping your opponents as well. To give those aggro decks a chance to say, I'm not going to put a card into my mana. I'm just going to keep the cards in my hand, draw the free two, and then just go crazy with it, which is obviously it does set up the Asadi, but it can be a little more difficult. And as those aggro decks become more and more meta, not that they are now, but once people start to realize they can get underneath the Asadi, I think it's just going to be completely game over. So I personally think you're merited in being an Asadi doubter. I definitely think I'm a bit right there with you.
So you just got a bunch of haters. I got it. No big deal. Um, Once again, I want to thank everyone that's joined the stream thus far. It's been good getting to commentate over these games, taking a look at realistically is probably the top end of altered gameplay. Although I don't want to doubt all my North American folks and what we've been able to do online and everything like that. Obviously, France has a large player base, so it's going to be difficult to beat them in that aspect. Who knows how the breakdown's going to be happening? We'll at least have three players supposedly from the Americas, unless we have some EU folks decide to fly over to Dallas or Baltimore and try to beat us all. Think it's going to be an easy event, but who knows? We also might have a few folks do that on the online side of things. Not quite sure yet, but either way, hopefully we'll get some representation to just have to show all the French players that we're better than you think. I mean, we've definitely had some North American players do well in online events for it, so it's always possible.
It's always possible. I'm with you. I'd love to get some, North American representation in Worlds, but I think even if we can get there, we'll definitely get, you know, messed up a little bit with all the rapport the French players have built for themselves in the alter community, and how they do lead a lot of interesting meta decks that I think could be really interesting to see how overseas players handle some of these decks that they might not have played in person very much, because board game arena isn't always indicative of an in-person meta. Sometimes they're deck tests, sometimes they're messing around a little bit because it's online. In these in-person events, I think it might be a little bit different. And even if the North American people have been testing on board game arena, it still could be difficult. They could still get a few surprises if they do get represented in France at Worlds.
Yeah, I have to imagine there'll be at least one. I mean, some of the EU folks may travel, but I don't know how many of them want to go to Dallas just for a weekend, play altered. Same thing with Baltimore. Maybe they make a whole trip out of it. I'm not sure. But we'll have to see how that works out. But I gotta imagine there'll be at least one person from the States and or Canada, or I mean, even from South America. Obviously, they have their own setups with like Brazil, Chile, and all of that. Don't know if they'll make their way all the way up to North America for those types of events, but at least they'll have their own locals or their own qualifier event to potentially make it through. Oh, definitely seen a lot of good Brazilian players online. I know they have their own group of folks. Same thing with Chile in general. So we'll have to see who they're able to bring for their representative. Either way, it's like I spoke to Justin about this over at PAX East. They want to make this a true world championship event here for Altered and doing like their year anniversary of the release of the game. So we may get to see folks from all over the world at the world championship event in of itself. And then obviously we'll have that last chance qualifier that I imagine will be mostly French folks because it is right before the actual world championship event. And I don't know how many people are going to go just for that and hope they get in. There might be those out there that just want to go to the event in general, and then they'll be around for the world championship even if they don't get the last chance qualifier. I don't know, but should be a fun time nonetheless. If you have the opportunity to head out there, I would definitely suggest it. I think it's going to be a cool little get together of the altered community as a whole, the biggest that it can be, I think, at this point. So should be fun, even though it will only be a limited amount of players actually playing. I think there should be some side events, and I think it's going to be maybe at another venue. Who knows?
It would be a lot of fun. I mean, getting to play Altered, getting to travel a little bit, and getting to meet where the game started, kind of see what it's all about. Hopefully, play a game against Equinox. I'm sure he'll be there. It would just be an overall great experience. If I can go, I'll definitely go. But it's definitely a trek.
Yeah, yeah. If you're traveling a ways for it, make a vacation out of it. Don't just go for altered. I love the game, but I'm not going to tell you to go for a weekend of just an altered event, especially if you're not even guaranteed to play in the world championship itself. But France is nice, right? Enjoy Paris. I assume it's going to be in Paris, but um at least France. And as we all know, Europe can be trekked on foot in an entire day, so you should be fine. But as we do that, I think they're still going through the actual finishing of this round as a whole. We'll have to see when we'll be getting, I guess, the fifth round at this point.
Yes.
Um, yeah, so fifth round will be the next up. I don't think they've updated the fourth round quite yet because we'll have to wait for the matchups to be set up there. But we'll take a look really quick. Haven't heard any more breakdowns as far as heroes. I guess I can take a quick look on Discord. It's always a good spot to see if anyone has any details. Um, doesn't look like there is any breakdown quite yet for heroes that what I can see. People asking for Ludotrotter event posted somewhere. Um, yes. But yeah, no, I can't really find anything else yet. So maybe we don't have it quite yet, but I'm sure at some point we'll be able to get the hero breakdown. Hopefully, there's a little bit more to the ones that I posted earlier, because otherwise, like someone in the chat mentioned, there'd be quite a bit of Bravos and Ortis, which I don't think there's an entirely amount of 500 of those players. Could be, but I doubt it. Especially since we haven't really seen a lot of Sigismar in these featured matchups, to be honest, which I am a little bit surprised about. Seeing a lot of random heroes that I would not have expected, and definitely expected to see a lot more Sigismar, and we've only seen the one in the very first round.
Yeah, I honestly thought there'd be more of it, especially considering how popular he is. I know he's fallen off a little bit, but not as so much that I think he'd be so underrepresented in these featured tables. He still does have a lot of strengths to him, and he does have his really good matchups, especially at this kind of level of event. So I'm honestly very surprised there's so little of him. Maybe we'll see him more later. Maybe we're just missing them. Maybe they're not in the featured matches. But it'd be nice to see a little bit more Sigismund just to kind of see how he's adjusting without the Baba Yagas, because I know that was a big hit for him.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of players that had been undefeated at this point, so they definitely could try to be organized it to some fun matchups to so we're not seeing a lot of the same stuff. But the fact that we haven't seen it quite as much other than the first round is surprising to me because we've at least seen an Aphanis or two. We've seen multiple Atsadis at this point, so maybe there's going to be an Atsadi surge that we didn't see coming. Little fun play on the Chimera there. But other than that, I mean, it's been cool to see that Trace in that last game. I'll be. I think we ended up saying that Trace was the dominant hero. I think for Axiom when I posted it. I don't know if that is actually accurate or not because we said 11 Trace, 10 Sierra, 3 Subash. Um, I feel like there has to be more of all these heroes than the ones I listed, and then we're just missing some numbers potentially, but maybe I'm wrong. I'm sure we'll get a breakdown at some point. But we
It seems
are,
most like.
yeah, but we are waiting overall to see if we get that as what we have going on here. But yeah, so still looks like the majority of the round is done at this point. We'll be going into round 5 here shortly, potentially around the halfway mark. Now that we are halfway, I feel like we'll should be running into what we consider the top end meta decks and maybe not as much variance. Um, is there anything now that you've seen you're at Saudi, do you think you are gonna run into a goal ring here, or are you kinda giving up hope at this point?
I never give up hope. There's got to be at least one Goring somewhere around here floating around that room. I mean, she's not super strong, obviously, but she does have her niches. I find that she actually does very, very well into Sigismar. Most of the Sigismar decks I play against, either at my local game stores or on Board Game Arena, I generally do very well against because I mean, Sigismar and Goring are two halves of the same coin. I'm Sigismar without the Ortis carrier. Sigismar is Goring without the monolith. If I can power up more tokens than him before he can buff up his tokens, I'm in a good position. So I never think there's no hope for Goring. We're all out there. We're trying to support it the best we can. There's got to be at least a few. I also just checked. It looks like the labeling for the event on the stream for Alter was previously wrong. We are currently in round 5, going into round 6. Previously had it at round 3, which was wrong, and they had to fix it. So it looks like we are currently in round 5 because I am seeing reports for it coming in, and we'll be heading into round 6.
Okay, where are you seeing that at?
On Melee, it's beneath standings.
Okay. Well, either way, it looks like yeah, there you go. I see what you're talking about for the matches and everything. Um, well, we'll see how this ends up turning out here as a whole. Still waiting on the final setup here and seeing who can be one of the 4 players at this point that will be advancing from this event and seeing who can take those spots and be now 5 total that are ready for the World Championship event. And that'll be, I think it's a total of 32, yeah, based off of the World Championship article that they posted. Because 1, 5, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 24. And then the last chance qualifier had 8 spots, yeah? Yeah.
I believe so, yes.
So 24 total for the world qualifiers, 8 spots for the last chance qualifier, 32 total that can qualify. After this event, we will be, I mean, 5 spots in, and it's gonna just keep on going from there all the way through September, I believe. Some of them, I think there might have been a qualifier or 2 that may have hit October, but I don't think so. I think the majority of them are still in September. Um, haven't gotten any matchups or the finalized setup here for this round going into the next one. Timer should be done at this point, and now we just have everyone waiting around as we have the folks here in the French cast discussing some things and what they have going on for this current event. When we're going into this kind of stuff, I'm always curious to see in general if we can see any new uniques that maybe not have hit the meta yet. I think it's always been cool if someone's able to bring in a deck that someone hasn't thought of before, and it's usually based around a unique that someone hasn't utilized before. And then all of a sudden, before it was just the marketplace on Discord, but now it's the actual obvious marketplace where those uniques suddenly skyrocket in price and everybody wants them because someone wants to try to make that special deck that no one's ever done and it got popular at a specific event. Um, Once upon a time, it was the recyclable jellyfishes for Lindaway back in the day, and then there's always more and more. I've actually seen the Ortis token generators not be as popular as they once were, but obviously, if you can have something that draws and does something like that, they've been really popular with Ortis. But yeah, I think everyone had figured out the trace loop before this as far as getting bug fixes, so I don't think we'll see anything crazy new there. I think we might see a few people try to get a lot of those enhanced prototype uniques for Itsadi potentially for counter reduction and other ramp. But other than that, I'm not sure if there's any particular unique that you've been favoring that you've seen in Whispers from the Maze. But is there anything on the goal ring side of things that you've been trying to target when it comes to uniques and Whispers from the Maze?
Yeah, I'm looking to maybe build a second Golang deck that does revolve a little bit around Whisper of the Maze cards. They're hard to find, but if you can find them, it's great. The Silas uniques that care about when a token enters, you draw a card. I mean, those are definitely going to get suspended at some point soon. They're just way too good. Golang plays it, Sigismar plays it. Anyone that creates tokens in Ortis, it's perfect for them. I mean, you just play and open the gates, draw 4 cards. You know, in Sigismar, if you can sleep your Silas, you automatically get just a free extra draw at the beginning of your turn at noon or in the morning. I mean, overall, it's just great. I would love to try and get my hands on one, but they're so hard to come by. And if you can find one on the marketplace, uh, they're always the maximum price. They're always what I think the max is 250, which is much better than it was in the Wild West of Altered when you were paying or when people were listing cards for obscene amounts. But now at least it's a little more manageable. But hopefully I can save up and maybe get a Silas or two before it gets suspended, which is inevitable. I think it's just too good. In a game like Altered where card draw is so premium, free card draw like that is just admittedly too good. It breaks the game a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, Medics is mentioning think it's strange to save that many slots for the last chance. I don't mind the 8 slots for the last chance. I think 4 would have been good as well, similar to how we had 4 for the French qualifier. But I don't know where the other slots would have gone. Maybe more to the French. I wouldn't be surprised if they wanted to do that. Maybe to some other localities. But they've done a pretty good job of spreading qualifiers out in general to a lot of different places throughout the world. I guess they could have done more BGA qualifiers, I guess, but uh, I think three is probably good. Trying to think of another region that could have gotten more qualifying spots. I think they gave Italy multiple spots, and then maybe one other European country. Um, But other than that, I don't know how much more they could have spread across the board to, let's say, they reduce the number of last chance qualifiers from 8 to 4 or something, where those other 4 slots would have definitively gone. But I'm not upset with how the current distribution is. And if it doesn't work out like they expect, again, this is the first year. And they can learn from it, assuming that we have something for future years. and how they feel like the spread works out the best. And this way, we're able to see how specific regions perform. I can't imagine there will be that much of a disparity, to be honest, between some regions and others. The only thing that it will be would be uniques wise, and if some regions just have way better uniques. But at this point, I think we'll still have a lot of good enough players coming from multiple regions and not everything just coming from France type of thing. But we are getting a little bit of a walkthrough of the event here. It looks like the players have been assigned their matches for this upcoming round. So we should be getting the timer going on here shortly, and we should be getting a featured match set up for everyone. So we can take a look, one more look here at maybe the melee bracket to see who do we have left that is undefeated. I'll switch that over here now. So, we do still have Heaven undefeated at the moment. Who else do we have here? A lot of the similar players. Dandy, I know we've seen before. We just watched Pampote play. Erlea still undefeated. But yeah, Rocco still undefeated. But it looks like we have a total of 20 undefeated players, so just a split because we had 40 prior, and still the same tied players that we saw before. So after this round, be down to 10 undefeated players unless somebody ties or anything like that. Will be interesting to see what we have as far as hero breakdowns. But at this point, I have to imagine we will definitely be getting some higher end type of deck lists. What about you?
I mean, yeah, as some of those less meta decks get weeded out as we get further and further into the event, I'd imagine we will get some pretty interesting decks. Honestly, some of them will probably be obviously the meta that we expect. Probably some Atsadis. We might see a few Sigismars, hopefully. Obviously, we've been seeing some Afanas and Senkas. But once some of the little more interesting, less meta decks get weeded out, I feel like we'll obviously get the cream will rise to the top. But I think we might get a few decks that might not be meta that we might not expect to see. Maybe a few meta busters. I know value engine decks are very good, especially against meta decks like a Faunus and Senka that want to draw cards, or a Saudi inserts that care about getting rid of anything you're setting up. The more cards you can put in your hand, any value you can be getting yourself really does get around some of these more meta decks, which I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a few of them. I think it'd be really cool to see how people are building these, you know, less meta decks or meta buster decks, some people call them. I'd love to see the brews people are coming up with, the random uniques people are finding online that no one else is picking up, and just how they're kind of amalgamizing them together and making them all work.
Yeah, should be interesting to see what we get here on this next round. Hoping that we may see a little bit more variety, similar to what we've been seeing thus far. It does look like all the players are starting to sit down, so we should be getting our match here shortly for us to take a look at. Honestly, been some fairly quick rounds, at least for the feature table. I think we only had one that took the entire time limit, and that was the Kojo versus Atsadi in round two, I believe. Um,
I mean, I would believe it. Asadi does play a very long game.
Yeah, and we did have a bit of a hunger play there too. The Saudi did end up losing that one, but it was down to like one potential misplay from the Kojo player, I think. Maybe I'm thinking of a different game, but I think that's the one that I was talking about.
Kojo can be very difficult to play against because normally going first you're at a disadvantage, but in this case, Kojo wants to go first, and going first are his power turns, where he gets a free Buddha token in his companion expedition. So when Kojo's on those power turns, even especially as an early on in the game at Sadi, it can be very difficult to come back from, especially when he's getting that early advantage every other turn. And even in the late game, if Asadi does play a hunger and gets rid of a few of Kojo's stuff, even on the next turn or the next turn after that, Koji will be getting that free value, so we won't have to worry as much about things like hunger,
Yeah.
about things like Sakurabaru.
Yeah, I agree, Maddox, but I've also seen a lot of more experienced players take more time for these types of events just because they want to make sure their play is more accurate. But we do have the game starting here. It is in fact a Sigismar, but we have a Navenka playing up
Interesting.
against the Sigismar as well here. So should be an interesting matchup. I think a lot of people were really high on Navenka with Whispers from the Maze as far as just Lyra in general. So I'll be curious to see how they do here. And of course, Sigismar has been a top end player uh, or top end hero for a while now. So should be interesting to see if they are able to just try to overpower the Navenka. I know Navenka previously has been a pretty aggro deck in Trial by Frost, but I have seen people trying to vary that up a little bit this time around for Whispers. So I'll be curious to see how this one plays as we get into the initial draw here shortly. It looks like the players are looking at their cards that we can take a look at here. So it looks like Navenga's already down to their 3 cards that they wanna keep. I don't see what Sigismar has done yet. Looks like they have a unique Baba Yaga, Ordish Trooper, and something else.
It
Uh,
looks like the Sycamore here might get the double advance because the
like,
Martingale only doesn't have any affinity in water. And I believe the Navenka is going to play a Hathor.
yeah, we do see that unique, Baba Yaga come out, and we'll take this off so we can take a look at it. When I go from reserve to the expedition zone, unless you have 8 or more mana orbs, draw a card. And that will allow for the Ordish Trooper as well. So now we will see the Navenka hero ability roll on the Martingale, I believe. Yeah, it will go on the
Yes.
Martingale. So it will get that boost that you're talking about that it needed. So it looks like we're getting a one. Actually, the Hathor is going to allow for it's a 3/3/0, so it'll be advanced
Yeah.
there as well. So a 2 for 1 for the Navenka at this point.
It looks like the Navenka didn't double advance, or they're working on the UI a little bit. But it looks like
No,
the
you're
Baba
you're
Yaga.
you're right. It
Yeah.
tied on Mountain. I thought it was
Yeah.
ahead on Mountain. So it actually did not get it because the Baba Yaga is a 3/1/1, right?
Yes.
Okay. So yep, 1 for 1, standard situation there. But we do see a unique Loki setting up there. So that should be interesting to see if that comes into play, if you want to read that one off.
Interesting, yeah. It's 6 mana from hand, which is really great, but when you play it from your hand, you can discard a card from your reserve to have the classic Loki effect where you'll, discard your reserve in your hand, and you and each player discard your reserve in your hand and draw 3 cards, which the condition isn't too bad, but if you're, discarding your reserve anyway, I don't think it's the end of the world.
Yeah, should be interesting to see how this turns out as a whole. I think we're seeing a lot of uniques right away.
Yeah.
Uh, for both of these players as far as potential things to go on here. We do see a license withdrawal in the hand of the Sigismar player, a big card that we've mentioned before that people have been utilizing. And hey to a guy trying and Pandy in the chat. And he's taking a bathroom break. But yeah, should be interesting to see how this one plays out. A lot of good available cards for everyone. We do get that anchored aloe vera coming out, and we do see the monoflagot available as well as so far as some potential sabotage that we may see from the Sigismar player with all things even up on the board.
Yeah, I don't think the Sigismar is going to commit any further to that Monolith Gate side just to keep that sabotage going on. The Martingale is going to be one that he's definitely going to want to get rid of because it basically guarantees the Dominican player will never roll a one. So he'll never be returning anything to his reserve to keep that value going. And next turn, I'd imagine he's going to play the Legate and then license withdraw the Aloe Vera so that it doesn't get any more value.
Yeah, so it looks like he stacked up a lot on that companion side to prevent the aloe vera advance. So is going to go up on the expedition zones. We will have a little promo art data list available to the Lero player, and probably got that while he was out at the event. Um, and Jack Frost, as well as another Ordish Trooper for the Sigismar. So not a bad setup here as far as low cost cards to be able to be played for the Sigismar. The only thing that they may have to worry about later on is that unique Loki that we were talking about before, and how that may disrupt what the Sigismar is trying to do.
It's interesting. The Sigma player is debating which card to put down. If he does keep that Jack Frost and then Nevenka plays the Daedalus and tries to boost a card in reserve, it could be really good for that Sigismar player to maybe get rid of something that's going to try and get boosted a little bit to give the Nevenka player a little more of an advantage. And
Yeah.
it looks like the Nevenka player just resupplied a Tanuki, which I don't think that's what he wants to have in his reserve, but I think he can discard the Hathor to get that back to his hand to hopefully maybe sabotage something that would give the Sigismar player a little bit of an advantage. So hopefully the Nevenka player can get a little bit more of a tempo swing.
Yeah, we do see the cost reduction here for the Martingale, it looks like, in order to play that Loki that we were talking about before. Gonna discard both characters in reserve to activate its effect. So getting rid of everything Sigismar in the reserve, gonna get rid of all the hand and draw 3 cards. Looks like they ran into a attorney, rallying call, and not sure what the last card is. Looks like an accountant, maybe?
I
Uh,
believe so, yes.
Attorney, not a bad card to get off of that. Still has to deal with a lot of stats though, coming from the Navenka player.
The Sigismar player will definitely be drawing a card off that Ortis attorney, but I don't think there will be any advancing.
Yeah, they are currently up on the tumult, and then they are showing the Loki setup here, so we can show that real quick for anyone that wasn't sure before. You may discard a card from your reserve. If you do, each player discards their hand and their reserve, then draws 3 cards. So, like you mentioned, it's just standard Loki effect if you discard a card. Um,
And then
so,
Navenka just rolled on the aloe vera and rolled a one, which returning it to the reserve. I
uh,
think he tried to get a boost out of it. Honestly, he was double advancing there. I feel like it might have been safe to just try and keep on not rolling and just give up your turn and try and at least force more cards out of the Sigmar player's hand. But that'll definitely hurt the Navenka player, especially because now Sigismar will be advancing in the companion expedition.
indeed. So, we'll get back here to the following day. Still taking a look at that Loki unique to see what that may potentially look like here for a future play. It does only have the hand effect, and it costs 7, and it allows you to return a card from your reserve to your hand as a support ability. So I don't know if we're gonna see it being played from reserve, to be honest. But we'll have to see if that's how it ends up turning up to the Navenka player. Like you mentioned, probably a less than ideal scenario of hitting that one roll on the aloe vera. At least it wasn't hit when it was anchored in that scenario. But at this point, probably not the best thing for them. I guess they could use the Loki to return the aloe vera to hand. Um, Other than that, there is some interaction, and but we won't see that interaction as far as the Jack Frost or they did not keep the Orta Spy, so they kept the Jack Frost. They're opting to throw out the attorney instead as far as the initial play, only needing 3 more advances to take this game.
Yeah, I think the Sigma player might be looking for a little bit more value. I think they're trying to bait them into playing that 7 mana from reserve Loki to try and maybe advance on the other side or try and at least draw a card and get a little advantage and force them to use all of their mana in one big play and maybe try and get them to roll again and try and roll another one. But after them playing that Martingale, what they have in their hand, I think there's a pretty good chance they're not going to roll a one.
Yeah, we do get the. I mean, they can still roll the one, whether they decide to keep it or not would be different. Never seen an intentional keep the one, but I guess there could be reasons to do it.
It's
Um,
possible.
we will look like we'll get an Esmeralda or a Trickster play. It looks like more than likely an Esmeralda, I think, just to see resources. Otherwise, I guess they could play that Vera from hand. Um, there's not a really good spot to put it at the moment. They they're not blocking anywhere in particular in the water terrain. They're on forest on the hero side, I believe. So, uh, not the best scenario for the Navinka player. They're also down on the tumult, and they're just gonna have to constantly deal with this pressure that the Sigismar is able to put down, who also, as we can see in hand, has a teamwork training removal. So realistically, can take out anything that they can put down.
The interesting thing is it looks like the 6 player does have 2 mana left, but do they want to use this teamwork training when the Naveca player can just play whatever they want again? Because even if they get rid of the Martingale or if they get rid of the Esmeralda, it will force them to play more. But it might be interesting to maybe pass, see if they can get an advance or maybe draw with the Orders Attorney and maybe force that Navenka player to just play their hand and just have to discard a ton of stuff from reserve at the end of the day. It's an interesting strategy with that Orders Attorney out, but maybe removing it and just forcing them to spend more mana is the way to go here.
Yeah, that reminded me of like it's bold strategy, Cotton. See if it pays off for him. So he's just gonna throw down the one mana exhaust here for the rallying call, trying to slow things down. Has one mana left here to be played. Um, Not sure how we'll see the Navinka respond. Technically, they can play anything they want in hand or reserve other than the Loki at this moment. Yeah, it could be a reason that that one roll could have caused a loss here. I still think the Sigismar definitely would be in command, regardless, but uh, should be interesting to see how this plays out. I mean, it doesn't look ideal for the Navinka because, like you mentioned, as far as resources are concerned, they invested a lot in hand at the moment to throw things out, and their reserve's going to be heavily overloaded if they don't play a one and a two cost. They could definitely play the Martingale and then into a Trickster, but then they would play in another card from hand. So a lot of options here. Not all of them all that great, to be honest.
Yeah, it's also important to know that the Sigismar player does still have that accountant in the reserve. So he could just be keeping it there for the right time. And then if the Navenka player does try and play something big, another unique, or if they have another Loki or something along those lines, and just put it to sleep and get that free double advance. Because if they play something that's a big commitment to the board, like a Loki, or something that's boosted, they can at least put it to sleep, get that double advance, and the sleep won't even matter the next turn because they will have won the game by then.
Right. So we do see a little bit of a combo play here of using the Loki for the support ability to return the aloe vera to hand, and then using the cost reduction on the martingale to be able to play the aloe vera, one of the two that they had in hand, with a four cost anchoring with only having 3 mana left. And we will see a exhaust here for the Navinka hero ability, trying to decide who they want to target. Um, Looks like they're deciding between the Esmeralda and the aloe vera, going for the Esmeralda, get a 5, get an anchored if they want, and they will get an anchored. So they will have 2 cards anchored out. They are going 1 for 1 this time around, but, now the Sigismar is just a single double advance away, a single double? 1 double advance away from taking the game. They will have a difficult time doing it there on that companion side with the anchored cards, coming from the Navenka. but they are still 2 up on the tumult, so either way, not looking too bad.
Looks like the Nevenka player does have that Eat Me bar too, which could be really, really nice. The energy bar could give them that advantage that they might not have in the expedition where they currently don't have anything. But it is important to know that if they advance, if they do play the Eat Me energy bar and they advance, they already have two cards going to the reserve at dusk. So whatever they keep playing will have more cards going to their reserve. So they'll be discarding at least one or two cards, which will put the Sigismar at a bit of an advantage in terms of things like that. So if he can survive one turn, maybe get the advance on the side with that Orders Recruit token out, maybe he can just hold out for one more turn, let the Nevenka discard, and from there, just try and go for a double advance or all in on one side and see what he can do. But that energy bar could be a problem if the Nemeca player does have another big unique like that Loki or something that could be really impactful.
Yeah, it's always a bit surprising when you run into that Eat Me energy bar on the out of faction Lyra. I don't always expect it, but it is a cool card, especially if you can coordinate it quite well, like you're talking about. But we'll have to see if that is the case here. It's definitely not out of the realm of possibility for the Navenka to take this. They have a good setup here with those anchored cards. If they can pull out a double advance here, they will be on an even footing when it comes to the Sigismar. The Sigismar still has some resources available to them in hand, as well as that accountant that you mentioned earlier. We will see an early roll in the form of a trickster who gets the 2 boosts that I'm sure the Novinka player is looking for. Um, and now we'll have to see what they can do with the remaining 4 mana that they have left. 5 mana for the Sigismar. Looks like they're going to be playing something from hand. I believe that's an Aegis Templar that they have in hand, one of the newer cards from Wizards from the Maze. Good card to be played for a scout as well, as it's only 1 cost from scout and it is able to put out a recruit, no longer having to plug in a mobile armory like some players used to do just to have a lower cost play for putting out a recruit. But instead, gonna opt for the trooper at the moment and throw out a little bit more stats.
Yeah, I think that's really an interesting play. I don't think it's a bad play. I think what they're trying to do is get up their count of characters, and then I think they might try and teamwork training uh, maybe the aloe vera or something that they won't be able to cast. 'Cause they're gonna play something from their hand now. They've got either the aloe vera from hand or the energy bar. I have to bet they've got the 4 mana. They're probably playing the aloe vera. If the Sigismar player won, he can put it to sleep since it'll have anchored anyway, or he can try and teamwork training the other one. It looks like the Dominican player is going to play the aloe vera and anchor it. I'd love to see what the Sigismar player does. Most likely, probably just teamwork training that aloe vera is going to force one, two, three, four, 5 cards into the Nevenka player's reserve. So that'll put them at a very, very big disadvantage. The Sigismar player wouldn't be advancing at that point, which isn't ideal. But at that point, I think they'd be in a very commanding position, seeing the only card in the Demenka player's hand right now is that Eat Me Energy bar.
Yeah, it's really going to depend on what they want to do. If they want to take a battle for resources, or if they want to try to get a single advance out of here. Ideally, you don't want the aloe vera to be able to stay out there. But it looks like you're going to go 1 tap for the Aegis Templar, put them to 3 water, 3 mountain at this point. Only 3 mana left to play. Pass coming out of the Navenka. They could definitely play that teamwork training that you're mentioning here, but they can also play the Aegis Templar. I don't think they want to use the teamwork training. Oh, we are going to get a roll actually out of the Davenka. No pass, no mana to play with, and they hit a 3, so just a single boost. So now the question is, how is the Sigismar going to approach this? I'm thinking more than likely they're just going to be maybe happy with a 1 for 1 and save that teamwork training for later. Um, but Not entirely sure here. I think they wanna hold on to the accountant if they can help it as well. I'm not sure what the stats are specifically on the Aegis Templar, if they can just play it on the hero side and be able to outstat the Martingale and the Trickster, which I think they can, based off
Uh,
of the Jack Frost and the, um, recruits already being out there.
I believe that's a common Aegis Templar, so it should be 2 in Forest, 2 in Mountain, 3 in Water.
Yeah.
If he does wanna play that to try and advance, it would set him up very well on the next turn because it would let him advance in his hero expedition, and then from there, he would get 2 recruits at noon. One from the Aegis Templar when it leaves at dusk, and then the other Orders recruit from Sigismar's ability at noon, which could be really nice, especially with the removal in the form of teamwork training, and then the sleep in the form of that accountant.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this ends up turning out. They do have a decision on how they want to play this. They have multiple options. It could be what makes this game, I mean, realistically, how this game turns out. We've already seen the decision from the Navenka and rolling and hitting a one potentially affect them. Now we'll have to figure out how the Sigismar wants to approach this and how this will affect them moving forward. They do have options, like you mentioned. They can realistically play every single card that they have available to them. They have 3 mana left. They have a lot to, I mean, decide on how they wanna deal with this. Either way, they're gonna have to deal with that aloe vera, I think. I don't think you wanna remove it, even if it's anchored, and give up any type of advance to the Vinca if you can help it and not get one in return. So, I think more than likely, we are looking at some level of a one for one at the moment, um, but could be wrong, but, we'll just have to see how Sigmar players gonna handle this. Either way, wearing a tremendous hat, so they can at least take away that as far as this game is concerned.
I definitely have to agree. I don't know how high I am on that teamer training anymore, especially now that he has the Ortis trooper that will be going into his reserve. I think playing that Aegis Templar in the hero expedition would get him that advance, and it would not let him discard a card in his reserve down to the reserve size of 2 at the end of his turn. So at least he'd have a little bit more card advantage. He gets that one card out of his reserve. He'll advance, and then with that Aegis Templar, he'll still get the token at the start of the next turn, which will be really big.
He's playing with both of the cards. It does look like he's gonna go with that Aegis Templar play. Be happy with the one for one. Maintain the 2 cards that you're mentioning in the reserve and, one in hand, leaving the teamwork training as a possible way to interact with the field later on, and then also having the Ortis accountant available as well. So, not looking bad for him at all. Ends up drawing into a sacrifice in order to potentially get more draw, but we do see another unique Loki popping up here. So I wonder how much that is going to affect this game because anytime those unique Lokis come around, they could always just completely change the game as far as the board as a whole. Basically, like a little pseudo little hunger in some ways. So should be interesting if that is something that turns the game on its head. But we also still see that Eat Me energy bar that we've been talking about for a little bit as well with the Lyra.
Yeah, the Loki with the Eat Me Energy bar could be huge. Because this Loki is 6 mana from hand, so it's a little cheaper, but it has a cost or the effect of when you play it from your hand, you can put a card from your hand into your reserve to have that classic Loki effect where everyone discards their hand in reserve, then draws 3. So putting down that gift of self from the Sigismar was definitely a great idea. But most likely that Loki player is gonna play, or the Venka player will play that Eat Me Energy bar, then the Loki, and then just see what the Sigismar player has. Unless he's going to try and play it a little bit slower, but it looks like based on what he put down into his mana, he might try it. I'd love to see how he goes from here because right now, the Nevenka player is in a tough spot. being 1-to-1 against the Sigismar.
Yeah, and even if the Loki's able to make a big play here, it'll be one that has to be they'll only get a double advance, and it would still be dead even if they get the 2-0.
Mm.
So we'll have to see if that is able to do anything. The Ortis accountant is looks like they are going to deduct the boost here. Just trying to figure out what they want to deal with. Yeah, and they're gonna go ahead and do that to sleep the aloe vera, just maintain the stats on the board. So we will see that eat me energy bar play that you mentioned before. Now the question is, will they follow up with a Loki? Almost certainly, it feels like, right?
Yeah. I
Um,
mean, it seemed pretty straightforward from here. Even then, I don't think uh, the Nevenka player has a chance of winning right now. There's obviously potential for anything, but it is looking very, very difficult.
feel like they know that the Sigismar is holding on to a removal of some sort, and so they're just gonna hope that they don't draw into anything off of the Loki play here. So going to get rid of their reserve, going to have both players draw 3 cards, and we'll see what the Sigismar is able to get to potentially try to close out this game.
This is really interesting because the Loki is, I mean, it's a good play here, but it's also putting him in the position of what's the Sigismund gonna draw to? Because right now he can't really do too much. It looks like the Devenka player isn't choosing to activate Loki's ability. He's just keeping it as a body.
Oh, I don't think he had anything in hand. He just had the Eat Me Energy bar and the Loki.
And he just rolled a 1 on the
Yeah,
Loki with Nevenka returning it to reserve, and he just scooped it up to that.
yeah. So yeah, he wasn't even able to activate the
Yeah.
Loki ability, so just using that as a stack. Probably should have noticed that in the hand. Hard to tell either way, but victory for the Sigismar player. Gonna move on undefeated, I assume, and we'll have to see if that they can see them later on in the tournament to potentially make that top cut and get the qualification spot. Either way, a fun little Navenka deck using a lot of Loki uniques and trying to make that work for them.
It looks like, the Sigismar player is currently ranked 5, on Melee and is currently undefeated,
Yep.
but yeah,
So
interesting. But yeah, all those Loki uniques definitely helped, but rolling that 1 was devastating. I'm curious if the Navenka player hadn't rolled the 1, how that game would have gone differently, because they would have been at a huge card disadvantage, but at the same with all those cards going to reserve, they'd have to discard, but at the same time, they'd at least survive another turn.
yeah, I think obviously that was a pretty big downside for him, to be honest. You hit that one earlier that we were talking about. Definitely swung the game a little bit as far as like 2 expedition spots realistically, and then still was able to maintain at least some closeness in the game. Obviously, they wouldn't have been able to win right there, but the game would have at least had the potential of going onwards. So, bit difficult spot for the Nevenka. Can definitely see why they've made it this far, as far as going undefeated prior to this, and maybe still having a chance to make the top cut. Always a possibility at this point if you only have a loss or two to make it, and potentially get the one of those qualifying spots here in France. But in the meantime, um, they're going to have to battle their way back, and the Sigismar will just need a couple more wins as a whole to take this one. Yeah, being consistent and stable is definitely a little bit better in this type of stuff. And then, unfortunately, for Navinka, not known for being the most consistent and/or stable, especially since your whole idea is rolling dice, and I don't know that many people that are running the Ouroboros as far as a permanent in the Vanka decks anymore. Was fun initially, but I think everyone kind of figured out that the additional dice rolling isn't worth the tempo loss that you get for having to pay for a 3 cost permanent.
Yeah, it's better to just test your luck or maybe just run that rare martingale. I think that's definitely your best bet. And I mean, from my experience with Nevenka, at least, I find that it looks like this player was rolling a lot with Nevenka. I'll normally only roll on Nevenka, or people at my local game store will normally only roll with Nevenka if it's, a game breaking decision, if it's between advancing or not. Other than that, they just kind of keep it as is. If the anchor is something they really want, they might give it a shot, but if they figure, you know what, I'm okay seeding an expedition, or they just have no shot of winning, or if they have no shot of winning, then the roll doesn't do anything for them. So it's beneficial to roll. But if you have a commanding advantage, there's no real reason to roll. You can keep the advantage going, but after a certain point, it's just gratuitous. It's better to keep what you have and not risk rolling that one, which, as we've seen in this match, is possible to do multiple times a game. So being sure you can get those wins, and I mean, here, if he didn't roll the one, or if he didn't roll at all, there was at least a bit more of a chance. But of course, without knowing what's in the opponent's hand and without knowing what's going on, it was never guaranteed. But there at least would have been a shot. Whenever luck is involved, it makes it so much more difficult. But it's about knowing when to roll, and sometimes it's really difficult to know when to do.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting some type of breakdown here, um, as far as what we have going on here. I think this is Panda Anaconda, um, one of the players at the event. Not sure what they're going over at the moment. I don't have the volume on, so I wouldn't be able to tell you. Um, Either way, I assume maybe it's hero breakdown. They have some type of writing. I can't really see what's going on there, but either way, I'm sure we'll figure that out here shortly, and we'll be able to figure that out. Maybe I'll just turn in. Here, let's turn the volume in on my side, see if I can hear it.
Fortunately, I'm not versed in French, so I have no idea what they'd be saying.
Okay, they're going over deck list that we have as far as top winners thus far. It sounds like there is a Fin Festival potentially that's been doing pretty well. And past that, it's hard to do a little bit of both, but yeah, that's what it sounds like. As far as what we have going on, just giving a little bit of breakdown as far as who's winning, who's doing well, and what kind of decks that we've been seeing thus far. So Um, nice little insight there. It'd be cool if we see some type of Fin Festival take this whole thing. It's not a deck that you see a lot of. I think a lot of times when you see Fins, it's playing as well as you can as far as Finn is concerned. And then if you can hit a festival victory occasionally, we've had see those one ups on occasion, but not always the most consistent as we've talked about before, especially in a Swiss format to run a festival deck.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Alternate win cons like that can really be hit or miss because when your whole deck revolves around it, if you don't draw them, or if you draw them at the wrong time, if your opponent removes them at a key time, it can just be absolutely game over. Because when your deck revolves around that, I mean, you're playing things that care about, fleeting counters and anchored counters or a sleep, which can be harder to get. Sleep counters are not the easiest to come by. Um, at least on your own character, you obviously have the kodamas, which are nice. There's a few other options, but there isn't really a lot going on. So you really rely on playing that rare Lyra Festival last and putting that asleep counter on your last character. But you're playing so low to the ground with your low cost characters so that you can afford to play multiple of them and give them anchor counters, fleeting counters, and whatnot, and sandbagging the Lyra Festival for last, that sometimes you're forced into less optimal cards in your deck just so you can fulfill the needs of what a Lyra Festival deck needs.
Yeah. Should be interesting to see if we end up getting that on the stream as a whole. Wouldn't expect it, but I've seen crazier things, as far as top decks and everything like that, but in the meantime, looks like they're done discussing that. Don't know quite everything that we have going on, but I'm sure we'll get some more information eventually. Um, in the meantime, that will be, I think, that is the end of the round 5 at the moment, right? Or is it round 6?
We should have just been in round 6. That's standings. We are currently at the end of round 6, and then we'll be going into round 7. It
Okay,
looks like we have everyone should have reported. It looks like I don't see anyone so far that has not reported. So we're currently in round 6, and the next round will be round 7.
got it. All right. Well, with that, we'll be doing a quick switch over here. We're going to go to a quick be right back screen. And then Cole Robbie will be jumping in for me and we'll be taking over for the second half of the stream. I am finally going to get some sleep. It is currently daylight for me at the moment, though. So we'll see how that goes. Be sure to stick around here for the rest of the stream. And then also tomorrow as well, or today, depending on where you're at, to watch the last bit of this World Championship qualifier. I believe it should be for the top cut and check things out then. But in the meantime, I will catch you all later. We are not turn down the stream. The stream will stay live. Just doing a quick be right back, and then we'll see you all here in a minute. And Horizon is going to stick around.
Yeah.
Be right back, guys.
Hello, hello, everybody. How are we doing? As Blue mentioned, I am Kohlrabi back here now in the host chair. Horizon is still with us. And while I go ahead and update things in the background, can you, Horizon, give us a refresher of what just happened the last 2 rounds? Because I was closing my eyes real quick.
No worries. I mean, sleep is always important. In our last round, that was round 6, the featured match was a Sigismar player versus Nevenka. That was, I believe, the first Sigismar player we'd seen so far in this game, this tournament, in the featured table, which is great. Um, it was some pretty interesting plays back and forth. We saw two uniques from the Nevenka player, which were both Lokis. One of them ended up working for them really well. The other one they just used as a big body, but it was really unfortunate. The Sigismar player had a lot of tempo, and then the Nevenka player ended up trying to roll some dice without any martingales or any backup on the board, and ended up rolling a one on an aloe vera earlier on in the game, which was a huge tempo loss. And then at the very end of the game, they tried to maybe anchor that Loki that they played or give it another boost to try and get an advantage, and they might have had a chance there if they hadn't rolled, but they ended up rolling a one, getting rid of the Loki, and with no more mana left, and the Sigismar at 1-1, it was it was game over right there. So that made it very very difficult for that Loki player or for the Nevenka player, but it made it an interesting match to watch, which I'm always all about. So that was the last match that was something else. And then prior to that, I believe it was an Saudi versus I believe it was a Saudi versus a Faunus and Senka, if I'm remembering correctly. And that one was interesting as well because the Saudi player was uh, at a very interesting position trying to keep up with the tempo that the Faunus player was putting out. Um, But I think after putting down things like Sakurabu, because it wasn't the right time, so they put it down into their mana. They didn't have that at their disposal. And I'm sorry, it wasn't Atsadi versus a Faunus. It was Atsadi versus a Treston Rossum. And even still, putting down the Sakurabu was a big deal. And with the amount that Treston Rossum was advancing, especially with being online with those scrap counters so early on, it was very difficult to come back from. Even when the Saudi player did play out a big hunger, getting rid of a bunch of cards in reserve and two havens, which was a huge swing for them. By that point, the Treston Rossum was already at such a point in the game, such a commanding point in the game, that coming back was very difficult. The uniques that Trust player had were very nice too. They were Anansi uniques that like double boosted based on cards in reserve. So playing one of those, I think gave it about like 6 or 7 boosts. I think it was 6 boosts, which was a huge tempo swing. It got over the hunger, which was a big deal. It got over Demeter, which he played. But in the end, the Tristan Rawson player just had too much of an advantage early on, and the Saudi player couldn't keep up. So the Tristan Rawson player ended up closing out that win. And I think those were the last 2 rounds. So the first round that you missed was the at Saudi versus Tristan Rossum, and the Tristan Rossum won. And then the one we just watched, which was round 6, we had the Sigismar player versus Nevenka, in which the Sigismar player won. Both great games, though. A lot of fun to watch, and I hope we get more interesting stuff. Maybe we'll see a few more Ortis heroes. I know Blue and I were talking about hopefully seeing a few Gorangs out there, but that's just a personal hope of mine. It's not guaranteed, but that's the goal. I would love to see some unique builds, maybe some janky uniques you wouldn't really expect to see otherwise. But the weird stuff is what I love to see. Why see meta stuff when you could see something a little bit more unique that spices up the meta a little bit, spices up a tournament as big as this one, which I would love to see an upset in. I love a good dark horse.
Yeah. That very, very good. Thank you for the recap. Did you say the Nevenka player targeted an aloe vera?
The Nevenka player targeted an aloe vera.
That is
That
interesting in an Nevenka list, just itself running the aloe.
it was a very good value engine for them. It got them some pretty good advantage. The thing is, if they hadn't rolled at all on that aloe vera that turn, they would have double advanced, even not knowing. Even knowing, if they had known what was in that Sigismar player's hand, they still would have double advanced. Um, but they only had at that point one or two cards in their hand, the Sigismar player, so the options were limited. But playing around, a removal spell is always important, but it didn't have any counters on it, so it wasn't going to get hit by something like a license withdraw. It could have been hit by a team of training, but the dies to removal debate is known for not being very strong. So
Mm.
sometimes you kind of have to realize you'll have to force your opponent to have it, and it's better to have whatever advantage you can get. So at that point, rolling at all, I mean, I personally thought was a little bit of an error. But yet, when you're in the heat of battle, if you will, you make decisions that you think might be great, but might not always be. It's a high pressure situation. There's a lot riding on this. It's the invite to Worlds, Altered's first Worlds tournament, which is a big deal. So there's a lot of pressure on these players to obviously perform well and play at optimal levels, especially if you're on the feature.
Yeah, for sure. I am. Oh, yeah, getting word. Ooh.
Ooh, look at that.
I think my browser source is not correctly put in, which I will fix here real quick. Um, they just dropped the name of the next set, and when it launches, do you want to be the one to say the name of the set for us?
I would love to. So Altered's next set will be called Skybound Odyssey, which is confirmed to launch on October 3rd of this year. It
Beautiful.
looks absolutely amazing. I know it looks
Oh,
like we've that's really interesting. It
the
looks like,
heroes.
yeah, let's go. It looks like we have a Bravos hero, Soul and Halua.
All right, let's see here.
You want to read her ability?
Yeah, so when you pass first, stop taking turns before other players, I gain one quest counter. Then if I have three or more quest counters, create a Halua 2/2/2 token in your companion expedition. It is a Leviathan companion token with if your hero has five or more quest counters, I am gigantic. Um, Let me get to a screen where you can see that better. All right, there we go. Yeah, so this is a new token and a new token in Bravos. Very, very cool right here. Um, yeah,
Really interesting.
that is dope.
It's almost like it's almost like a version of Kojo and Buddha. It's almost like an opposite of Kojo and Buddha. It cares about, instead of getting advantages early, giving up advantages so that in the late game you have this Halua token that just has gigantic. So to actively you want to be giving up turns here and there, which I think is a really interesting way to play in general.
Yeah, I am. Oh, hey, there we get to see the actual token for Halua. Nice. So this article has uh just gone live on the website, so I'm doing my due diligence and sharing it out across so people can take a look at it. We'll continue to look at it here live. They're still doing this part in French, right?
I
Yes.
believe
Yes.
so, yes.
Cool. So this will be very cool to read after the event here and pour over. But October 3rd, if you didn't hear, is when the next set will drop, and now all of us that run tournaments based off of these sets can start to plan out our the rest of our season. This picture here, I'm not sure if we know who this is with the paintbrush yet, but looks very cool. And then you see Halua there in the background, really big on that set art.
OK. Oui,
It
parce que
looks
c'est vrai
like
qu'en fait,
if the
au bout d'un moment, là, tu auras vraiment
person with the paintbrush is another hero, it looks very much like it'll be a Lyra hero, which would be great because Lyra definitely needs a little bit more variety in what they do instead of just praying they get the right top deck or roll
et du
a
coup,
high
tu imagines
number.
même que ça a modifié la manière de jouer de
Oh
l'adversaire?
yeah, so I pulled up the
Là, là,
actual
maintenant, tu vois,
article because before I was
tu vois,
just
c'est des
reacting
petites
along
images
with
qui vont
stream,
qui
but
vont
they
sortir
only revealed the one Bravos hero. So
Mm.
they're gonna keep teasing us a little bit more. There are going to be five other heroes in Skybound Odyssey. Very excited. They picked a very specific hero to reveal
ouais.
first, I'm
Donc
guessing.
de 2 tous les 2, c'est beaucoup plus
As
simple de
every
jouer 2
set
quoi.
before
C'est
it, I
de
assume
c'est
that
vraiment beaucoup plus simple.
Skybound Odyssey will
La
also
grosse
at
différence
least
avec Cojos, c'est que avec
introduce
Cojos, en fait,
one new
une
mechanic.
fois que alors certes, ça prend un petit peu de temps à
So
setup,
probably be a couple more weeks before we even find out what that is. But that art was already looking amazing.
c'est
Bravos
beaucoup plus
hero
simple et
looks
important
very
pour les stacks pour
interesting.
anticiper l'arrivée du token
And
et tu quand même l'importance en plus
yeah,
pour les joueurs de
let's
niveau
let me
10
read that.
ces premiers joueurs
Let me
de
read that
de monter
again
en
so I can
compétence
think about
sur un
it. When
PC
you pass
avec vraiment le côté:
first,
«OK, je joue
I
mon
gain a
propre deck»
quest
et
counter.
enfin,
If I have
j'imagine que
three or
ça
more, I
forcément il y
create
aura des cartes
Halua.
de ce héros qu'on va
Huh.
découvrir,
Ouais, clairement.
un peu plus
Token
tard.
in your
Bah,
companion
clairement, déjà,
expedition.
jouer des cartes plus chères,
Your hero has
va être
five or
important.
more quest
On n'est pas exclusif.
counters.
Ouais.
Il faut qu'il y ait des
Interesting.
bonnes cartes chères dans ce set
It's
qui vont nous aider
really
face à
weird because you're gonna want to be playing
d'autres cartes
probably
pour
something a little bit bigger with your mana,
le héros
and
qui
then
va nous
letting
aider.
your opponent play a few little things
Peut-être,
that
on
will
va
hopefully guarantee you an
dans
advance
dans
in
tous
one
les cas, il y aura
expedition.
clairement des
You'll
choses à
probably
faire
be
avec
seeding on
ce
another
ce
side,
moment,
but hopefully
ce
once
set,
you
c'est
get
que
to those 5 quest counters,
vraiment
the
ça va
Halua will help you out
quand ça sera
with
trop
getting
lourd.
back some of that
Et en
advantage.
plus,
But I
ça
think you're
commence à
gonna
aller
be
très, très
really
bien avec,
over
Bravos quoi.
committing to
C'est
one
vraiment
side, the
un mélange
one
un peu entre
big character
Bravos
early on
et
for the
toujours
first
dans des
few
trucs où je
turns,
joue des grosses bêtes,
and then just getting those quest counters
c'est
and
ce qu'on imagine,
passing your turn and
avec,
hoping your
avec Bravos par
opponent
exemple, mais
doesn't have
c'est
removal or something, which is an
c'est
interesting way
possible,
to play, but
en vrai de vrai.
I
Pour revenir sur les
think
différentes
it's kind of the
cartes,
variety and spice
il
that
y a
Bravos
il y
might
a des
need to
choses
really lean
moi
into
c'est une
that
petite spéculation.
aggro play and then
Pour revenir
pass.
donc on a Sol qui est,
Yeah,
envisagé
so we're getting
pour,
some
sûrement
information
avoir des
from
couleurs variées,
our Canadian
et donc du coup, bah,
correspondent Tom,
l'auteur
who speaks
qui est également
French.
sur de l'image,
And
bien
he
dessinée.
said they are hinting that there will still be ways to interact with the token, but
OK.
it's not
Parce qu'au
obvious
début je disais: «Mais je
because it's created after
et en fait,
passing.
OK, il est très
And
grand,
they
il est
expect
très
to
très
bring
solitaire.
interesting
Donc du
tension
coup, on
by
voit, vraiment
disincentivizing
cette
your
série de
opponent from
c'est
playing
pour
all
faire des
cheap
compositions, vous
cards
pouvez pas en faire, mais
slash
c'est
after
très, très rare.
you. So very,
Voilà,
Hmm.
very
il faut
interesting
imaginer
playstyle
des
it's
choses,
going to
mais
introduce.
That is really interesting. I want to know how that will end up shaking up the meta. How that will
tarif tu dis:
go
«Je vais mettre
into
des
if
cartes» en fait,
for some
qui
reason
fassent
Sadi
aussi
does
des
make it this
points.
far.
Voilà, me mettez pas
How
là-dessus,
this play with something like a Sadi that also wants to play more or less something big and then
c'est pas fou.
pass.
Bon, ça a l'air d'être bon.
It'll really it'll really mess up Sigismar decks, I think, because they do want to play a lot of small guys and then not really pass and just kind of
Sur la
keep
gamme,
their turn going so they can
mais
get more
mais
information.
merci beaucoup et par contre,
But I
on va
think
carrément sûrement revenir
as Altered's a game that is about information
peut-être
and
avec
going
des
first
cartes
is
références,
actively bad,
mettre
I
quelque chose
think
en
kind
revue.
of
Surtout qu'on aura le temps d'y avoir réfléchi,
forcing your
au fur et
opponent
à
to
mesure et
divulge more of
heu
that could be a very interesting new strategy.
par
And
rapport à chaque
I
tour.
want to see obviously what the cards in the new set do
Donc
to help that
on va y penser
strategy
un
and
peu
how
et
maybe it makes it a
on
little bit
va revenir
easier
en réfléchissant
for
ensemble.
players
Bah,
to
merci beaucoup pour l'annonce en tout cas.
get that
À tout
advantage.
à l'heure.
Et puis, bah,
But
voilà,
I'm
ça va être
curious how they're going to deal with things that remove tokens easily, like teamwork training, which I know has been on the watch list in the past. Because now there are things like Lindoan Maw that they're
avec
trying to make
vraiment
meta.
incroyable.
Now with this
Mana
Halua
4 mana,
token,
5 mana,
I
6
mean,
mana.
how fair
Avec
is
un
a
électron
two
infini.
mana remove the thing your deck
Trop
cares
trop fort.
about?
Ouais, non, on va lancer la game.
Yeah,
Pardon,
yeah, it is interesting. It
pardon.
could be something that maybe is good against removal because it might give more options for your opponent to have to think about removing. So instead of maybe taking out one of your more important cards, it I'm reacting. Sorry, I see this card in Erlea's hand, and I'm like, what is this? Let me see. Am I showing it on stream?
It's a
Yeah.
Loki. It's a 7/7 Loki.
What
It's
the
a
heck?
beautiful proxy. Beautiful proxy.
What is that, Erlea? Shout out to Erlea, by the way. Very good player, always has interesting builds, as we're seeing a Tasia with a Loki here. He's always cooking something, but I'm wondering why that Loki is allowed. What is going on here? There has to be some kind of story about that card and why it's allowed, but that threw me off. Anyways, the other information from Tom, and then we'll get into this game, is they are hinting that the hero will receive support in the set, both in the form of strong, expensive cards, and likely in the form of accelerating how to get its counter. So, thank you for the translations, Tom. I appreciate it. Simon, welcome to the stream, by the way. Good morning. Judge proxy for the Loki is interesting. I bet it's because the foil alt art was causing issues of marked cards. Um,
Oh.
I just checked chat. I am actually the best at checking chat, so don't you worry. We see a martingale here. Do I have? Oh man, like I said, I am just getting into the. What did you build here? Getting into the use of how they're doing things, switching over. All right, I see what we got going here. They're switching around, and I have to figure it out. Yeah, so one and one on the first day. Asia versus Fen.
And
What are you wanting to see here, Horizon?
I'm first of all, I'm looking to see what that Loki does. Oh, it looks like we pulled up the Loki. It's a 6 from hand, 6 from reserve. If you play it from anywhere, if you control, what was it, 2 or more boosted characters, you and your opponent discard your reserve and draw 3 cards, I believe it was. I only got a glance at it.
Yeah, I didn't quite get to see it.
I'll
I'm gonna
have to
have to
confirm
ask
though.
Blue how he was showing the uniques.
Oh, nope, I was correct. It's 6 mana from hand, 6 mana from reserve. When it enters from anywhere, if you control 2 or more boosted characters, you and your opponent each discard your reserve and your hand, and then you draw 3 cards. But if I don't know if this is correct or not, but Blue was previously talking about a potential Lyra Festival deck going around, piloted by Ben and Crowbar. So I don't know if that's this Lyra Festival deck or not, or if this is a Lyra Festival deck at all. But if this is Lyra Festival Fen and Crowbar, I'd love to see that because that's something that fell out of favor a little bit, and I think that'd just be really, really interesting.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen any festival on stream yet because we saw Rin. I think we don't know the full deck list, but my uh guess is that it's a bait and switch Rin deck. Maybe they have like one off festival as a second option, but they won with 3 Hydras, so
I think this Loki is really interesting into a Fen and Crowbar deck too that cares so much about getting your reserve full. We've already seen an Anansi played by the Fen and Crowbar, so it cares about a full reserve. It cares about Anansi and obviously the resupplying at noon. And that's where most of Fen and Crowbar's card advantage come from, her hero ability. So for some reason, this Tasia Nara deck does have, plays a few Sneezer Streams or Spindle Harvesters that have Anchor to get boost when she plays them, then plays out that Loki. What does that mean for the Fenning Crowbar? Because it enters from anywhere and it gets its effect. So as long as there's two or more boosted characters, include two or more, not two or more other. So that includes the Loki if it gets a boost. So that's a pretty free cycle your opponent's reserve and draw three cards. So if you need new cards, you can do that. Or if you don't want your opponent to have cards in the reserve, like the cards that Sven and Crowbar has, that could be a huge tempo swing.
Ah, okay, I see what I see. I figured out the uniques. Never mind, Blue. Go back to sleep. I see it. Uh, yeah. So I am just taking a look here at what is going to hit the hardest on that Loki and when it's going to come out. So Erleia's at what is that? 2/6 mana right now. So next turn could be the Loki turn and 3 in reserve right now for Fen. They probably want to build that up more before playing the Anansi.
Hmm.
Ooh, they put the daughter to sleep. That'll be interesting. Those are some good stats to stay. And there's another daughter. Good stats to stay in the expedition when a Loki comes out. I actually started building a deck similar to this, to where you do give your opponents some cards, but then you hit them with the Loki before it gets too out of hand. Um, Definitely not as well made as Erleia's yet, but we see the Martingale on the screen for Fen, which is from anywhere, roll a die, 4 plus, draw a card, and at dusk you may return a spell from your reserve to your hand.
I think the sleep on this Dodger V just shows really interesting because if it wasn't for that, I don't think Erlea would have been able to play Loki on her next turn and get out the ability she's looking to do, the Loki effect. She wouldn't have two or more boosted characters. Now that this daughter Vita Shields asleep, it puts her at a huge advantage to have the daughter in her hero expedition and then the Loki most likely in companion and just completely cycle this Fenning Crowbar's hand in reserve. Um, I'm really interested to see what that does for these Twinkle Twinkles. And now will the Fen and Crowbar just not use them and just figure I'm just going to put them down and forget about that? Because if Erlea plays another Loki and I sleep a character with a boost on it, what does that mean for me? And how does that look for my future turns?
Yeah, I think right now the hard decision is having the 1 mana and what do you sleep, and is it going to be their own daughter, or is it the Inkcaster to negate the pickup, and then that should equal a progression. Yeah. The question from the chat while they're getting the next day ready here: one expansion every 6 months. That good pacing? I thought it would be better more time between them. Some people think that Altered actually does not come out with sets fast enough compared to other TCGs, and they do it a little slower than some. I think it's in a pretty good sweet spot. We get the meta solved by about the last 2 or 3 weeks of the season, and then a new set comes out and refreshes it, and that Loki just hit the board.
And that's going to get rid of the Anansi, which will be huge. The Sapduende, I believe that's how it's pronounced. And then the Twinkle Twinkle, which will be great because now the Fen and Crowbar basically only drew one card. And now it's going to have to work with what they have in their hand and then the Inkcaster, but they're already at a disadvantage.
Okay, yeah, it looks like Simon was right. The Loki is foiled, so that's a first time I've seen a judge proxy in Altered. Very, very interesting judge proxy. Good to know. But now they're going to discard everything and draw 3 more. Ooh. Um
Oh,
Arlea's
wow.
new hand is okay. I think that's Magical Training, Trickster, and Trickster for the Fen, right? Yeah.
That's what it looks like, yes. Which is hopefully they can draw into something here with that magical thing. They drew into an Anansi. Not the exact time you want to see it, but if they can hold on to that Anansi and try and advance in at least on one side, hopefully that gives them some sort of tempo to not just lose in both expeditions this day.
Mais ouais, du coup, l'encrière qui là va poser souci. Là où
Yeah,
tu
from
peux
what
peut-être
Simon
mettre
said,
à 3
the
plus
guess
le
is that
double
there was worrying about the
A.W.O.L du
card
coup au
seeming
max.
like it
Donc
was
j'aurais dit 3
marked,
plus 2
so they put a
Harizin
judge
avec
proxy. I can't
le
tell from the
TCG de
camera,
plus.
and when it's sleeved, I don't know how it would be the
Utiliser.
card and not the
Mais
sleeve that
ça
needs to be
faciliterait l'histoire
switched
un peu
out.
des.
But the foil card is there on top
Il passe.
of the
Et au
proxy.
max, ce que ça
So
lui aurait
might
apporté
be an
avec votre
interesting
carte, c'était A.
question I can ask
Il
Erleia
la joue juste
after the event.
Looks like they played that Ouroboros trickster on the side of the Daughter of Yggdrasil,
Ouais.
which so I assume they're gonna play another trickster on the same side and then maybe play a magical train to try and get a boost on it and try and you know not a boost but get a jump on or lay in that expedition. Oh, interesting. It looks like the Fen player was just trying to
On va
get
pouvoir
an
regarder
extra
un peu
card
les
in the
illusions
reserve
possibles.
for that Anansi, which is
Ok. Bon, il faudra le
gonna
resetter
put
une fois
Relay in a
qu'il
very
est
good
toujours
position
présent.
to get for one more double advance and win. But hopefully this Anansi will maybe give the Fen a little bit of a swing to come back and not just lose right here. But Erlay is in a very commanding position, especially with so many low-cost cards in her hand that he can just kind of play out, especially things that care about Forest,
Marronnier
which
qui
is
envoie
one of her
encore
expeditions.
parfois.
Yeah,
Alors,
this
c'est un grand mot, mais on peut l'avoir
those
joué. Là,
wisps
qui
are
va
going to
tout de
be
suite
pretty good
jouer avec
on.
du clic.
I
Et
mean, yeah, they're strong in
évidemment,
forests, so they'll have a
ça va.
high
Je me
amount
dis,
of
ça
stats
va être dur.
for
C'est possible parce que
the
ça
companion
commence
side.
déjà à se
I was
remettre un peu en
trying
rang
to
avec
see how
les
well they would be
Qualifier
on the
qui
hero
commencent à
side.
déjà en prendre de plus en moins
I've been
d'importance.
playing a ton of Auroch, and the
D'accord.
Lyra Will-O-the-Wisp is actually switched, so it's water. But yeah, we see it go down right there
Ça va être une
on
carte qui risque
the
d'être
companion side, where it's going to be strong.
On a
Get the
eu
boost
les
from
cartes qui
Tasia,
étaient presque pas mal
going to
jouées.
be a
Un,
4-0-0,
3, 3. On
and
pouvait jouer les
now
3.
it has to
Je
move
pense que 2, ça risque
forest.
de pas être suffisant avec
This is
la
interesting
vigilance
because
et le
Erlea's looks like
Qualifier.
6 more mana, 3 cards in hand. One of them is a mana reaping. So my question
Ok.
is she going to try and
Ici, et du coup, c'est
wait
enlever
for maybe
ce
something big
Harizin
like an
qui
Anansi?
va
Or maybe see
faire
what
de
else this
l'Anansi
Fen
qui
player
va
has to
essayer
try and
de
get rid of it and just advance right there and win the game?
On lance le dé. Imagine qu'après qu'on ait fait ça, mais une nouvelle info était révélée, tu peux pas revenir en arrière.
Yeah, this Requiem in the reserve for Fen is going to be dangerous. The mana reaping is very good there. The Kitsune, not super awesome in this situation, I don't think, but there was a low roll on the Trickster. So it's just 1-1-1, meaning the Kitsune wouldn't be that bad on the hero side. As a quick note for people not reading the chat, the concern with the Loki foil could be from curling. So I guess even in a sleeve, that does make sense. It could bend a little and be able to tell where it is in the deck. So, that's where you get a judge proxy.
My question is how much you judge proxies go for on the secondary market, especially if you win an event. Even if Erlea doesn't win, if she gets, top cut and doesn't need the judge proxy anymore, maybe there's someone looking for a judge proxy Loki.
Yeah, I don't know. That was a very interesting way to do it. I haven't ever had to use one or used one in another TCG, so I don't know how other TCGs do it, but that was just a unique foiler with some marker on it. So, very, very cool thing to have just for a story piece or conversational item. Um, oh, they put the records here. Erleia 5-1, Yo 5-1. Last I checked, I only had the results up to round 5. We're in round 7, right?
We should be in around 7. Let me double check for
Yeah, I believe so.
uh,
So
we are currently in around 7, yes.
So we technically only have 11 undefeated players going into this round. I show a 12th player has a I don't know how melee does that, if that's a tie,
It's a draw,
a
yes.
draw. Yeah, okay. So very interesting. It's a lot harder to get a draw in altered than say like Star Wars Unlimited. So
Hmm.
I'm wondering how that game went down, but uh Heaven is I think a well-known player that's done well before that a lot of people are rooting for. So Heaven is 6-0 going into this round.
And it looks like Erleia did play that Kitsune, which I know we were iffy on if she was going to play or not, but I assume she wanted to try and get as much card advances as she could. It looks like the advance on her companion side is fairly guaranteed. The one thing to watch out for is that A.W.O.L that the Fen and Crowbar player has, because it does exchange counters. So I believe it's in play or in reserve, the rare one is. So that could make things a little bit tricky.
Yeah, the Requiem too sitting there is dangerous. I think the UI for the stats on the Fen side with the two tricksters is not updated. I can't tell from these markers. Oh wait, no, one's asleep. Okay.
One's asleep and one is fleeting.
Okay, cool. Now I see it. So 111 it has got to be correct. That means that twice they low rolled on the trickster. Very unfortunate. And now the kitsune goes to sleep.
This is interesting because now the Fen and Crowbar player will have to discard down to reserve size. They're probably not getting rid of that Requiem. They are getting rid of that Requiem. Wow. Because if they play one, if they can get something with a boost on it somehow, um, and then play that Loki, that could be a huge, huge swing. I mean, Arlea's 1-1 anyway. She's right tied. And the Fennec Crowbar player has a huge disparity in their advances on the tumult. So I don't know, maybe Arlea just goes and puts down those wisps in her companion expedition that cares so much about Forest and just tries to all in on one side, especially when she does have that Kitsune backing her up a little bit in the water. Uh, Pummel on her hero expedition. Another beautiful Loki.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is that another different Loki that also has a proxy? Uh, but what does that say? Does that say
Looks
I
like
can't read the top word.
um. Oh, there it is.
So this Loki is from hand. You may put a card from your hand in reserve. If you do, each player discards their hand and reserve, and then draws 3 cards. And then from anywhere, I gain 3 boosts.
I believe
That
that's from reserve. It gains a
Oh
three
yes,
boosts.
sorry, you're right. It's 8 a.m. I've been up since 3 a.m. So
I don't blame you. It's been a long day, and it's just started.
yeah, so that Loki came from hand, not the one in reserve, right?
Yes.
Looks like it. Interesting.
En fait,
Um,
on a encore trouvé une carte
I
sortie du lot.
think the
J'ai
oh
encore
wait,
pas
no,
eu
you do
de
have
billet,
to.
mais
Okay, so we
voilà.
got a little mouse, a twinkle
Voilà.
twinkle,
Tu peux
and
prendre
a
Champi.
Magpen
Ça
quarter
commence
or
à être
Fen.
ça commence à
Shroom.
être très
I
compliqué.
think there was another mana reaping, and I
Vraiment,
didn't
si
see what
tu
else
parcours et
for
après, comment tu passes
Asia.
Écoute,
The Little Mouse isn't going to do too much here,
chaque journée ses
considering
problèmes.
Erlea doesn't have
Du
anything
coup, là, tu vois, t'as
in
pas le choix, hein.
her
Ouais, on va
reserve.
passer du coup
And the Fenning Cropper only has, it looks like, the mouse and the Twinkle Twinkle. The Twinkle Twinkle can be used twice in the same
ça va
turn, which could
évidemment
be
endormir le Loki.
big here.
Il y a vraiment
It
pas
looks
le
like
choix.
Erlea has, if it's 4 more mana left, which I assume it is.
C'est vraiment une partie de fou.
I don't know if the rest
Mais
over
le
there
plus
on the left
incroyable,
is
c'est du coup tout le
tapped,
monde joue
but
en flux
if it's
tendu, t'es
not,
là.
that's multiple
Mais en fait, ce qui est trop bien avec Loki, c'est que
Coniferal
dire
Cone
à ton
Mans,
adversaire,
which
on va pas jouer au même jeu que
is
d'habitude.
a
Et moi, mon
4
deck, il
mana
est
4 4
préparé pour
4.
ça.
It
Par
will
exemple,
get the
si je
job
pioche une
done.
carte, je pioche Pignon.
Yeah, it was
On va
double
jouer
Cone Mans in
une carte
hand,
magique de
and
9 de mana.
the Loki
Et
got the
malheureusement,
Tasia boost,
on n'a
so
pas de
Shroom and Cone Man and Kitsune are all just base stats.
pas moyen. Là,
Um,
tu dois slip
I
et
don't
passer au-dessus.
know Little Mouse stats perfectly. I
Enfin, pas
think
passer
it's
au-dessus de
3
1, mais il a pas
3
la mana. C'est vraiment
2.
I
stylé.
believe it
Voilà, c'est la
is.
transfuge.
So
Donc, du
if
coup, elle va
Erlea
claquer la main.
sleeps the, or sorry, if Fenning Cobra sleeps the Coniferal Cone Man and then plays that Little Mouse, it won't have to affect the sabotage,
GG.
but
Belle partie.
oh, it looks like
Ouais.
Le numéro, il s'est écrit en plus.
it looks like the Fenning Crowbar did not stand a chance there. They just
Mais,
scooped it up to Erlea. She was 1-1. The odds of them coming back were very low. So I guess they figured it would just, putting it to sleep would just prolong the inevitable. They didn't want to waste any time and just conceded
pour le
the
coup,
match.
c'était pas
But
sorti
the
du
Fenning
passé.
Crowbar
Il s'est
player
vraiment
could
fait
have put up a
punir
good fight. I was
au
excited to see how they
meilleur
did.
timing à chaque
But
fois.
those
Et c'est pour
Loki
ça que
uniques from
les deck
Erlea,
Loki existent
most
exactement
Loki
pour
uniques only
justement
care
te
about,
faire
when you
dans
play from your hand, which we
situation.
did
On
see
s'en
one of
rappelle,
hers
petit
does.
roi, il avait
But
été
the enters from
tellement
anywhere with,
punché. La
a
Lich
boosted
Baka était
character
tellement dur à
is
battre
really good, considering Tasia
par
Nara
un peu
doesn't
n'importe qui.
boost the
Hein.
first character you play anyway.
Ces grands
So
jeux.
that was, I mean,
Le
being able to
flux était
use
designé pour
the
counter ce genre de
Loki
choses.
effect
Merci
essentially
beaucoup à Fanas.
twice on the same
Mais
body,
du
having
coup,
the
pour payer
threat
ta
to use it a
transfuge,
third time with the one in her
je pense
hand
que t'as
was
pas
just
prévu
too much for the
d'attaquer
Fenning
ça,
Crowbar
mais
to overcome.
non, on peut imaginer que peut-être. Mais
Yeah, that
finalement,
was very cool. As I said, Erlea is always making very interesting decks, and it seems to be working very well here. I'm interested in what game she lost, but now after round 7 will be 6-1. I think unless it starts going downhill from here, there's a very good chance that Erlea will be in top cut. So very awesome to see. And now we go back to the in between for some chatting, and I believe coming up here in a bit we'll have a guy trying, and then after that we'll have have you gotten a chance to let the people know a little bit about you more, Horizon? What do you want to tell the people of AWOL?
Yeah, I mean, I've told them a little bit about myself when in my altered career when I first came in, but I guess I can do a little bit more. So I'm Horizon. I am actually by profession an esports journalist. I don't know if anyone here has played any esports, but I've written for games like League of Legends and Overwatch and Fortnite. If people know Team Dignitas at all, I wrote for Team Dignitas for 3 or 4 years, so I have some articles with them. And I've also casted a few games, for not professional games, but competitive games for League of Legends, Overwatch, and I've kind of moved on from video games a little bit onto trading card games. I got into Magic for a while, then Flesh and Blood, games like that. And then when I found Altered, I just completely fell in love, literally ditched everything else, and just full committed to Altered. So now I figured, I'll try and get back into the casting scene, maybe write a few articles here and there if I can start up a website or something along those lines, but starting to slowly dip my toes into the TCG sides of esports, if you will. But I already told them I'm a big Gorang player. I was a big Ortis fan back in early 2024 before the game was released. Big Waru and Mac guy. I hate to say it, but I was a big Waru and Mac fan. I got a little bit into Sigismar. I felt bad about it, but I had to play him to win my Tumult Championship, so I figured I'd try that. But now I'm kind of trying to deviate a little bit, a little less meta decks. I play a lot of Golang. I'm really into Pasira, which I know I talked to the Blue about. And overall, I'm just trying to grow the Altered community, be a part of it, and have fun playing Altered with people who love the game as much as I do.
Well said, well said. We're glad to have you. I was never a huge Dignitas stan. I was always rooting for TSM, which, if I had stayed connected to League of Legends specifically for longer than I did, would have been very bad if you know the history of TSM. But
Yep.
I really liked the Odd One. Actually had a chance to meet him at TwitchCon
Wow.
one year. Like, we're just all standing outside. He just walks by. I was like, "Oh, hey, that's the Odd One," and just went over and talked to him for a little bit. But yeah, that's
That's so cool.
I also come from more of the side of esports than TCGs. I've dabbled a bit my whole life, but I've never really taken a deep dive into one until Altered. So
Altered is definitely a very unique game. It's not really built like other trading card games. And I feel really weird saying that, like I'm hyping up Altered, but I've played a lot of trading card games. And what I like about Altered is that unless you get a bad draw, multiple draws in a row, multiple days, the game's never over. With most trading card games, like Magic and Flesh and Blood, once you're at a low life total, or once your opponent has a certain board set up, the game's basically over, and you can just concede. You see the writing on the wall. With Altered, the way the tumult progression works is that even if your opponent's neck and neck, and you are at opposite sides of the tumult, there's always still a chance to come back. You can draw into removal because it doesn't rely on drawing lands or having limited resources to play with. You have the option to put a mana down every turn. You draw 2 cards every turn, so you could potentially be drawing more. You can resupply. There's interesting removal. So even if you think there's not a chance in the world you can come back, you can always come back and Altered. And that's just something I really love about it. There's always a chance for those non-meta decks who might not have a chance to really have a chance to shine, and there's never a dull moment. So I'm all in on Altered. That's one of the big reasons I love it.
yeah, I agree. What do we got going? C9 win. Ooh, I think C9 has actually been one of the worst ones since the start to be a fan of.
Yeah.
Hot Shot is, I mean, how the name sounds. I will say I used to dislike Double Lift because his whole strategy, his personality, things like that. But then when more videos came out about like him and his mentality and his life, I started to appreciate Double Lift a lot more. But or you said both C9 and CLG at the same time. You know what I meant. But yeah, Hot Shot was a weenie always. So
TLG is a great team. I always really liked them. They were a great dark horse. I was a big fan of. I think he's back to Zion Spartan, but Darshan Zion Spartan. I think he's overall a great player. I think one of my favorite moments wasn't even doing interviews with league players. It was tweeting at Zion Spartan, and he tweeted back at me, and I screenshotted it, and that was like the highlight of my month.
there you go. Hey, what's up, Victor Mata? So it is not a proxy in the regard of the player didn't have the card, so they brought a proxy like that because those are not allowed in a tournament. It was a judge proxy for one reason or another. I actually did ask Erleia correctly if it was because of foiling or whatnot. So when she gives me an answer when able, I will let you know on stream the details around that. But super cool. She is now 6-1. Uh, Player that plays around in A.W.O.L and Ace and some of the other tournaments that we organize. So very very cool to see on stream and doing well, especially with a Tasia Loki deck.
This is actually interesting. I'm looking at the standings right now, and it looks like one of our previous players who we watched earlier today, I believe it's kind of Pompote, also just won their game in round 7, which still makes them undefeated. I believe they're either the Sigismar player or the Treston Rossum player in one of our previous 2 games that I mentioned. Mm, Let me look. It was round 6. I believe he won
Yeah.
that one. So I believe he was the Sigismar player in round 6, but he won this game too. So we might be seeing a Sigismar player in Top Cut. I mean, he's currently undefeated. I believe this makes him 7-0. Sigismar's obviously a very strong hero, and if for some reason I'm misremembering and just trust in Rossum, um, I mean, Preston Rossum is a deck that really cares about reserves. So, if you play Hunger or Loki, if, it is a Treston Rossum and it goes up against something like Erlea's Loki, it might be in a little bit of trouble. But again, silver bullets for decks like that are hard to play around, especially if it's a unique that you can't really see coming. But I'd love to see. I hope I'm remembered correctly, and he is a Sigismar player because I would love to see Ordis in Top Cut. I've always been a big Ordis player. Bravos is my secondary, but I feel a bit like a degenerate saying I like Ordis, but Ordis
You
has always
should
been
feel
my
that
favorite.
way. Yeah, you should.
My
Uh,
LGS players make sure I know that too, so don't worry. They keep
yeah.
me in check.
I did get a response from Erlea that it was because of the Lokis being foiled that a judge proxy was given. So that's what those were. I will try this scene switch real quick. I haven't tested it yet, but we should be able to see the standings. It'll take me a second to plug them in for you because I have to set it up. But let's see here. So standings. Okay, let's put that in. And no, I don't want to do it that way. Don't want to do it that way. You can still hear us though. So while I'm getting this set up, the window capture, uh, melee. There we go. I'll get it all zoomed in for you. Don't you worry. Round 7 hasn't refreshed and been added yet, right?
Round 7. The matches have been refreshed, but the final standings for round 7 are not finalized.
Okay. So this should help you see it a little bit. So once we get a refresh, I'll put that up. We have that ready. We'll go back to that once it's set up so we can know where things are at. And it looks like a guy trying will be here in about 5 minutes. So while we're waiting for the results to get posted here. Oh no, it went back to round 6. I was like, did it just do it? Is there anything else you want to leave the people with before you go and work for 9 hours, right?
Yeah, I will. I'm going to a game store I work at where I started the altered scene.
There you go.
The one thing I honestly want to leave people with is if, you have a game store near you that doesn't play Altered, or you don't think it'd be, something that'd be popular in your area, try it anyway. As someone who works at a local game store, they're always willing to try and get in new games, support new things. Some stores have tried Altered and haven't had much success. And in my case, sometimes it takes trying to start the scene and sitting there at your LGS for multiple weeklies in a row where you maybe get no one, where you maybe get one or two people. But once you start getting a play group, once you start getting three, four, five people, it'll slowly keep growing. We started with it was just me, then there was like maybe one or two other people. And now every Monday, we've got like six or seven people showing up. Our Tumult Championship was a little bit smaller, but we keep having people more interested. So ask your local game store. Try and get Altered into your store. It's still a growing game. I know Star City Games recently took it up, but the more it can grow and expand west too. If you're in California, if you're in Western United States, feel free to talk to your local game stores. Try and get Altered into them. They're always willing to try and help. No local game store will just tell you no. They'll always try, especially if it's to grow a game that needs to grow a little bit more. So keep playing Altered. Obviously, use Board Game Arena if you need to, but I know Equinox as a company made it pretty clear too. Like, yes, it's a digital game and you have cards you scan in, but they want it to be played in person. And the more you play in person, the more you can support local game stores and the more you can grow the scene in your area, which is how we get more tournaments, how we maybe get Tumult Championships out west a little bit more. So if you think it doesn't matter, it does matter. So just it sounds corny, but try and get out there and support local game stores and just try and grow Altered as a game.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well said. Hopefully, we will see you around on a future AWOL broadcast, but you will be back tomorrow, same block, same
Yes,
place.
I
So,
will.
a guy trying is knocking on the door. So, we'll go ahead and switch out while we're between rounds. But it was great talking with you, and good luck out there at work.
Thank you so much for having me, and I hope everyone enjoys the rest of your stream.
All
All
right.
right.
Talk to you later.
Talk to you later. Have a good one.
So, a guy trying of YouTube fame and spreadsheet fame should be popping in here in a moment. Uh, I'm supposed to do it all undercase letters, so that is what I will do. Go ahead and update the little fancy things here. Is that the one, the only, a guy trying?
It is. And speaking of spreadsheet, I've already started.
Oh, you already started the next spreadsheet.
Not very populated right now, but it's got Soul and Halua on it, so
There
we'll
you
get it
go.
filled out soon enough.
How are you this morning?
I'm doing pretty well. How about yourself? You've been at it most of the night.
Yeah, I had to wake up at 3 a.m. so that I could kind of have a moment to wake up and eat something, get some caffeine, and then hop in to help out a little in the middle. And then I went and laid down for 40 minutes and now I'm back. So doing good so far.
Nice. I've been watching the games going in and out. It seems this is the highest stakes, largest person in person tournament we've had so far. So, it seems the energy is there on their end. I feel like it's coming through for us as well. I don't know about you. I've been just watching so far. I've been feeling pretty energetic.
Yeah, no, it's been really great. The games that they have picked have made me happy, and the gameplay has been exciting, especially that last round, seeing a Tasia Loki list come out. Let's see here. I'm trying to see if the standings are updated yet. Think they are. So we'll keep chatting, but now you should also be able to see the standings Ooh, Heaven did drop one game. So Heaven is now 6-1, and we have
We have 6, 7, and O's, it looks like.
yeah. So I know that we saw Pompote on stream before, but I do not know any of these players by name. Do any of these stand out to you?
No, not in particularly. I mean, they all stand out in the fact that they are undefeated so far. But to me personally, nothing is I'm not recollecting any of them. Although I must admit I'm not as honed in on the online tournament scene as players like you and Blue are.
Yeah, it's really awesome to see a bunch of names at the higher standings that I don't recognize. Hopefully, they'll become household names here after this event and going forward, and we see them around a lot more. But also nice to see some, at least to us, new names and faces. I'm sure they have been playing around in their area, but as you can see on stream, Regis is talking to Caleb, and I apologize. I do not know the person's name in the white shirt. I'm sure they are lovely, though, if they're working with Caleb and team. So
Uh, I think it's very interesting to. I think a lot of people are looking to this event to set the trend for future qualifiers. This is technically the second qualifier. We had the Dutch community qualifier last weekend, but that was 103 participants, I believe. And it did show us a Sigi versus Sigi finals. So still a seeming to portend another another set of Ortis supremacy. But I think if we're looking for trends in the meta, this will be our first big indicator of what the qualifying tournaments will look like. One, because this is the largest player base we can have at a qualifier, and two, because people will want to see what performs well here, then focus on that to bring to their own qualifier.
yeah, I'm glad that on stream we have seen a good variety. I hope that a good amount of variety stays into the top cut. I think I immediately noticed after the Dutch event that the increase of Sigismar players was very high, even just on Board Game Arena. So people see, results like that, and then they want to try and replicate and figure out why it went so well.
Yeah, and I think also prior to the first qualifiers, we're in a honeymoon phase with Whispers from the Maze. We have people wanting to play the new cards, specifically Gulrang and Adsati. Their usage spiked up because they had support for their archetypes that they could play viably uh, and powerfully into a lot of decks. So we saw a lot of focus around that. Once it comes time for the tournaments, though, people are going back to tried and true. Ziggy, people probably weren't testing him as much just because not much changed with him. So he's not that exciting to play in the new set, but he's still able to put up results, it seems.
Yeah, we are into a new game, a new round, and I really could not have guessed this being the double 7-0 matchup that we would get.
One third of our undefeated champions going into this round are Traced and Rossum. Axiom has been the underdog since the errata suspension and then errata of Haven Bravo's Bastion, seeing drastic play rate decreases and tournament results. And I'm curious to see if these trace decks are like the trace deck we saw in the Dutch Altered community, where it's hoping to bounce that bug fix over and over again, or if these are a return to the more traditional uh, heavy pushing decks that we had with original Haven Bravos Bastion, maybe using the refinery instead to put a number of counters on. Have we seen either of these players on stream yet?
Yeah, we saw Pompote, I think on stream before. I did not get to see a lot of the gameplay, but going off of what they have in hand, there is a unique they're showing on screen, which
Yeah, and that
is
Inkcaster heavily forecasts that this is the recursion uh, bug fix and or mechanical training style of traced, at least for one of them.
yeah. So another thing that Insane was telling me after their recent performances on Traced and the bug fix combo. Oh gosh, they pulled another Inkcaster. There's two of them. Is they actually have a Discord where all of the Axiom players kind of work through specific strategies. So it'd be very interesting if all three of these players are in that Discord and working through different ways to play Traced.
Yeah, because we have this dynamic of a lot of teams uh, starting to build up within Altered. So you have your team identity. You know, we have Altered Aces, AQZ, um, Exalts, just to name a few. But you also have your faction identity, like who you feel like most as a faction. So Axiom players specifically trying to band together to find ways to play their favorite faction, which seems to have been less represented throughout recent metas.
Yep. We have another unique here. So Anansi, from anywhere, you may put a card from your hand in reserve. If you do, I gain one boost for each card in your reserve. Very nice. And then from reserve, I gain one boost, I think, for each card in your reserve.
Yep, so
What it was
doubling
saying.
up on that Anansi.
Yep. Hello, Infinite. Welcome to the stream. It is a guy casting. And I put his name all lowercase because that is the canonical way to do it, just if you were ever wondering.
That is true. I prefer all lowercase. Everyone always capitalizes it. I understand why. But I just like the lowercase because it's like, hey, I'm just some guy. I'm not a guy. I'm just a guy.
Yeah.
Hey, Infinite. Infinite is one of my locals. So that's why he's giving me a little shout out there.
Yeah, the notorious 2v2 squad,
Yep.
as I like to think of you guys.
Probably one of the only altered players who can rival you in height.
Infinite?
Yes.
I don't have I met them in person?
Yeah, at PAX Unplugged, I
Okay,
believe.
I was gonna say because sometimes like in person people go by their real names, and
Yeah,
then so when it
he
comes
probably
back to
does.
online, I'm like, do I remember who you are in real life versus online?
Uh, we're doing, I believe it's 10 rounds today.
So it was originally billed as 11, but that was the full about amount of like if they reached the 1024 players.
Mhm.
I haven't heard anything different or seen anything different. The melee is still built for 11 rounds, so we're betting on 11 rounds is what we're doing here.
And we are currently in round 8.
Correct. I am also really bad with names. That is also true, but I will remember your face. I have remembered a good amount of people that I gave a demo to at one Gen Con that then came to like different events, and they definitely don't remember me.
So we see Rocco having two of his three uniques, but not any of his combo pieces with it. Still able to advance once, though, on the companion side. Unfortunately, uh, well, unfortunately for Rocco, good for Capote, that he's advanced twice on his hero expedition.
Allez, hop là. Ah oui, c'est la promo. J'avais pas fait gaffe. Et là, on aura du coup notre ami Trest qui va nous permettre de mettre un petit poteau qui va ravitailler.
And in terms of scrap counters, we have both of them relatively even. Rocco at 3 and Pompote just hitting 5. So Traced will be active.
Yeah, so these ink casters, I've tried to. Oh, they popped it up again. So basically, when a robot joins your expeditions, you may return a card from your reserve to your hand. But yeah, there's like no robots anywhere in sight for Rocco so far.
Yeah,
And
I think probably the only robots, I don't think they're running any of the designer or dredger drones or anything like that. That robot is supposed to be a brass bug, either coming from bug fix removing a counter from traced, or oh, and it seems like they just drew their first bug fix so they can get that loop going. If oh wait, no, their unique had fleeting, so just after they lose their loop, or using bug out bag and mechanical training to create that brass bug and then recur the spell generating it.
yeah, trying to see what they get rid of and what they leave. There's a rank in the hand for Pompote, but do they even have any permanents or anything else yet? Oh, we see something over there. I just don't think I've seen them yet. Is that the reserve or is
Yeah,
that?
that's Grimm's in reserve. We don't have any permanents out for either side, I believe, right now. Although we do have Rocco. Rocco did have two of his uniques, so that Ouroboros Incaster will be able to pop the bug fix back into the hand once it resolves. Because
Yeah.
as another robot joins your expedition, the bug fix creates the brass bug, goes to reserve. The Ouroboros Incaster sees the robot, pops the bug fix back into hand. The bug fix going back into hand allows Trace to get a counter because a card has left the reserve, and so it's an infinite loop as long as you have one mana. And it also passes priority.
Yeah, so this one here on the ink caster, they're going to need a token first. Which what did you say they had in hand? Did they have
They have the bug fix.
bug fix? Okay. So they're gonna spend the traced counter is what you were saying?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because bug fix allows you to target a card that you control or is in play. This is always where I get confused with the wording, because some cards allow you to target heroes, some do not.
Yeah.
And the hero, you controlled the hero, but the hero is not in play, I believe, is the ruling. I might have that backwards.
No, you're correct.
And so you're able to take one of your tokens from Traced, use it to create the bug, and then immediately go back up because the bug fix is leaving reserve. It's not a true infinite combo in that it doesn't recur on itself infinitely. It has a stop point, which is your mana.
Yeah.
Ah, exact.
Et en
Yep.
fait,
You did have it
ça
reverse, is
définit
I
what
did
vraiment
have
I
it
il veut
meant.
mettre une
reversed.
AT,
Yes.
Il veut
So,
mettre 3 mana.
il veut mettre les 3
um,
mana et
heroes are
au
in
moins
play,
il dit
not
que le pic,
controlled.
il le met
That's what
3
it is.
mana parce que
Uh,
c'est plus
all
sa
right,
condition de victoire.
that makes sense.
I
Du coup, là, il
I'm
fait
getting
il
Et
fait
c'est
de la.
ça. Et en fait, en gros, il faut
uh
une AP pour la
no.
défausser.
Time, I don't know. It doesn't matter. We know what we're talking about, whether we had it reversed or not. We know what we talk about. I also
Either way, it's pretty much the same thing, just slightly different.
yeah. This is also the period of the day where, like, if I stay up late or wake up really early, like the hours between 8 and 10 are when it like hits me the hardest. So I just have to get through the next hour and then I'll be like, boom, phase two.
Elle va pouvoir proposer un 2/3
So
And you're going for
uh
the rest of the day, so good on you.
yeah, it shouldn't be too much longer, but we'll see. But yeah, back in the chat a little bit. I think Infinite's
Ce serait intéressant de
uh
savoir si Pumpet
government
il
name
a
starts with a
un
K,
héros
right?
talentueux en travers de
Yes.
façon
Okay,
claire.
then yes,
Quel que
yes,
soit
I know, I know.
débordement de
See,
scène
that's what I'm
ou
saying is in person, almost all of you go by your real names. You gotta stop that. Who wants to use their real
2
name?
mana. Ok, il va jouer ça avant d'activer Trest. Intéressant.
I call me Guy. I say you can call me whatever you want as long as it's not mean spirited.
Yeah, I
That's
actually
my.
don't even know your real name, so you are a guy to me.
I was gonna say my real name's Matt. I could tell you my full name and you'd never be able to find me because it's so common.
Yeah, okay, Matt Smith.
Not too far off.
I do remember the Matt part now because of the recent Heroes Guide to Asgartha podcast
Yes.
that you did. It was a very good episode, but I can continue to get sidetracked. I think how these players are playing, since they just know, is they've just been allowing him to pop out a bunch of bugs if the other trace can't do anything to kind of speed up the gameplay. So that was kind of cool.
Yeah, and we do see uh Pote on a more traditional like trace build we would have seen before, it seems. Although I believe that's rare Grems, which is pretty interesting. The main upgrade from rare Grems, you do get a stat, but you also get the ability to destroy permanents of hand cost 5 or less instead of 3 or less, which does target Mesictet, a big permanent in the field right now, as well as any people who are trying to win with Lyra Festival. And then the Monolith, which I feel like isn't as prevalent in Siggy decks as it was, but
Yeah.
it can still find a place.
Yeah, I had my locals on Thursday and I was playing my Navenka Wayfarer deck, and there was someone who brought Sierra with the Grims, and that's just like the thing I do not want to see in that matchup. So it is the Grems. The Grems very good, and increasing what they can target is also pretty good. I also like how the tokens from Rocco are all the moths
Yeah.
and not any brass bugs.
I mean, they're 2/2/2s. The same thing. I like to think that brass bugs are powered by mana moths, and that's why they have the same stats.
Mm.
That's just nowhere in the lore. That's just my fanon. But it would be it could be a bit confusing to people who are joining, seeing, oh, why does this guy have moths and why is it acting as a robot? Those are in replacement of brass bugs, and we see the Haven Bravos Bastion. Yeah, this is a olden times trace list, which I'm excited that they got to 7-0 on it, considering how the community has felt it's been on such hard times. This reserve sort of onslaught of stats from Trace, now that Haven can only boost one character per turn.
Yeah, it's being hit really hard by this bug fix traced. Also, the Icebound Peak coming out is not something I would have imagined, but it's just that extra uh, reserve protection and another token at the end of the day. That Anansi comes out with 4 boosts, though. I'll show you guys the. Oh, they took it away. I won't show you the unique, but it's basically an Anansi. Yeah, Rocco is face to face now. Question in the chat is, I wonder if this list is actually better than the Popiette version. I think you answered the question with the next part. I think it is more accessible and it's also better because of how much more accessible it is. If you're talking about Popiette's list that specifically has otters, you need to get those very specific uniques. This type of trace deck should be a lot easier to pull off and do because you just need uniques that say you can return a card if a robot joins or something similar.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the Popiette list does everything at quick action speed because it's just when a card leaves reserve, so it's using the support abilities. This version uses the passes priority, which does allow your opponent to interact with the the board in that they can remove your unique if they have removal for it. But it does also then let you play around whatever they decide to do. So I think there's pros and cons to both styles, and I don't think we can really say which one is. I think some will have better matchups into some decks and others into others.
Yeah, I think there's a lot more risk involved with the repotter, otter, resupply kind of bastion deck. You basically have to get the bastion out. You have to have those repotter otters, and then if you resupply 2 cards that don't allow you to resupply anymore at some point, it kind of just stops there. It's seen it be successful, but if we're comparing 1 to 1, then yeah, I think my money would be on the bug fix deck over it.
And we're going into what could be, we're in the what could be the final day with Rocco's 2 expeditions nearly touching. Doesn't have a unique currently on the board, but does have, I believe, a unique in their hand. That Copelia.
Yeah, and I think if they put it back up again, I'll try to catch it. I think it's just classic-ish Capelia that you see in Axiom very often, and then the same thing for the. Yep,
Oh,
here we
yep,
go.
here it is. It does have when another robot joins your expeditions, you may return a card from your hand, from your reserve to your hand. And does have the bug fix to go 5 more wide on whichever side he wants. When Pote sees the writing on the wall and just scoops, and that'll be Rocco going into being one of our 3 8-0s going into round 9. So we have a traced at top tables. And,
Yeah,
Popote not that far behind with 7-1 on traced as well. And a more traditional trace list than what we have been seeing recently.
yeah. I was gonna say definitely an unfortunate round for Pote, but still doing very well. I mean, being 7-0 going into the 8th round and picking up your first loss then is it's gonna hopefully equate to converting into top cut.
And
I
I believe top cut for this tournament is top 32. So
Je joue beaucoup de cartes,
pretty pretty
le
well
truc c'est que quand
positioned
ton
to
ennemi
go
il a
into
sa
that.
bloc fixe et tout, il prend beaucoup de
At
retard.
this point,
Et du coup,
you're
bah,
still in
si tu
contention.
gagnes
No need to
et
worry
qu'argument tu le
about
dégages,
dropping
ça
now
va
or
être plus
anything.
facile de revenir au final.
If
Ça
for
veut
the
dire beaucoup de
next
Là
choses,
où
donc
inversement, le deck de tempo,
if he loses the next 3 rounds, that could be a different story. But still heavily in
il a
contention
l'air beaucoup
for the
plus
top
intéressant contre
32
des decks
tomorrow.
avec des removals parce qu'il propose
Yep.
plein de petites menaces.
I taking a look at it now as it stands with only round 7 results. Everyone that is in the top 32 is 6-1 and better. And then I believe due to the math, you can potentially lose 3 games and still make it to top 32 at the end of 11 rounds. There's some other things that go into the calculations, tiebreakers, yada yada. But that was the end of round 8. If you're just tuning in, we usually only have time to see one game and then they kick it over to some conversation, which is in French. And I don't know it well enough yet to help translate, but that's why you're over here on the English stream to hear us talk. Um, I did sneak a image of Caleb's notes, and that's the best idea I have of hero breakdown.
Oh, great.
A Faunus is at 23 players from that early screen grab we got. Uh, and then, yeah, of around 660 players that actually showed up. From what I was able to grab, and Blue and I were able to decipher, the heroes are Tasia 21, Arjun 2, Rin 6, which we saw a really cool Rin game earlier on stream. Ben 22, Arok 5, Navenka 6, Christ 11, Sierra 10, Subash 3, Faunus 23, Lindaway 8, and Akesha 11. All of the information will be out after the event, a period of time, but that is all I have been able to catch so far.
How was that for? Did we hear? I may have missed it, but are there any Warus?
So Ordis was what we were not able to see
Ah,
on the note sheet. And then I don't know how far along Caleb was in his notes of tallies. So I did some searching around online and I didn't see anyone posting any type of hero breakdown. If I were to guess, because of how Ludotrotter usually does it, they do not put out any of that information until they can put it all together and present it in a graphically designed way.
yeah.
So I don't think we'll see the information shared online. I literally just Caleb came on the stream and had note paper and I took a screenshot of it.
Yeah, if I had to make an educated guess, I would say of the Ortis heroes, Sigismar would be the most represented. I think Gulrang would have a fairly good amount of representation. People have been enjoying Gulrang, but maybe seeing that it didn't do that great last weekend might have hopped off of it. And Waru will have some people trying out Waru, but most will have been avoiding.
Yeah. If I see the note paper again, or if anyone sees anything around, feel free to share it in any of the main servers, and you can at me if you would like, and then I will be able to share that information. But as of now, that is all I have to go off of. And we have 5 minutes left in round 8, and then there will be some shuffling around. We'll go into round 9. Let me look at my scheduling here. So we'll have a guy trying with us for about another hour, hour and a half, depending on the rounds, and then we'll be joined by Tom. But if you are here for specifically a guy trying, you'll be doing a whole bulk of time with me tomorrow.
Yes, we'll be closing out tomorrow together. I'll be joining around the same time tomorrow, and then I believe it's just gonna be the two of us until they kick us out.
Oh, what did I do? Say some words.
Uh,
There
I
you go.
think in the last I don't think it was the last round break, but maybe the round break before, we did get the exciting news about the announcement of the new set, the name, a release date, October 3rd, which is great. That should be right before Worlds. Pretty soon before Worlds. I think maybe a month before Worlds. So we Worlds will be in a Skybound Odyssey meta. Although I believe by that point all qualifiers will be done except for the last chance qualifier.
Yeah. Do you want to take a look at this art and try to decipher in on some of it?
Oh, sure, always.
Um so I usually try to see if we can see other heroes in the art. I think this art only has new heroes.
Yes. So the article said that there will be 6 new heroes, I believe.
Yes.
So 6 new heroes joining, and we've already seen one, which is Sol and Halua. Which, if we look, we see Halua in the background, the giant manta ray leviathan. Uh, we see what I would presume is the Lyra hero with the giant paintbrush. Oh, and we see now that you've backed out a bit, on the mast of the ship, we have Soul there.
Yep.
We have what I would assume is a Muna hero riding a centipede bug sort of thing. A Axiom hero riding a golem at the edge of the ship. Uh, Although we have a Muna hero, we could have a Muna hero riding that goat in the deep foreground, just
Yep.
like riding a ram, and then someone with wings, which they're carrying a sword seems very Ortis to me.
Yep. So that is what I would guess your Bravos hero that was just revealed here on the ship's mast. This character with a koi fish and a paintbrush is Lyra. The golem, as you said, is Axiom. Caterpillar is Ysmir.
Yep.
Riding whatever this cloudy animal is down here is Muna, and then yeah, with the wings has to be Ortis. So very cool picture, and it doesn't have a reference to any current heroes. So it's pretty safe to say that these are your new heroes you're looking at. And we already know that the lovely manta ray is going to be a new token. I'm just wondering where else we're going to get new tokens.
Yeah, I'm very curious going into this. We have uh 2 factions that currently have no tokens native to them. Lyra and Muna. if we are rounding out this our token bases for these factions, we could easily see Muna or Lyra getting a token, uh, maybe a plant token that is a I don't know 000 anchor that gets boosts. I have no hidden information about this. I don't know what these tokens are. This is me just designing off the top of my head, and I'm not a designer, so don't look to me for that.
I hope you are correct. Let me check in on the stream. We have Marcus and Charles here talking. Yep, still all in French, and I'm still working on my French skills, so I won't try to translate.
We
Um,
did have on the mainstream a small moment of Loki Knox just appearing in the background
hmm,
and then skittering away. But
classic.
that, other than that, it's just been people talking. And I wish I knew what they were talking about, but alas, I don't.
I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. I'm gonna let a guy try and talk to all his fans, but don't talk too much crap because I'll still have my headset on. But I will be right back.
Oh, damn. Well, then that's no fun. What's the point of being alone if you can't badmouth Kohlrabi? I am very curious to see as we're heading into our later rounds now, which means we're focusing on top tables. We're going to most likely see the hero pool narrow and narrow as we find what decks are performing the best. So in our last round, that was traced and traced. Incredibly exciting, given the state of Axiom and Axiom players worrying and being feeling a bit unseen. I would say, speaking for them, um, it seems they have not been happy with the state of their faction and trying to find their identity in the faction. So it's great to see two Traced doing so well so far into the tournament. I would expect to see a lot of Sigismar and Aphanis as we head into the later rounds. Although it would be exciting if we didn't. I'm hoping that the main cast, we do not have any control over the what games the main cast chooses for us. We are just restreaming their stream. It would be nice to see some of the more unique heroes. It seems like they've been trying to do that. Some of the more unique heroes that have made it to the later rounds. See, one, to see how they are building, see how they are combating the more meta relevant decks. And also, hopefully, to see that if they aren't able to make that final push into the top 32, we still get to see that hero representation. I would be very curious to see how many Ghoul there are in the top tables right now because of how much hype there was for Ghoul going into the set. And there was a lot of, I know there was a lot of French players testing the stall version of Ghoul that was more focused on spells and stalling out the game for longer. That seems to have been counteracted by an increase in the hunger, which heavily combats that sort of landmark setup style. Uh, but as far as I know, we haven't seen that come to either of those really come to fruition in this tournament so far.
Yeehaw, as I would say. Let me just get one of these, and we are having them talk about stuff that we won't be able to understand.
I wonder if they're going to have more spoilers throughout the tournament.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Was honestly not even expecting this big of one to be dropped during the tournament. I knew that they had kind of teased something was coming soon, but I actually didn't expect to see one of the new heroes already, and hypothetically see all of the heroes, if that is
Yeah.
what is, contained within the art.
It brings me back to when I did my first roadshow for Altered and the Kickstarter had been going on, and I was able to pick my promo from all the heroes that they had available of the second round. So that was like Aphanis, Fen, Arjun, Basira, Traced, and Sigismar. And we only knew what Sigismar did at that point. The other five were just artwork. We didn't know their abilities or anything like that. And just trying to guess, I picked Aphanis because I love Ismir. Just trying to guess what this old man would do.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think the first road show that I hosted, we had the demo decks. So you had one of each faction, and then yeah, I can't remember if we had promos that didn't match the heroes or what. I think they matched, but yeah, that is very funny. Kind of cool. You get a nice little surprise, but it was an interesting time. I am going to be at Gen Con the end of this month, and I'm assuming that there will be some more information shared there. Very excited to see if we have anything extra special to give to players, but I honestly have no idea yet.
Yeah, I will also be at Gen Con. Uh, at PAX Unplugged during the Trial by Frost season, they gave away uh, giant cards. I think if I. Oh, no, you can't see it. It's on the top of this bookshelf. For me, my Icebound Hollow. And then they gave the faction landmarks throughout PAX East. The Farm, the Mess, Nilum Spires, both in and out of faction. I believe they showed all 18. They gave away copies of all 18.
Yeah.
So it would be very interesting to see if they will do something like that for Gen Con as well, which we know Altered is going to. They are having a 2v2 championship as well as a 1v1 championship amongst drafts, 1v1 tournaments, and and learn to plays throughout the entire weekend. But they're the two main events is a 1v1 and a 2v2 tournament.
Yeah, I am excited for the events. It'll be, as far as I know, the first time there will be a mixed set draft, which is going to be
Oh,
very cool. I know that I probably won't, but I hope I get a break in my schedule to play in one of those because that would definitely be one of my first choices. To win the oversized cards, it is basically always winning an event, whether it be sealed, constructed, 2v2, and then they sometimes raffle like one away.
yeah, at PAX Unplugged, they raffled away the six tournaments that they did. Each came with an icebound landmark from the cycle, and then they raffled off the Dragon Shade token that all of them made. Uh, I was not at PAX East, but I know they had 18 cards, so they gave them out for a lot more stuff. Like there was a um learn to play tournament, starter deck tournament.
Yeah, the starter
Uh,
deck tournament was very interesting. I was very surprised to see players learn the game and then go buy a starter deck and then compete in a starter deck tournament. So it was really awesome to see people willing to do that. So it was fun. It was a good event.
nice. Speaking of starter decks, now that we have 6 new heroes coming with the new set, set 4 will mark our first rotation, not rotation, rotation's a strong word in TCG communities, our a turn into year 2, our second year of Altered. So, I wonder if we'll be seeing 6 new starter decks with these 6 new heroes.
Yeah, hopefully so. From what I have heard, in most of Europe, the starter decks are sold out, and the United States is actually getting close to being sold out. So, new set of starter decks would be very good, and I know there's a lot of people who are looking for them. It's just a very good, very cost effective way to get into the game. When I first heard about them at Gen Con and how much they were and what they included, I was like, dang, that is a very good deal. So I hope there will be new ones.
Yeah, especially, on this channel, they were able to run the Whispers of the Deck demo deck tournament, um, which many people after that, like, oh, are these the new starter decks? Will we be able to purchase these when Whispers from the Maze goes live in stores? Like, no, this was just decks that got you into the new set and let you begin to play around with some of the mechanics and also test out the capabilities of an online tournament on VGA or the qualifiers. But so the community has also been hungry for that. So hopefully, I would be surprised if they didn't, but we have no confirmation on that.
Yeah, I'm glad that it's still an option on BGA. If I see someone not able to find a game on the original starter decks, I always try to suggest they switch over to Whispers starter decks because maybe there will still be people playing those. The decks are very fun. It is kind of a hard thing to expect people to play when they're either playing in just the full on mode with the decks they've built or Arena, the slightly more competitive queue on Board Game Arena.
I will say, just re-looking at the article about Skybound Odyssey, it does say look out for more information in late July. And what happens in late July? Gen Con.
That is Gen
So
Con.
I wouldn't be surprised to see some little inklings of spoilers popping up around that time.
I'm refreshing here to see if we have results. I can go based off of the match. Ooh, Arleia won her match, so that is super exciting. Heaven won their match. Leaf Faye won. If you guys have a player you're rooting for, let me know. I can search their name. Right now, I can really only go off of names I recognize or ones we've seen on stream. Okay, Acraft won their game this last round. Can I see their record? I don't think I can see it.
Yeah, I'm also poking around.
I'd have to.
And
I'd have to. I searched their name specifically, Acraft. No, I wish. The only thing that's unfortunate is we have to wait for the full round to be populated, basically, to be able to see the standings up to date. 'Cause I can go see the individual matches and see who won, but we don't have an update to the standings until they're all in.
And looking through, it seems like most of the matches have finished. It just doesn't seem like it's been advanced to the next round yet.
Yeah.
Because none of these have been marked down as none of these still seem to show in progress. But
All right. Well, we still I don't think the players have got new pairings yet because I don't see a frenzy of shuffling around. So if you have questions for either myself or a guy trying in the stream chat, feel free to toss them in. Other than that, what matchup do you want to see next if we can will it to the gods?
I would love to see. I mean, just because I would love to see these two heroes is Gulrang versus Lindway.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm down for it. I think the world would be a sad place if we don't get to see at least one Arak on stream. Um, no matter what, if you're watching a game with Arak in it, you're seeing those 5 performance counters be reached, and you're just waiting to see what they pull. And if it's a martingale, then you cry, and if it's not, it can be super hype. So
I
I'm not
I'm
sure we'll
still
see
hyped
it.
for Martingale. Any I When I play my Rock, I don't have any huge hits. I don't have Hydrocanas. I don't have small step giant leap, anything like that. I'm happy with whatever comes off the top. I'm just looking to get as many characters on my board as possible.
Yeah.
But that's just
That
me.
that is also fair. MJ Assam, I can give you, I think, the round 7. They are 6-1, and then they won their last, or they won. No, they lost. So they are 6-2 now. Had to scramble around because it's two different parts in the bracket. Um, for Kelvin's question or statement, every TCG in some aspect is some part pay to win. I would say Altered is easily one of the least play to win TCGs that is out there. A good comparison that I have heard is to even be competitively viable with a Flesh and Blood deck. You're looking at like $1,000, and I think you actually play Flesh and Blood, right? A guy
I do.
trying.
I do. The probably cheapest deck that could win a tournament would be $450.
Yeah, and I would say with Altered, you could absolutely win a tournament or at least top 8 with a $50 deck easily.
Yeah, the most expensive rare and altered right now, I believe, is at like around $7.
Yeah.
So placement of that would be $21. All commons, which are 21 out of your 39 cards, are selling for 5 cents. So that is $1.05 for half of your deck. The question is when it comes to uniques. Uniques are this sort of nebulous thing. You see in the Discord people asking quite often, how much should this unique sell for? And you can't really say. Uniques are one of one. So uniques are what the community is, what someone is willing to pay for it. If every tournament deck has to have uniques that cost $250, then the game becomes increasingly more expensive if you want to be a tournament player, if you want to be the world champion. We don't I I understand the concerns about that. I and we definitely see decks with targeted specific uniques do well. But if you're saying a game is pay to win, I think that means, to me, that seems to suggest that the only way to win is with these uniques. I don't think that that's true. You can win with cheaper uniques, I think, fairly consistently. Um, as we have more tournaments and as we have more official tournaments and more documentation, data might prove me wrong on that, or data could back me up. I don't know. At this point, I don't think we have enough relevant data to say one way or the other how much an average tournament deck of altered costs. So yes, it is, Tom, to address what you're saying. I do think it is a bit uh not underhanded, but it is hiding the fact a bit if you just say a deck is $30 because most of it is, but you can't really quantify how much your three uniques are going to be. Um, and that is really where what puts us into this nebulous marketplace of altered. I feel. I know Cole has said no, he doesn't believe any unique should be more than $30. I think is what you said.
True.
I don't think any unique should be more than $50. That would be my hope. Um, oh, we are going into our next match, it seems like. But we're also still a very young game, so we'll have to see how things progress going forward. It seems our next game is going to be Sigismar into Kojo. So the noon buddies coming out to go against each other.
Yeah, they had traced graphic up at first, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, another traced and undefeated!" And then, unfortunately, it got switched to Sigismar, but an 8-0 Kojo. The thing I'll say for uniques on my side is I think there's a very high variance, and when I say no unique should be over $30, I mean like 90% of them. I do think your spindle harvesters, jellyfish, those extremely high end like anchor uniques, obviously those cost more. But most everything else, I don't think you should spend that money on. And there are tournament decks that have, one events or top aided or whatever that have uniques that are 200, $300. But a lot of players just don't say how much they bought them for. And I know that there's absolutely uniques in decks that have top aided events that were not that much.
Yeah, it's something that I'm not sure we're ever really going to be able to nail down exactly, just with because of the unique aspect of the game, and how one version of unique might cost 250 and a 99% similar version might be like 100. There's huge fluctuations. I did want to note that our Kojo, I believe we saw them mana a rare Duel of Grit, which is an incredibly powerful card in general because it says discard target character equal to or less than one of your hand costs, the hand cost of one of your characters in play. Incredibly powerful in most matchups, especially against uh, heroes like Tasia, who are trying to anchor over multiple rounds and discards. Not as strong into token generation decks like Sigismar. They're tending to go wide instead of go tall. So while Duel of Grit, an incredibly strong card, they didn't of Pavania Pavania? I don't know. Our Kojo player decided it was not a strong enough card to keep in their opening hand.
Yeah, I think early on against Siggy, it's just kind of null with how many low cost characters Siggy can put out and getting the token. We saw this trickster come out from Kojo, which is from anywhere, draw a card. And then it had a from reserve, roll a die, or plus I gain 2 boosts. Otherwise, I gain 1 boost. Just a very nice 2 cost. And then from anywhere, draw a card is always amazing.
And we see Siggy taking a strong set of early advancements and with some great interaction in his hand. Ortis Spy, Jack Frost, and the ever-present license withdraw.
Yeah, this is a disgusting hand that we have here from the Siggy. Um, I don't want to burst Simon's bubble, but a lot of the players at top tables are players I've never heard of. So if you recognize these players from online events, definitely let us know. But a lot of these players outside of I think Leith Faye was on stream and Erlea was on stream. I have not picked up on the names. Oh, Pavanya was 10th place at the season 2 invitational. Hell yeah. There we go. Now another name is added to my lexicon.
All right, and coming from reserve, this trickster will be able to get at least 1 boost, and it seems only 1 boost for the time being, but that is still enough to advance currently over the Ortis recruit in Sigismar's hero region. This means that Sigismar will have to, if he wants to defend that region or concede it now. This is Kojo's strong turn, starting with Buddha, having 2-2-2. And I do think at this point, we can see our Kojo get at least 1 advancement pretty easily.
Yeah, I'm wondering if all this card advantage is going to allow the Kojo to come out and make up some of this ground, some of this ground that was lost earlier on. The Jack Frost and the Spy are pretty hard hitting from Siggy, but the if the Sarengar can get out before it's hit, and because of that Trickster, I don't think it is going to get out. But either way, Kojo has a good amount of hands or hands in cards. Means the same thing, right?
Yeah. Now, we do see in the Kojo's hands a the cards in hands are stronger into ground and water, especially that snowman. The snowman does have 2 in forest, which is what Kojo is fighting in on the companion side, but would immediately gain fleeting because there is no water in that expedition. Contrasting that, the Kojo's reserve is heavily weighted towards forest with the Haven Sarengar and the now exhausted Haven Warrior, both of which have spike stats in forest. So Kojo will, no matter what, get 1 advancement this turn. And with the Duel of Grit, actually stops Sigismar from advancing at all. The Orta Spy can get rid of one of the characters in reserve, but oh no. The if if the Orta Spy goes on the hero side, then Sigismar will be able to advance. So we'll see a 1-for-1 trade, which is not what you
Nice.
want to see right now, just because of you're so far behind as Kojo already. But you will still go 1-for-1.
Yeah, Siggy getting very close here. We'll see if Kojo can bring it back around. Our correspondent, A.W.O.L tournament organizer, Starshine Simon, giving us the update that out of the 7-1 players, Pampote, Goobs, Pentu, Litfe, Sandodu, Ozymandias, Arleia, Fab44, and Matu are regular frequent players of online tournaments. And then also said Donaver has gone 5-1 multiple times in Monday AWOL. So
Oh, great.
yeah, people do have different names. El Wiwi is under a different name in the event. I had to DM him so I could look up and keep track of his record. And yeah, shout out to all those players. And now we know.
Interesting to see that our Kojo player is actually using the world's promo hero.
Yeah,
I wonder if they were lucky enough to get that from their pack, or if between rounds they quickly traded for a world's promo Kojo.
yeah. That so you get, I think, I mean, it depends on when they hand you them, right? Because I think you get one per playing, and then I believe some were giving out like one. I feel like someone said one per win, but I also feel like that's wrong.
Wow.
I can pull up the listing for Lille and see if they say.
I guess they
Um,
also could have gotten their because packs were opened last week from the Dutch
yeah,
qualifier. So there would have been some in the market and they could have gotten it through that.
let's see here. So yeah, so for participating, get 2 boosters of set 3. It says 1 OP booster. I think that actually means the hero booster. Oh wait, no, they do have hero booster laid out here. Um, yeah, I wonder if Pavania either picked one up or was able to win one at the Netherlands event. But yeah, you get if you make it into the top 64, you get a 1 World Championship hero booster, and then uh get more for going up higher according to the listing.
Nice. And
Yeah, I didn't think it was 1 hero booster per win, but someone had like said that somewhere. So
we see our Sigismar player showing off their Sandman to the camera a bit, seeming to be excited that they drew it. If you put a card, you may put a card from your hand in reserve to draw 2 cards, and then from reserve you may pay 1 if you do up to 1 target character gains a sleep.
yeah. Honestly though, in this situation it's great to get some card advantage, but I would almost rather have a regular Sandman in this position. This a regular Sandman could win the game for Siggy right here,
Yeah.
but we'll see. The stats on it are also not lined up very well besides to block the companion side.
Yeah, the companion side does the water does Donovan can advance on water with the Sandman and block our Kojo on their companion side. But the fact that there's no mountain means that it feels more of a defensive card than an offensive card in these expeditions.
Yeah. Buddha's already sitting there with 2 water. So what do we got in hand? We got a Chiron, that a
A tracer,
tracer.
and then I believe a tiny gin.
Yeah. So we'll see. And then in the reserve, there's a what the heck is that? The Pathfinder or
Yeah,
whatever?
Bravo's Pathfinder,
Yeah.
and then Snowman. So our Kojo seems to be pretty well statted to block these expeditions. Both of the cards in their reserve have 3/3 in forest in mountain and water, or two. So that'll be great stats to put in either expedition to try and halt our Sigismar player.
Yeah. As Rare Cuisine in the chat has said, the draw is decent, but if you do want to sleep something, it costs 5. That is, yeah. If I'm running that Sandman, I want to see that freaking maybe day 1, day 2 at the least, because 2 cards is nutty, but
Yeah.
it's a little late in the game for how it's lining up right now. Oh, and the other card is a frog, which is also the same kind of stats.
So Sigismar can get to a total of 5 mountain if he uses both of his Ortis spies, but that is gonna be rough. Just seeming to look for what removal has been done already. Teamwork, or I guess the duel of grit. I think we see 2 in Kojo's, and we know that the third is in the mana from turn 1. At least I believe I caught that correctly.
Yeah, they're flashing Duel of Grit on the screen, so they must be saying the same kind of thing that you're saying. Right here, Kojo has Siggy pretty effectively blocked on the hero side, especially knowing what we know with no mountain stats. The frog plus that. Yeah, that should be enough
Yeah,
to
that's enough to
block.
block, but it doesn't
Yeah.
advance. So we'll move into the position where Kojo and Siggy are both 2 advancements away.
Yeah. The Sandman is a little better now for at least trying to block, but still, I think it's just a little too late for the Sandman.
Oh, and Rallying Call and Sandman. That is pretty rough. You can, I believe, we're at 7 mana, 8. Yeah, 7 mana. Oh, he played the Frog Prince.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
That's oh, he just played it, right? Okay, yeah.
yeah.
We couldn't see it from our view. Um
Interesting. Haven Saring are not being
the
able
draw
to.
2 might be what's good here, but that's a huge chunk of mana, and
Yeah,
the
the most Sigismar can play after this is either Rallying Call or a Ordish Trooper, or I guess Scout the Aegis Templar.
ooh, that's the adventure pass teamwork training. I haven't seen that in person yet.
I just got mine in yesterday. Very excited to finally use them.
Yeah, I don't try to pay money for Ordis cards, so you know. We're having a little bit of a stream issue here. Our stream should still be good. This is the broadcast
Yeah, this is the original
from
French
Lille.
stream. Small hiccup, but hopefully it'll be back.
Yeah, so
What
Scout
seemed
the
what seemed like a
sorry.
pretty dire situation for Kojo. Kojo seems to be able to be uh clawing his way back.
Yeah, I think there are so many answers that Kojo has here to the Siggy, and the only thing the Siggy can do is scout and get one recruit. I don't think there was anything in the reserve, like with any quick actions or anything that Siggy can take advantage of, but we'll try to get the stream back up here in a second.
Siki's only other card in reserve was the rallying call that
Hmm.
they put there in order to draw off the Sandman. But I don't remember what cards our Kojo had in hand.
There was a definitely a Fire Rabbit and a Chiron, and then
Oh yes, the Chiron.
the Tracer was played. There was a third card they had. I just don't know what. Um,
Oh, the Ortis Spy was just played to get rid of the rallying call.
hmm.
That was, it seems, the last, and it looks like we're back. That was the last move made.
Yeah. So oh, how is there an ad on this view but not on my screen? I don't understand that, but okay. I'll just make it so you guys don't have to see the ad.
All right, we
Um,
are
face to
Siki
face.
and Siki and Kojo are neck and neck. We are not in, you know, the Thunderdome, but each are one expedition away. And Kojo has just played Haven Bravos Bastion.
Ooh, yeah, that's gonna make this turn very spicy, especially with what we have in reserve there.
Yeah.
Is that two teamwork trainings and a Templar?
Yes.
Hmm.
Ooh.
So you scout the Templar, you get up to 2, so you can remove some decent amount of things. Looks like exactly what Donaver does. Um,
But we also see an Ortis Spy in hand for Kojo.
ooh, is that what that
That's the third card.
nice.
So easily sabotage the Aegis Templar, which would stop the decides to play with the Tiny Jin.
Oh, no, they don't know that there's two teamwork trainings in hand.
Yeah, the Aegis Templar is a pretty, I mean, we have perfect information.
Yep.
Now, the players do not. The Aegis Templar is a perfect way to play and then leave up both of your teamwork trainings. But just decides to teamwork training the Tiny Jin right now. It goes into mana, but it does go into mana exhausted. Not helpful this turn. And this is hopefully the last turn of the game. Oh, interesting. We see one regular teamwork training art and one from the promos, the adventure pass.
Yeah. Yep. Um so like I kind of they play out the spy from reserve. This is also notably the rare spy because it's the out of faction, so it's also going to create a recruit. Which knowing what we know is actually a very good choice for Pavania here. The last card in hand for the Siggy is a teamwork training, which can only remove one of the tokens, which essentially would leave a pretty open path for Kojo to win.
Well, our Kocho only has one with 2 mana up, only has 2 possible plays.
Yeah.
Chiron or the Fire Rabbit.
Yeah, which are both very good plays to have remaining.
Depending on where this teamwork training goes, Siki might be able to take this with the 3 mana left that Aegis Templar gives. Also, their unique Sandman, I believe, has the support ability to create a 1/1/1 Ordish recruit in target expedition.
Yeah, that would be good to
So
buff
that
up.
might be able to get our Siki over top.
Yeah, this will be very interesting to see if one of the players finds a way to close it out or we go into arena. Hello HGA. Yeah. Got a nice long amount of having to see my face today, and then tomorrow you'll also get to see a guy trying for a big chunk of it. So
Ce sera très compliqué. Après, c'est possible, hein.
Oh,
Top deck, une carte
this game is
positive.
coming right down to the wire.
Peut-être que du coup, il aurait set up quelque chose, un
oh
petit
yeah,
peu
we're
plus
also out of time unless the timer is
on espère le top deck. Mais c'est vrai que là, on
not
est un peu
correct
plus
because the
tard.
timer shows 0 in the round and the tables do look pretty clear over there.
Yeah, if I had to guess, they're probably giving the stream a little bit more time to play. It seems like
Mm.
they asked them to pause while there was the hiccup in technology.
Ouais.
So
Ah bah,
there wasn't
Le Havre, enfin bon, c'est pas
many
Lille,
plays happening during that
mais la
time.
continuité
So they'll probably get a
d'avoir
couple
le top
minute
deck qui
buffer
distribue un peu tous ces
to make up
signaux-là.
for that.
Et ça va bien avec l'optique d'avoir beaucoup de one drop. Et plein de cartes comme Carotte du Havre ou des choses comme ça qui peuvent servir.
And it seems like the Chiron's going to come out.
Ah, on nous demande c'est quoi le support du marchand de Sapsac, ça peut être intéressant.
Oh, oh, yes, maybe.
Ordis token, l'effet support.
It's so like it's so hard to know where to put this boost though. Especially when you know teamwork training exists. I there's definitely benefits to knowing on a cast what cards are in hand. But
And she did it. She found the way to make sure that uh they both advance.
Non, à droite, il y a égalité.
Because currently Sigismar is advancing on the companion side with 4 water. The Chiron does not do anything to stop that.
yeah, wondering if she is contemplating walking that back or
Now her best position would be I mean either way it's still counterable by the teamwork training. Yeah, that doesn't really do much. Basically, there was no way for this not to go to tiebreaker if she didn't put if she put the counter on Orta Spy. Orta Spy could be teamwork training away, and then the game would be over. Every other place she put the boost basically just re-ensured that it would go to tiebreaker.
Okay, I was like, are they done? Did we miss something?
No,
Yeah,
they're heading into the Thunderdome now.
Yeah, I thought I saw a handshake, but I think it was just moving cards around.
On peut être en slow play si on dit pas fin de tour. Donc là, on imagine que Pava a posé la carte.
And
fin de tour a réfléchi. Et si depuis le début elle dit fin de tour, il y a pas de
we have 2 cards in reserve for Kojo, as well as a resupply off of the mess that can add a third, hopefully character that can be boosted by Bravo's Bastion.
Yeah, that Sandman can sleep now. It's a lot of mana. I almost
And
wonder
that will
if we
be
just see
5.
the quick action.
Oh, and there's a new Sandman in hand and another teamwork training.
Pava, elle a beaucoup de CA.
Oh god.
Carte
Yeah.
il y aura pas
Yeah, the rare Sandman I'm actually liking a lot more than the unique, especially in this position. But the Haven and a Skater and a Chiron in reserve, I don't see a way that Kojo loses this.
Yeah, we have some really awkward mana for Sigismar.
quand même beaucoup, quoi.
This this putting one of the teamwork trainings into mana does allow the Sigismar to sleep 2 characters with their Sandmans, or sleep 1 character with Sandman, put the other Sandman into reserve to play for 2 less. I think it's better to just not mana here for the Sandman. That Sandman in reserve is going to be so bulky to actually try and do anything with.
Yeah.
The Sandman in hand is going to be better like 99% of the time. And it's unfortunate that you just can't put your reserve into mana.
Presque envie presque l'impression qu'on est content côté Pavad d'être deuxième.
Now,
Voilà. Voilà. Même si on n'a pas
teamwork
Pava,
training. Okay, he puts the teamwork training in.
I think I did not see what went into mana for Kojo, but Kojo did mana as well.
Là, cri de ralliement. On peut imaginer marchand de sable sur ta carte.
Okay,
ça réveille.
two
Je sais pas si
pretty
vous
good
voyez,
draws
mais ça
off the
représente un
top.
différentiel de 3.
Ordis
C'est
Crier
assez
and
intéressant. Si on vient jouer
Rallying
des petites
Call.
cartes, des petits plays.
Teamwork training is sabotage, so don't have to worry about that anymore. Is able to fully play out the hand though,
Cri de ralliement, pardon.
with Ordis Crier and Sandman with F4 mana, or Sandman and Rallying Call.
C'est pas mal ce drop à 2, c'est beaucoup de stats. Genre c'est en termes de ratio, c'est stat coup de mana, c'est sûrement
What
le
are
meilleur de
what
mieux.
are you saying?
Je pense que ça ou un drop à 1, ça faisait partie des meilleurs draws.
It sounded like he wanted the mess to be all the way flipped to the side.
Oh, maybe.
Just going off of hand motions, nothing
Yeah, it was
else.
something with the mess.
Là tu répartis, on fait le second cri de ralliement. Il n'y a pas de removal côté Pava.
Et là, Pava.
Okay, so brought out the Sandman from reserve, but didn't.
En tout cas, ça
Didn't
envoie
sleep
beaucoup
anything with it.
Ah,
Used
ouais.
it to draw 2 cards.
Tu
Sandman,
vois sa
sleep.
réaction.
What did he put in reserve
En
though?
revanche, tu vois ça un petit peu
He put the
réaction.
teamwork training that was then immediately sabotaged.
Les stats sont mis sur la table.
Oh, okay. Okay, the spy from hand.
On est à
All right.
combien
I looked over at messages collecting at just the wrong moment.
Ouais, il y a pas mal de stats, mais
And
encore 3 mana pour
this,
réagir à ça. Ah, j'ai
I
l'impression
believe,
que
should be
on va
game with
avoir-
the Tolarian Skater.
C'est bon, hein.
Sigismar is tapped out, and this will be 5/5/5
C'est 8-8-8, hein. Alors, je sais pas si
from the
tu-
Skater, bringing them to 10 all versus 7/4/7.
Je regarde pas du tout les chiffres. Pardon.
Ouais, on a les chiffres, mais comme ça va très vite, ouais, ça a l'air. Je pense que le compte est bon, comme on dirait dans certaines
4,
émissions.
Oh, 9 all.
Mais non, mais moi j'ai pas l'impression que le compte soit bon.
Attends, on va compter.
Are they
Ouais, ça a
still
l'air un peu-
deciding where? Oh, they put the boost on the skater itself. Okay. Wait, no, because it should have got. Oh yeah, that's a 2. Okay, cool. Hard to see the dice sometimes. One boost from Haven and then the skater.
And that's the fist bump. So we have our Kojo. That was a 7-0 Kojo, now going to 8-0. And that Sigismar was 6-1, going to 6-2. Still not out of top cut potential, but will have to get those wins coming into these later rounds.
Yeah, I think the Kojo was actually 8-0, and the Sigismar was 7-1. Which is very
Oh
unfortunate.
yeah, because that was round 9.
Yeah. While I like Sigismar losing, Simon is never gonna shut up now. So
Simon, we are unsure about. It seems like it's 11 rounds.
it's supposed to be 11 rounds, but I am not certain.
The melee is set up for 11. So, until otherwise stated, plan for 2 more rounds.
C'est pas sûr, mais on peut encore être confiant. En tout cas, non, mais GG à Pava, ça fait très plaisir. Le chat est très content.
Ouais.
C'est super.
Je me demande si, comme c'est notre première qualifiée, est-ce qu'on peut
That was
de venir dire un petit
Mais
mot.
carrément.
That was a good match. You know, Siggy had a very strong early game, and I'll be honest, I did not have faith in Kojo, and they proved me wrong.
Yeah, I think as the chat is saying, kind of put too much into the Sandman. If you'll rewind the stream, you'll say how you'll see how I said, you know, like multiple times that it was too late in the game for that Sandman. So, you know, just maybe should have heard me, I guess, all the way in Lille. So
Well, you know, we're playing TCGs. You see draw 2 cards. You gotta do it.
yeah.
Baba Yaga's on suspension, and she only draws you 1 card.
Et on a
Greedy,
aussi
greedy, greedy.
Thomas qui nous rejoint.
Ooh, we're gonna have a player interview. Let's go.
Nice.
Let's see if it's in French.
Par te féliciter.
I wonder if
Voilà, on te
this
félicite.
is
Et dans le chat,
our
surtout, on t'applaudit parce que t'es la première qualifiée pour demain.
first if this Kojo now means this is the first person guaranteed for top cut.
I think so. Going to 9-0, you can only lose 2 more at most. I think, yeah, guaranteed for
Yeah.
top cut.
So that is what I am assuming they're interviewing her about, is that the first guaranteed top 32 player, which is great that we have Kojo represented. I believe that is
Je me suis demandé,
the
quand tu es mené 3-0 par le cycliste, t'as ce tour
that
de
is
précédent
the
devant, on voit que
symbol
tu
for the altered
as plus de
aces.
cartes en main que ton adversaire,
So
mais qu'est-ce que
our
tu fais
Kojo
vraiment
player
parce que
might be on the altered aces,
c'est ce qui se passe en
and
face.
the teammate wanted them to just make sure that they were getting the correct representation.
I am glad to see an Altered Aces player actually doing well, not losing game 1 and then dropping from the tournament. Very, very good to see. They still are the inferior team to AQZ, but very cool to see a Kojo undefeated and some great representation out here.
I'm glad that we're getting rivalries out there. You know,
I'm trying
we're
to make
building
it happen.
stories. Well, I guess then I have to disagree with you because I think both those teams are trash, and I'm gonna say Exalts all the way because I guess technically I'm on that team.
Exalts? I don't think I've ever heard of them.
Wow.
You
Rude.
mean you should have said like team after you or something?
I I am not a competitive player by any means on their team. I just they were like, you do good stuff with numbers. Do you want to help us? I was like, sure.
Yeah,
So I'm a member by proxy.
I did see Aaron earlier. Looks like Aaron won round 9, and
Oh.
during round 8, as I hiccup, you give me the standings, Aaron. Aaron was 4-3, so now going to 5-3. Still a
Wow.
very slight chance for Aaron. I do not know who. I mean, I can search Exalts, right? Does anyone else have it in their name? No.
No. Erlea is a member of Team Exalts, as far as I know.
I will have to tell Erlea to switch teams, but yeah, Erlea #1. I hope she takes it very far. So
Yeah, she was doing pretty well. She seems to have won her round 9 match.
GG à toi.
So I believe that puts her at 8
On va
and
accueillir
1.
Maverick du coup.
I'm not 100% sure.
yeah, let's see. So 7-1, and then yeah, if she won round 9,
I believe.
Erlea won. Yes. So yeah, very highly likely Erlea will also be in top 10.
Mais on peut tenter l'undefeated.
She's our only hope. I believe in you. No matter who wins, yes, we have the emergence of all these various teams. I just want to see good games in the finals and hope that everyone is having a great time playing this large qualifying tournament. You know, it's great to see such a strong community being built in the part of France, you know, where the game company is based out of. I know there's a lot of pockets of players around the world who wish that their player base was as strong. You know, we have some very powerful pockets of players scattered around North America, and then various parts of Europe. This game is still growing, and it's nice to see a strong foothold in the French community.
Well said, well said. While they are talking, before we get into the next round here in the Discord, they're contemplating a bunch of numbers. And since you are the numbers guy and the amount of cards, um, I don't understand this, but I will say it and see if you understand. From Wildcard in the Discord, the sheets heroes are on can probably be either 2 or 3 heroes, but a sheet of every common or rare likely wouldn't be easy to add exactly 6 cards, multiplied by however a sheet typically has to. Uh,
So this is talking about printing the cards.
mhm,
So I think with the uh s- with Skyborn Odyssey or Skybound Odyssey, um, there's the potential that we have three heroes and the exact same number
mm,
of cards that we had, card families that we had in both Whispers from the Maze and Trial by Frost. So 15 for each faction. The way the numbers currently look in the for Skybound Odyssey, it's either three heroes and the same number of card families, or two heroes and one extra card per card family. I believe my guess would be that it's going to be two heroes and 16 cards per faction, but that is not guaranteed.
okay, and so you're saying per faction, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Um, yeah, I don't
Be-
know. Maybe it has to
because
be 3 because of the new ones.
well, so the Soul and Halua are at number 19,
Mhm.
which means that that would be the newest uh that would be the newest hero in which means 1 through 18 are most likely axiom cards.
Interesting.
And in the previous sets, 1 through 17 were axiom cards, and Bravo started at 18. But just the way that the math works out, it doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. Although, I made a spreadsheet that is not confirmed. Uh, uh, the spaces in that are not confirmed as of right now. They're educated guesses based off the small amounts of data we have.
Very, very well done. I'm glad you were here during that exact moment because I don't pay attention to any of that kind of stuff.
Well, it was. I'll be honest. It was. They showed it as I was getting ready to come on for this. So I was
Yeah.
like, can I update the spreadsheet before I head out? And that was my concern.
Yeah, yeah, because sometimes some of the newer people that have been coming into the Discord have been asking like, why is this, set letter so small or what is this? And I'm just like, I don't even look at that. Like, I look at the symbol and then I look at the gems and then like that's about it. Like if I want to take a look deeper into the art, I really appreciate how the artist's name is on there. But I mean, looking at like the code for the cards, like WFM030CEN, like I don't look deep into that. So it was very interesting for me to see people looking at it that way. I just recognize the set symbol, which in Magic is a lot harder. So I can see why people would get used to the 3-letter code instead.
Yeah. I will say uh set 4 is not going to be as big as set 1. They said they're not sure if they're ever going to release a set as big as set 1 just because that was their first set. it is supposed to be a bigger set, but the fact that our first token is in the number 110 slot means that the max amount of cards that are in the set is 108 non-token cards. That's all just my nerdy data stuff that has nothing to do with this tournament.
Yeah, we got to talk about they are talking to Maverick right now, which shout out to Maverick, the current rules manager, and also looks like he's head judge at this event, which I hope it's the same Maverick. Hopefully, there's not two Mavericks that are very smart rules people. But yeah, other than that, we're waiting for the next round to start. I will keep refreshing to see if we have new standings so we can kind of oh, I think we do. So round 9, the only undefeated player by straight 900 is Gab, which we have not seen yet, I don't think. And then Vanya, who we just saw, has 801.
Oh, 801. So there was a draw?
Yeah, which is interesting because I thought they were 8-0 going into the game we just watched, but maybe that was some kind of like graphical error.
Oh, apparently last round was reported as a draw in Melee.
Interesting. So that are they gonna have to fix that? Because that wasn't the outcome, right?
No,
I think she
I
definitely
believe
won.
she won. Now, again, there was the technical delays with the stream. I'm wondering if Melee. I haven't used Melee as a tournament organizer, so I don't know if because the timer had ran out that it sort of locked in that to a draw without it being reported. But I believe she should be our second 9-0.
Yeah, so we have a Kojo, and then I don't think there's any way of me finding out who the other player is. I hope that gets corrected before this round starts because that should also mess with pairing. Unless it's only an error in Melee and on paper and everything they
She,
fix it.
either way, she was the only 801, so she got paired with the 9-0 anyways.
Hmm.
So it doesn't affect this round's pairing. It might technically affect. It would affect pairings going into like Top Cut, but it's fine for this. Um, it would be fine for this round,
Okay,
but
yeah,
it'll
they
affect
do.
going forward.
Yeah, they do have them matched up. So Gab versus Bavanya, Erleia versus Americ Locatelli, um, Ozzy Mandis versus Leaf Fay. Ooh, interesting.
I wonder if because we already know Gab and Pavania are locked in, if we'll watch a different match, more of a win and in situation, or if they'll want to stay at the top table.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see where we go. Um, I am gonna check with Tom. We're
I was
coming
gonna
up
say,
close there. I'm gonna ask when he wants to jump on. Uh, and then we'll go from there. We still have them chatting. They're still gonna be setting up. Yeah, they always reprint the heroes, especially for draft and sealed. Ooh, are we gonna see Erleia? Let's fucking go. I guess I am an Exalts fan now. So I change anything I said before Exalts number 1. I really like players who do like weird off the wall decks. That's what I do most of the time. And players like Erleia and Kaifu and some of the other ones that are just cooking weird stuff that does really well, is what I like to see.
Yeah, Tasia, Erlea had messaged me being like, "Hey, I want to use. I'm thinking of using one of your uniques in a weird Tasia deck. Would you be down to trade?"
Waouh.
And I was like, "Okay, yeah, sure, cook."
Eh bah, dis donc.
And then she had found a replacement for it by the time we actually got to trading. But I'm excited with that piece of knowledge of what she was looking for. I'm excited to see this game played
Yeah,
because
yeah,
it
there's
definitely
still
it did not seem like your usual Tasia
Je suis
list.
très curieux de voir ce que ça va
no,
donner
nope.
ce
It
jeu.
is
Has it
all
already been seen on stream?
Personnellement, ça
yes.
m'intéresse
So
beaucoup.
Okay, okay. I didn't want to like spoil anything.
T'as certaines cartes
yeah.
clés, genre les préludes,
Ooh,
des
Uh,
trucs comme ça,
and
mais
that
il y a
Kesha
beaucoup
too.
de cartes
So
qui sont très importantes.
yeah,
Et du coup,
Rick
je
or
sais pas
no,
toujours en main de départ. Et
it's
là, eh ben, qu'est-ce
Siggy.
qu'on a là?
It's Siggy.
Alors,
Is
pour le coup,
Erleia
le
using a
haut départ,
Kesha
on voit qu'il prend les mains
markers?
de
That is
Erleia.
also
Alors,
fitting
Erleia, du
because she
coup,
played a
pour
Kesha
le
for a
coup,
while.
dans son
But
deck
yeah,
très
shout out
actif,
to Ricky
là, on
Locky
voit
as
3 logiques
well.
uniques.
D'accord.
That
Qui
is
très joli
definitely
logique,
another
qui
name that
dégage
I
toute la main et fait une
recognize.
réserve.
Is
Ça
that
fait
that is not
ça fait de
who
belles
it
choses.
says
Alors, je
she's
saurais pas te dire
paired
exactement
against?
lequel des 3
It
Loki elle
says
a là,
she's
vu qu'elle a
paired
des cartes
against
aussi. Celle
Americ
Loki, elle est depuis un
Locatelli.
petit moment,
So
donc
I
il faut
guess
se
that's
retrouver.
that thing where
Alors
online
qui fait ce
name
6-3-6 donc voilà.
versus
Voilà. Et qui du coup lui,
yeah,
celui-là, il
there
le
is
tire dans toutes les
no
flèches.
Ouf. Ah oui, il est costaud
Ricky
le nouveau deck là.
Locky in
Bah,
the
la main
tournament,
d'Erlea est
so
techniquement
I
super bien
think
faite et rampe, c'est exactement
that
le genre de main
person
que j'aime.
is just
C'est
deciding to
marrant, la raison pour
go
laquelle
by
j'aime bien
Ricky
c'est
Locky
surtout le
instead
côté
of their
Codman.
name
Je sais pas si tu
on
es un fan de cette carte.
Melee.
Alors, je suis
Yep.
j'ai été
makes
pendant très longtemps un
sense.
public
So
Erleia.
yeah, if you
J'ai
did
pas
not
commencé
see
en
the
jouant
game
totalement Erleia.
previously,
Et au début, j'ai
they
préféré Erleia.
already
Au début,
showed
les
a
cartes étaient bien
Loki
plus
on
bas que ce que j'ai
screen.
maintenant.
So
J'aurais
there
trouvé très
is
mignon.
a
J'avais envie de
Loki,
jouer
at
avec
least
Codman.
one
Il est
in
vraiment mignon.
Erleia's deck. Ricky Lucky
Ça se
here
limite à ça.
on the
Mais en fait, ça
Sigismar.
je me suis
And
retrouvé à me dire,
if
ah,
you
ça coûte cher,
see
c'est un peu
in
dur,
Erleia's
etc.
hand
Beaucoup de
that
monde très
it's
très fan.
a unique
Du coup, j'ai vu que
foiler,
toi, tu
that
étais
is
fan.
a
Tu me demandais la carte tout
judge
à l'heure. Alors, franchement,
proxy
je peux
because of the
vraiment que connaître cette
foiling
carte-là.
on
Ça, je trouve que c'est
the
extrêmement
Loki
plaisir
and
cette carte.
concerns
Franchement,
of,
au-delà de
if
l'intérêt,
it's a little
t'as
curled,
toujours
you might be
genre
able
le
to
Reveillé Expédition
see it in a
où tu
deck,
l'as joué, les
might
cartes
be a
sont
marked
sont
card,
aléatoires.
so those are
Et
switched out.
c'est une des bêtes en gamme, mais
And I
une des bêtes
did
de cette
confirm
palette. Donc
specifically with
c'est
Erleia
un
that
peu
that was the case.
je trouve qu'elle est bien puissante. Mais
Et donc, du coup, j'imagine que
Great.
tu estimes
And
qu'il est
it
sous-exploité parce qu'on la voit
is
pratiquement pas.
nice to see such
eh bien,
official
je pense que ça
looking
dépend encore des cartes parce que là
judge
par contre,
proxies.
Oh!
aïe aïe aïe, hein, on voit la tech qui est
No.
Yeah.
toujours
Yeah,
un
that
peu
the
trop
first
bas.
time I saw it, I was like moving things around and I was like, what
En commun.
is
Voilà,
that?
donc on a un petit indice.
So it was funny.
Donc c'est un peu chaud pour
Loki,
pour le Codman.
6707.
Yeah.
Mais on voit
You
lui
got it.
faire
That's
plaisir
all you
avec le
need.
Codman, et je pense que le Codman va être
But
plus efficace
Erlea will also have
que le comment il
uh,
s'appelle le
other
Dracaner.
version,
Le Dracaner qui
the
est
actual
malheureusement
card
touché par le
to be
Reveillé
shown.
Expédition.
It just was,
Exactement. Et du coup,
as Cole
malheureusement, on
said, was worried
a
about
une très mauvaise
whether
nouvelle
it could
pour
be
Erleia
considered
dans
a
la main de
marked
Ricky
card
Loki.
in the
Il y a
deck.
une deuxième pioche.
Yep. Yep.
Ouais.
She still does
Après,
have
le
the
truc, c'est que
physical
j'aime, c'est
cards
que
to
la
pull out and
technique
show the
est vraiment
opponent
forte.
when it actually gets played.
Ouais, là,
So
je défausse la
we
technique
touched on it a
quand même.
little bit on the
Mais
price
bon,
of
ouais, c'est
uniques.
ouais, c'est probablement
Loki
la
uniques
la
have
meilleure
in the
carte du jeu. On va juste
past
voir si là, ouais, il
been
commence à y
very
avoir
Ouais, il a un port à
expensive.
crieur.
ouais,
I'm
il est
not
sur
sure
le
if
totem, il y a le drop
the
1, il faut
ones
un peu
in
passer
this
la main,
deck
gagner du tempo.
are of the expensive variety since they are on play.
Là,
Il y
tu
a
peux
pas trop de
pas
son, pas de
Maybe
flash, ça va
so,
peut-être
but
faire
I
de
actually picked
ouais,
one up
c'est un petit peu
in
dur.
Muna for
C'est un
$6
petit peu
the
dur.
other
On va
day.
voir ce qui va être
The only
décidé.
difference
Le
is
play
it's
logique.
when it
ouais,
leaves the
malheureusement, t'as pas de shot, donc
expedition,
t'es obligé de partir sur ça.
which I kind of like because
Le
it's like,
Versailles qui
go
va faire
ahead,
un tout petit
cast
plaisir.
removal on
Ouais,
my
bah, clairement.
777
C'est tout
character
petit
and
montage, donc
see what
je
happens.
comprends parfaitement.
Ouais, elle aussi,
Oh, and we
on
see
va
it.
s'amuser. Encore
Two early license withdrawals. One of the best
elle sait très bien
cards
que
into this
les deux,
matchup,
quand
into
tu
a Tasia
licences, tu les joues
matchup
pas
for
ta main de départ.
Sigismar.
Tu les as pas gardés, tu gardes pas deux retraits de licence sur ta main de départ, c'est un
Ouais,
peu
clairement.
excessif.
Yeah,
Puis
that is allowing Sigismar to get out way ahead.
C'est vrai que vu que le withdrawal des fois
Getting rid of
sur
first
sur
Dracana
Sigismund,
and then
relativement,
Coniferal
il a
Cone
toujours pas
Man.
advantage. Donc
Ouais.
bon, quand même une carte en main en plus
Yeah,
pour
I'm
pour
wondering if
Tasia, mais
going that hard on the
donc là,
license
ça
removals
ressemble
is
à un
going
peu
to
beaucoup de cartes dans
hurt
cette
later. especially, I mean, with this being the 10th round now.
Loki.
Ricky Locky
Donc, on
like
va y arriver pour
has to
l'explication
know what this deck
qui va
is
être
about that
compliquée
he's
et
up
franchement,
against.
elle va
So
réussir à remonter
also
la barre.
seeing two of
Au
the
final, elle a une mana
attorneys
qui est pas
in hand.
hyper
Yeah,
évident.
with a
Là,
3
on
advance,
arrive à 5 de mana, donc on a quand même
like
envie de garder cette prairie.
3 advancements up
Si on garde
on
cette
Urlea
prairie,
right
ça fait
now,
qu'on fait
and 2 Ortis Attorneys in hand,
ce qui est un peu
means
bizarre.
that if
Mais en même
Urlea
temps,
is
si
able
je mets la
to
prairie qui est en
sort of start
mana,
advancing
qui fait
and
juste
stem
t'as
the
3 qui
pressure
passent. Enfin,
that
c'est
Sigismar
pas
has,
facile comme tour.
Sigismar will
On va
still
rentrer
get to
dans
draw
l'avantage. Après,
off
c'est vrai
of
que
not
tu
advancing.
peux pas vraiment parier sur le fait
So
avec
it
les coups
is
de
a
ça paraît assez
rough
risqué.
position
Et
for
on
Urlea
va
to be in,
la séquence
but
prairie into
two of the
repertoire.
best removal into your deck have now hit the
Et en
bin.
plus de ça, elle est
C'est en effet ce qu'elle va choisir de faire.
Yeah,
premier
yeah,
tour,
that
on
was
a
that was a
joué
mana
fait le prévôt
choice
qui du coup fait un vrai
to
prévôt
put the
assez
Loki in
confortable.
mana, right?
Yeah, my
Okay.
guess is just like
Pour rappel, du coup, les deux joueurs sont à 8-1.
needs more
Discutons un peu
immediate
des
pressure,
je suis pas du tout un expert en maths,
and
mais on part du
especially
principe que
Siki
9-2 dans ce
always
coup
is
est
pressuring
suffisant.
one
C'est
lane
garanti de pas
with
le faire.
that Ortis
De ce qu'on m'a dit
recruit
sur
in
justement,
the
je parlais
hero
de maths
expedition.
et de sciences du
So
rond du
they're
rond
going to
suisse.
need to
Il y a des gars en qui j'ai confiance sur ce sujet-là qui m'ont
Urlea
dit
just
que
deciding
normalement il y a une dizaine
I
de
enjoy my
X qui
Loki, but
passent.
I need the
Et la
pressure right
totalité
now
des
in
X
order to
et la
stay in
totalité
this
des Y.
game.
Quand on est quand même
That
sur un match de
Dracana and
vraiment
Daughter of
pression
Yggdrasil
et
give
hype
me.
pour les deux joueurs. C'est un match
Yeah, they're not.
avec
I hope they switch the cams back to the in-game because all of there we go. I was gonna say
Yeah.
our overlay is built specifically for certain views, and if they stay in that one too long, it's the first day one. Yeah, it's not looking great, especially having to mana that Loki. What else I was going to touch on.
Urlea was able to get Dracana into the hero expedition, which means that with the anchor will be combating that Ortis recruit from the beginning next turn. So is alleviating a little bit of pressure on that. But this is still a comeback game for Urlea.
Ça bloque complètement d'un côté et ça avance de l'autre. Ouais, c'est ça.
And it looks like
sur le Dracaena, avec on était,
Ricky was able to stop Urlea from advancing on the companion expedition with the Ortis Crier being double boosted.
Oh man, yeah, this is such a good hand for Siggy. Staying really low on cards in hand, as Tom mentioned in chat, when the Siggy has less cards in hand than you, the Loki isn't quite as enticing.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw this Loki also hit the mana, but also hovering that Sneaser Shroom.
Et choisir vraiment le moment. Cette fois-ci, je joue pas un truc ancré, mais je fais mon gros powerplay qui va me prendre le 2-0 pour vraiment prendre le dessus.
Urlea struggling to pick up a single advancement so far.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate turn of events. Those two license withdrawals just securing the early game. And now there's going to be attorney and then another attorney, and then teamwork training is able to be played as well if necessary. All right. do you wanna do a mid game swap and join us from the chat? What do you want to do?
Good for me.
All right. We are going to have Tom jump in to help close us out. Thank you, a guy trying. Always
Peace out,
good.
everybody.
Yep. You'll be here for a big chunk tomorrow. So
yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. And make sure you show some love to Tom. He's an amazing guy who does so much for this community. Cole as well. Thank everybody who helped put this production on. Everyone's awesome. Peace out. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Later. All right. Tom will pop up here in a second. I'm going to switch the names here. If I click on the right button, that is at least.
Bloqué en forêt très longtemps. Donc ça peut
Come on.
vraiment être un angle de
Tom.
comeback pour elle.
And then we gotta switch the socials around.
Erlaya piocher, je sais pas, une prairie prolifique.
There's a dragon outside my window. The Loki has not been played yet.
Donc là, top deck plutôt sympathique. En plus, c'est une carte qui est forte de la réserve, donc t'es content de la jouer sur un. C'est un tour où elle est déjà en avance en termes d'expédition, donc je pense qu'elle est contente de la développer sur un tour où elle n'a pas forcément besoin de faire une chose très puissante. Mais prochain tour, elle pourra bien profiter du body et de 2 mana de la réserve, ça c'est sûr.
Et alors là, on voit une situation qui va être très problématique pour Erleia. C'est que du coup, il y a cet entraînement.
Taum, I hear.
Maîtresse
Du deck Sigismar.
Et là, on est dans le
Hello.
Am I on? Hey everyone, really excited to
il va vraiment pouvoir
go.
choisir comment il veut lui s'exprimer.
You are
Cool.
on. I am getting your information plugged in. What do you think of this game so far and where it's currently at?
Yeah, it's been definitely a rough game for Alia. Getting Sigismar to, or like conceding this early advance to Sigismar. Kind of excited to see if she can go back into this. So yeah, I think we shouldn't counter out yet, but it was definitely a rough start.
Yeah, I think one of the good things that we've seen in her favor is the 2 use of license withdrawal. There's a teamwork training coming out. Maybe Siggy has burned through enough that when the Loki comes out and it's got big stats, it's going to discard some stuff away from Siggy. Maybe there aren't as many tools to deal with things, and Arlea's able to start zooming, but having no advancements is pretty rough.
Continue un peu son card flow, hein. En termes de card advantage, il s'en est plutôt bien sorti.
Clairement. Et donc ouais, Ricky qui stabilise très bien en fait, parce que là il continue, il arrive à maintenir
All
un
right,
pour un.
let's see where are you at?
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to figure out like if there's a way to tease a stream in a more live way, and I'm currently like rewatching us.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
I can
so
send you a link.
thank you.
Yeah, I am I updated your thing there. There we go. That's the clean
Okay,
feed.
yeah, I will use that.
Pas facile hein, parce que en fait
yeah, so what it did feel to me in like early in this game is like also early I kind of gambled on the 24-hour gunmans, and then Ricky Loki like having the license withdrawal was really bad for her, but it's really hard to tell like if this was just too risky or if it was a worthy gamble. Like maybe she felt like that was our best way to be into this game. So yeah, I mean, I won't judge like the plays because I definitely don't feel qualified for that. It's just how it felt for me as a viewer. But now we're seeing, yeah, maybe like the Loki is our way to get back into this game.
Yeah, so I'm seeing a. Oh, did that just get mana'd, or what did we have happen there? I was gonna say if there's enough mana, I hadn't had a chance to see how far and how much mana. Hitting a mana reaping on something Siggy plays and then playing Loki would be pretty awesome, but I think being the first player, it's just not possible. So we do see the
Okay,
Loki
so
come
she's
out.
going to be leading with the Loki. The scary part of this play is that it's very face up, and so now it's up to like Sigismar has basically all the information to respond. And Sigismar with like the huge advance that it has right now, and probably try to just play on the opposite side and not worry too much.
Yes,
but, yeah, we'll see how this
so
plays out.
if they show it again, the cat, yeah, those are some good cards that are gonna be dumped here though. There's a Gift of Self, there was, I think, a teamwork training possibly, and then I forgot the third one. But yeah, they were good targets to take out, but this new
Yeah.
hand for Siggy is also looking pretty good.
Yeah, and earlier I found the Hydra and the Spindle. Probably not what she was looking for. I think she was probably hoping for a good 2 mana play. She still has the Tiny Gin, and luckily for her is on the right biome to block Sigismar. Uh, it might still not be enough.
Yeah, so
I think definitely like Sigismar are going to try to concede the hero side and just advance on the companion side to be adjacent next turn.
and if we take a look at that unique, the Rune Scribe, it's from anywhere if you control a token sabotage. Siggy's gonna be first next round. Yeah, keep that in hand. That Loki is unfortunately going to get hit immediately and not be able to be played again.
Yeah, and then if you when another non-token character joins your expedition, you resupply, so it's a huge card advantage engine. Crucially, like being able to sabotage this Loki means that the card advantage is going to work out pretty well, I think, for our Sigisma player here. So yeah, it's probably going to be a really hard time for Earlia, but we were also saying that she had a really rough start in this game, so that's probably where if she loses this game, that's probably where she will have wished she had done something differently, or I don't know, like maybe it's just the card that she drew were not sufficient to not concede this early lead. That's also like the strength of the Sigismar, right? To be so strong in the early game where like the token counts as basically a full like 1 mana advantage.
Yeah, there's so many low mana options for Siggy and just so many different tools with removal. It's not hard to get things that set you up really well for the early game. It seems like if I were to go based off of the other game we saw from Irelia, there was not a draw of any wisps early on, which was really good at securing some advancements early on. And I mean, the spindle against a Siggy being drawn just now, it's a little too late. But yeah, just unfortunate.
And the Loki being targeted by the sabotage as we expected.
Yep. A Hydra is going to cost too much and not even be able to block on this hero side. Based on information we know, well, actually, the Templar's out right there too. So knowing the Templar can be played, Hydra is not a good call at all. And I don't know if the Shroom and the Wisp can do any better to stop an advancement on either side. On both sides, really.
Yeah, and we also see this the Frog Prince being on the exact right correct terrains for
Yep.
Ricky Loki right now, meaning that he has even if he only has one card, like he still has quite a bit of power to add on whatever side he needs. So I think yeah, Leia is probably seeing the writing on the walls. We'll try to do something anyway, but
Yeah, he's
I think
laughing.
from her body language, like we can tell that he's
Yeah.
not super happy with her situation right now.
Yep. Like, I got nothing else. Here's a Hydra. And then 2 mana. Yeah, the only other thing that could come out is the Shroom. That token is just chilling there on that side. Yeah, this is just going to be too much.
Do you know from so yeah, and we see the handshake. So Earlia is going to be conceding this game. Do we know from the tournament math, like what does this mean for her? Is she out, or does she have to win to be here tomorrow? How does that shake up? You know?
Yeah, so going to 8-2, there should be one more round, at least from everything we've been told. Which, if she lost that game, it would be very hard to
C'est
be
plutôt
in the
l'inverse. Il y en a
top cut.
quelques-uns qui ont des
But
chances
if she wins the
en
next
rare et en
game,
tech, notamment
should
contre
be
SNS.
pretty likely that
Mais là,
she's in top
mais c'est
cut.
plutôt,
So
plutôt bien
kind
signe, on peut
of
l'avoir en commun.
teetering on the edge there.
Sans mauvais jeu de mots.
We're
Sans
still
mauvais
wondering
jeu
if
de mots, évidemment.
they're doing a full
Mais
11
du coup,
rounds
voilà, des fois, le jeu,
because
voilà, le jeu
it
te
did
donne la
not get up
sortie.
to
Et
the full
qu'est-ce
player
que tu dois
count.
faire? La refuser? Non,
I
encore
would
une fois,
guess just
le fait qu'elles
for
viennent, c'est
players
positif.
and organization and
Ouais. Bah,
expectations, they
après,
will
c'est clairement,
keep
c'est un
it
choix.
at 11
Yes.
rounds.
Yeah,
But
I think I was hearing
Ouais,
from
et du coup, sur ce set,
the French stream that they were doing 11 rounds.
défausser une
mhm.
carte,
Uh,
c'est
I'll try
très,
to
très fort.
Ah, là, il y a une très grande différence
I'll
entre
try to turn on the sound on my end to see if there's saying anything interesting. This game going probably pretty quickly, so I assume there's going to be some downtime before the next round. I also assume they are only broadcasting one table and don't have a backup table. Is that right?
Yep,
Yeah,
just
makes sense.
one table, and yeah, we have 11 and a half minutes left in round 10. I will leave you for a quick second. You can tell the people if they say anything interesting. I'm just gonna run to the bathroom real quick and be right back.
All right, chat. Do you have any questions for me? Let me pick up our chat.
Équilibré autour du fait que c'est spécifique, enfin, il y a une condition qui est quand même assez forte. Dans ce match-up-là, en l'occurrence, bon, la condition.
I hope you enjoyed our stream today. Plenty of exciting matches. I started following by around round 5, and we saw definitely a couple of really good games.
Je vois que ça parle un petit peu des pseudos dans le chat, mais pour donner un petit peu un récap de.
Infinite asking if top 32 starts tomorrow. I think that's right. And yeah, it's on 3 a.m. sounds right. Let me double check, but it's definitely starting at the European times.
En 8-2, il reste une ronde. Elle est extrêmement bien appareillée. Pour le coup, faire une défaite une fois qu'on arrive à 8-1.
Yeah, 3 a.m. EST is the starting of the stream.
Il y a une partie des 8-3 qui passe.
And Blue and Chile are going to be your streamers tomorrow morning.
Elle est garantie de passer pour le dimanche. Parce qu'à 9-2, tu passes quoi qu'il arrive. Ouais. Donc on reste quand même dans un positionnement qui est très positif pour RLA.
Okay, so they're showing
okay, donc là,
endings after round 9 now. We got two undefeated players, Pavayana, which we saw on stream before. Gab, I don't think we saw them on stream. Pavayana was playing our Kojo list, winning on tiebreaker against... sorry, I forgot who she was playing against, but yeah, barely winning on tiebreakers.
Pourquoi? Parce que tour en jour, ça vient de chez moi. Voilà. Et juste en dessous, on a également Gibbs, qui est également un joueur de notre communauté.
And yeah, it's interesting to see that in top players, like there are, I think, a few people from outside of France. I think I saw Rocco Del Pachetto was an Italian player. I think Ozymandias is a Spanish player, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't remember specifically where Ozymandias is from, but I know definitely recognize the name.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to see like some people definitely travel up to Lille to be in this tournament. I think we had 606 players at the starting line, which was pretty big for a tournament, for our Alta tournament. Is it the second biggest tournament ever held? Like I know the very first tournament was like close to 1,000 players, but I don't think they really did any events of that size since then.
Yeah, I think one of the very first tournaments at Ludotrotter was some odd number over 1,000. I think the way that a guy trying said it was well put. This is the biggest, most high stakes tournament that we've seen in Altered so far, because I believe the top 4 of this event, since there's so many players, get that free trip to Paris. Hopefully 1 or 2 of them don't live in Paris already that win, so they get to take advantage of that. But there's also more prizing other than just that for top 64 and up. So
on verra les standings finaux, on verra le top.
Oui.
Mais on s'attendait pas forcément
Yeah,
à
I'm
ce que
trying to
Marcus
listen
revienne
to
au top 6.
what Marcus is saying. So, for
C'est
anyone not
c'est
familiar,
assez
I don't know if you
un peu dans le
introduced him,
comme
but
ça, quoi.
Ouais, je pense qu'ils auront
Marcus,
plus de mal demain,
the
parce qu'on
guy
va
on
voir
the
des listes
left
que
side
j'ai
here,
vues,
is a
ça
designer
pas mal été,
from
notamment
Equinox,
contre
and he
Afanas.
was the lead
Et en fait,
designer
à
for
chaque
set
fois,
one, and is also the lead
contre
designer
Afanas,
for
tu te takes un
set
peu
4
bien
coming
contre
in
le
October,
13
coming
bounce,
out
en
in
fait,
October.
pour le
I
coup.
was I was actually
Donc,
wondering that if
il
he
y a
was
moyen
going
qu'ils aient
to
un petit peu
be
plus de mal
the lead
demain,
designer
surtout
for
que
set
je pense que le
4.
13 bounce,
Yeah,
c'est un jeu
I
qui
always sing
profite pas
Marcus's
mal de
praises.
jouer contre des
I
joueurs
had
qui ne connaissent pas
a
forcément le jeu
chance
deck,
to
s'y adaptent
talk
trop
with
tard. En
him
général,
a
le problème du
lot
13
at one
bounce, le
of the
problème c'est que si tu
events
attends
and
d'avoir
nerd
le
out
problème pour
just
t'y
about a
adapter,
bunch
Tu l'as
of
déjà perdu.
c'est déjà
different
perdu.
TCG
En gros,
things.
il faut qu'il tombe vite, hein, sinon
Very very
Il arrive.
smart, very
Et
invested
ouais,
in the
c'est
job,
ce genre de liste qui est très
studies,
cool à faire marcher.
other
Mais je pense quand même on est dans une
TCGs,
phase où
knows a lot about
j'en ai
Magic,
parlé
so
pour
on. So
Axiom et la
very
distraction
cool.
la plus
I'm
stable top
excited
6
for
sur
set
cette 3.
4,
C'est à mon sens,
and
mais
hopefully
c'est mon
we'll
avis.
get to see some more of the
Et en fait,
expanded
voilà,
team
13
over
stabilise,
in the
reste
States
sur la
again at
pause.
Gen Con
Je
or
sais quand même dire c'est
something.
un héros power
But I
qui a l'air
think
très très
this
fort.
year
Ça crée un
it'll
feel
just be
qui est difficile
mainly
à
Loki and
aller
Justin,
match. Et en fait, en plus de ça,
which I guess they're
ce qui
fine, but
ressort aussi bien, c'est qu'en
see
plus,
them enough.
Trest offre
Wow. I
au
don't know if Loki will
bénéfice,
forgive you for saying
ça
that.
lui enlève un désavantage, mais du coup, avec le bounce, fait
But
If
yeah,
que
if you win in
le
from
bug
Paris, they
fix
cover your
de
bus
déjà
fare.
de enlever un compteur quelque part. Et en plus, normalement, tu es censé
they cover your
faire
full
des bug fixes bien. Et du coup, pour
monthly
deux,
pass for
en enlevant un compteur, t'es pas censé être très content de jouer un bug fixe. Et ben en fait, la Trest, il dit, bah en fait, avec le bounce,
so yeah, anyway,
t'as pas de compteur à
I don't know
payer.
if they
Et en
were
plus, bah, ça finit pas dans ta réserve.
discussing
Donc c'est quand même très
any
confortable.
insight about
Une
like game
situation
design. I think it's interesting that you were mentioning that
c'est un deck bien
that you
costaud, hein.
chatted
ouais.
about like other
Donc,
TCGs, and
c'est un deck solide, mais voilà, je
I
suis
think we
curieux de
can
voir comment
definitely
ça
tell
va
like
se comporter.
the game
Mais
designers for
j'ai hâte
Alter
de
like
voir ça.
don't come
Complètement, ouais.
out of
Ça, c'est
nowhere
une
and
chose.
to have a lot of experience with
Et
those
en plus de ça,
TCGs.
du coup,
And
face à
Charles
des
was
decks
also like
qui
very famous
ont
in
potentiellement plus de
the
répondants,
French like
plus prêts
MTG
également à affronter ce genre de
limited
choses. Parce que même
circles.
si on a des joueurs qui sont aujourd'hui qualifiés
He's a
pour le
big
top
limited
32,
player, and
qui
he
sont
was a
encore
big
très
like
à l'aise avec le
cube
concept
enthusiast.
de decklist bounce, t'inquiète pas qu'il y a les appareils
But yeah, I
main
don't know if they
actuellement
like
et
have
dans
also
cette build-là, on
experience
va
with other
potentiellement
TCGs,
jouer
and
contre un 13 bounce.
I'd
Ils
be
vont être
kind of curious
préparés
if
par
they bring
le petit
any
frère le grand
inspiration from
frère,
like
le copain,
other TCGs, like I don't know,
l'amitié.
Flesh and Blood or like
C'est tout de suite
Pokemon,
pas le
like
même jeu.
maybe even
C'est ce
Yu-Gi-Oh!
qui
I
est,
don't
enfin, c'est ce qui est très
know.
chouette dans l'ambiance un peu de ce tournoi, c'est
Yeah,
que
I know that they say
c'est
that
mondial et bah, c'est
a
sûr que
big group of the
là
game
on
designers
bosse
don't come
on est
from
toujours un petit peu contre moi, mais
TCGs.
genre quand tu
Maybe
pars bosser
maybe it was
un
more
café par
so
exemple et
on
que toi
like
tu vas dormir,
the
nous deux on
art
imagine
and
toute la journée
digital
les
side
entraînements
than the
que tu dois faire
specific game
après
designers,
Exactement,
but
et c'est
for
alors
sure
attention tu mets les bonnes
Marcus,
cartes, là il faut que tu aies le carnet
Charles,
en main parce que le
and
deck parfois c'est
Justin,
compliqué dans le
who
sens où
is over like
tu peux
marketing and
faire
organized play in North America,
enfin,
all
tu vends quelque chose
very
et
heavy
ça peut être un peu
into
faut qu'il y ait un match-up, faut
TCGs.
qu'on le creuse jusqu'au bout, faut qu'on trouve la
I
ligne
think
parfaite pour avoir le bon
maybe
terrain et
Ouais,
the
c'est une
way
chose.
that they
Et
word
je
it
pense
just
aussi que
means that
tu sais,
this
tu
is
parlais
their
de ce
like
côté groupe,
first
communauté de jeu. Je pense aussi qu'il y a un
TCG
truc qui fait la
job.
richesse
Like
de
they didn't
Alter
come
depuis
over
déjà
from a
ses débuts.
different
C'est
design
aussi
team,
cette
Yeah,
which
volonté
I
de faire un jeu
think
inclusif,
I
un jeu
really like how
ouvert,
Alter does
très
not
positif
take on,
dans son rayonnement.
just bringing
Et
stuff from
du
other
coup,
TCGs
le
over.
fait de
It's
pouvoir
really fresh
partager
and unique
avec
look.
un groupe
yeah.
un peu
From the
plus
beginning, like
soudé,
their
il y a vraiment ce côté-là où
I think their
c'est très
mission,
fun.
or like the way
Et
that they
quand
saw like
tu vois,
their
j'ai réagi
yeah,
super
their goals
énormément
was
quand je vois deux
to
mecs de tour dans
kind
ma
of
liste qui
reinvent
sont dans le
TCGs,
top
and you
20.
can do
J'étais
that
là,
if
mais c'est
you
trop bien, c'est des mecs
only
avec
have
qui je joue
people
tous les jeudis
who
soirs
are like
sur
TCG hardcore
Discord.
fans
Je
and
sais qu'en plus, tu vois, c'est
live
des
and
gars, enfin
breathe
pour le
like
coup,
other
c'est des
TCGs, because
gars avec
then
qui
like
aussi où tu
you
vois,
probably won't have
ils ont
enough
été
fresh
aidés
ideas.
par le groupe de tour
Um,
pour
and even Regis,
optimiser
like
leurs decklist, pour s'entraîner contre
the
différents éléments.
CEO of the
Il y
company, is
a
coming
également,
from
tu
more
vois, genre
from
exemple, il y a un
board
des
game
joueurs,
background,
il y a
right? Like he got
une des
very
uniques
famous
dans son
from
Kojo qui lui a été
publishing games
prêtée
like Seasons
et
or
il sait très
Dixit.
bien que son deck est
Yeah.
So
particulièrement plus
he was
fort,
definitely looking
notamment
to
grâce à ça. Et
kind
ça,
of
c'est un
do a
truc
mashup between
qui est
board
génial
games
parce
and
que du coup,
TCGs. And
c'est un jeu qui est très
yeah, I
individuel.
mean, this this was a really interesting take and interesting goal to have.
Yeah, as for the top heroes, we don't specifically have numbers per se yet. We know that there is one undefeated Kojo player in Pavania. I don't know who Gab is playing. I don't know if we've seen them. And then we have, I think, one or two Traced that are 8-1. Asia, that's 8-1. I think one or two Siggies that are 8-1. But that is as much as I know currently.
So I missed some questions. Guy Trying was asking if we were going to get top 32 decks into 39 cards. I don't think we're going to get anything before the tournament is over. I don't think they publish it publicly. But after the event, we'll definitely try to get some results in there. We managed to get the results from the Netherlands qualifier, and shout out to those guys. Like they sent me the deck list really quickly. And I hope that I can reach out to Maverick or other people from Ludotrotter. I know they've been a little bit more. They wanted to like keep the the deck list for themselves first, to like publish them on the socials first. I think they've been able to send them to us after that, and I'll try to reach out to them this time because it's a much more important tournament than all the other ones, obviously.
Yeah. What so I guess the way that a guy trying worded it is top 32. Will you keep it at top 32 or will you do like top 64 cuz that's technically all the prize spots? What are you thinking?
Do we know what day two is? Like, is day two 32 only?
Yeah, I think day 2 is top
I mean,
32
it
only.
depends on what they're going to be sending me. Like, I can't tell. But
Yeah.
one thing that I would like to start doing is publish like top cut, but also after that, publish the best placement for each faction,
Mhm.
which I haven't really been able to do yet, but that's something I want to work on. I don't know if like really want to put all the list up to top like 64. Like I think top 32 is usually like enough to get good ideas of what the top players are playing.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, as a guy trying updated us, it does look like Gab won against Pavania, who was the previously undefeated Kojo. And this Gab player, they played in another tournament on Melee 2 months ago. Melee is not specifically built for altered, so it doesn't have like hero information or anything in it. I wonder if I can just be sneaky and see if their name matches their BGA. Let's take a look. The amount of Gabs there are. Let's guess that they're from Italy. Nope, that can't be them.
So the last tournament that I seen Melee was in Toulouse, which is in the southwest of France. I don't know if we have the results for this one though. We do have the results, but we only have to pay.
So it is a mystery for now.
It's good to keep some of the mystery. I don't know if like we will have at least like the hero breakdown for top 32 at the end of the day or at the beginning of next day. Yeah, it's definitely like a bit hard without people on the ground, also like boots on the ground to be able to report all the like top heroes. They're talking right now a little bit about game design. Maybe we can listen in and I can try to translate a little bit. I'm not sure what was the question exactly, so a bit hard to jump in. But maybe let's see if they take another question after that.
Yeah, I Leia just responded and was saying, yeah, the last game was really hard. So I asked just a follow-up question on what cards she normally wants to see early in that deck. So yeah, when she's able to answer, I'll let you know on stream what the move is.
So I think, yeah, right now it's talking about like limited play, Um, and they're saying that like it's hard to make all the heroes like really viable in limited, but they always try to do it. I think the question is maybe like in the context of the new hero like Solana that we saw spoiled, like asking if it's going to be viable in limited.
Yeah, I know you were providing us some translations when they were first talking about it and how there will be more interaction that will help out that hero than we currently have. Um, I do think it is very interesting though. A lot of the time, like they mentioned, you do see people playing a little slower, playing low cost things first, where Bravos has a good amount of options that are a little higher cost. If they just drop one of those and then pass right after, uh, that's a counter there. I think the thing that I feel is awkward just looking at the new hero on face value is you have to spend 3 counters, I believe, to put out the token, and you have to have 5 counters to make it gigantic. And even then, it's only a 2/2/2, so
Yeah, but potentially you can have the 2/2 every turn, which is kind of big.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, I have some concerns also with like getting 3 counters to get started. I assume those are numbers that they like worked with and were able to tune. And so I would give them the benefit of the doubt to have like
Mm,
tuned it properly.
true.
Because like they could have easily done it as like 2 counters or 4 counters if they deemed it too strong or not strong enough, right? So I think it's up to like we have to trust them that they found the right power level. But those are like really easy tuning knobs, right? In a way.
Yeah, no,
Um,
Infinite has a very good point that I just kind of overlooked. It doesn't
oh
say
yeah,
you
don't spend them.
spend.
Yeah, exactly. No, no,
Yeah.
no. You build them up. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, no, that's a lot better than when I first thought. I am very used to spending counters, especially I've
Yeah.
just been playing Rock all week long.
Yeah, it's more like a trace where you like build up the counters. Except you obviously can only build one per turn. But I wonder if like the interaction that they hinted at were like being able to add counters, and I'm just speculating here, obviously. Being able to add counters like a little bit of the reverse I we did from like bot fix or something like that. Uh, and one thing that was interesting to me is like the counters are called quest counters, and that sounds like a very generic term. So I wonder if there might be ways to interact with quests. First of all, like, are they going to be all in the set, which sounds pretty exciting, and I would be pretty surprised if it wasn't the case. And also, like, maybe yeah, ways to interact with those quest counters to like, yeah, quest faster, basically, get an XP boost, so to speak.
Going on a quest on our favorite manta ray, something like that.
I would be yeah interested to see like are there going to be other heroes that get quests? Are there going to be like maybe landmarks? I don't know. It's very obviously like very speculative, but really
Yep.
excited to see that.
Maybe a card that interacts specifically with quest counters. Maybe even it itself gets a quest counter, but can remove it to give it to something else based on an interaction. Kind of how we see in Whispers from the Maze with some of the cards when they're played from reserve can remove a boost, something like that could be very interesting.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know when they will start like spoiling more of the core set, but if it's coming out in October, we still have plenty of time before we get there. So we'll have to just be patient. But assuming they have like at least one hero per faction, there's gonna be plenty of material for them to spoil. So
Yeah. So there will be 6 heroes, so one for each faction. I am fairly certain that they are all contained within that image in the article. That would be my guess, and there should be more information at Gen Con based on them saying at the end of July.
All right. Do we want to translate a little bit of what Caleb is interviewing?
Yeah, go ahead.
So he's interviewing Jean-Baptiste, which I assume is a designer or like an artist. We see Regis also behind him.
Bah, ça va très bien. On a été très bien accueillis.
He's asking us it's going. They're saying like, yeah, it's a really great convention. They had a really friendly, friendly people. It's the first time. It's his first convention. It's the first time he meets fans.
Dans les studios à Paris, voir Max et quelques-uns, mais non, c'est vraiment une première pour moi.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I have any cards just sitting right in front of me with his name on them.
Ou avec différentes personnes. Ça fait depuis 2009 en fait que je suis sorti de l'école et pendant.
I don't think so, right in front of me.
Et j'ai eu la chance en fait d'intégrer d'intégrer en fait un studio qu'on a monté ensemble qui s'appelait Fabrique Image avec des gens qui bossaient chez Soleil, Delcourt, des anciens de mon école.
I don't know if we can search by artist on the
de pouvoir
website. Yeah, we can.
rester dans cette ambiance de dessineux. Et c'est
Yeah, Jean-Baptiste Andrier.
j'ai commencé vraiment à
So he did
m'intéresser la barre au niveau
Sunisa, he did field reinforcements, Black Pen Order, Rallying Call. Quite a bit of cards. Let me send you the link.
Nice.
If you have a chance to. Oh, he did Town Square also. I love that card.
Yeah, if these are prints of art he's done, then they're also showing Kellen, Generator,
Yeah,
whatever that
Reds.
is, and the red.
So yeah, for anyone like who hasn't really been to like those type of conventions, artists are frequently there. They say like art prints. They can sign them for you. They can sign your cards as well. I don't have any altered cards signed by artists, but I have a lot of Magic the Gathering cards. I love getting artists to sign the cards, and I hope that we get some people coming in the North America to that at some point.
Yeah, we haven't really had any in North America, which is fair, as a lot of them are in different parts of the world. He also did the Pasiphae alt art for the OP boosters, which I think Pasiphae is the best art just thematically, and it's very cute. Her holding the little plushies.
Yeah. Yeah, I do love that art. Okay, so yeah, they're showing this is art a little bit more.
Notamment celle-ci du coup qui est un des nouveaux arts. Ok, pardon.
So he is like passing over an art that wasn't like spoiled yet. He doesn't want to talk about it, but like
Gotta be
yeah, we can see
careful.
Paper Herald here.
Là, on a du Paper Herald.
Walrus Scout, yeah.
Beaucoup de plaisir à
Paper Herald though is also so good. I really want to see, because if you've read the lore for Paper Herald, you
I love the flavor text for it. It's or I don't know if it's the lore but or the flavor text, but like the one there it tells you like you can fold it in 5 different ways to like send it to different places. That's so awesome. I love that.
Yeah, I wanna see the different versions.
Oh yeah, they should
Eventually.
make all sorts of the other ones. Yeah. I wonder if they're going to be reprints in the new set too. I could see that, and like it would be really interesting if reprints for like, all of like other forms.
Et typiquement un bâtiment comme ça, on voit que là il est entouré plein d'autres bâtiments. Est-ce qu'il y a tout un travail autour du fait de démarquer vraiment la raffinerie du reste? On voit qu'il y a vraiment la fabrique.
Il faut penser chaque élément, que ce soit un rocher, un bâtiment, un nuage, il doit toujours servir à la narration en fait.
That's more about like the process and saying like here the foundry is like in the middle of the city, but there's a big focus on it. So every element of the image like has to draw attention to the main.
Yeah, it's very, very cool art. I love scanning all the little details.
It's funny to see that some of the arts are done in landscape and other in
pur noir et
portrait.
du pur blanc, un petit peu comme les ancrages
Um,
BD.
Ouais.
you would
On
expect like
on
most of the cards to be portrait, but paper are all
on
this
fait en sorte
clear
que l'ombre et la lumière se détachent et du coup ça crée en
landscape.
fait des shapes qui ont un message direct.
Ok. Bah, trop bien. Merci beaucoup de nous avoir parlé un petit peu
I love
plus
Caleb
de
holding the
travail.
two
On va
mics
aller
instead of like passing the mic
pour
around.
l'autre artiste.
Yeah,
Qui sont
we gave him our compliments for doing that earlier.
Bah, les gens sont super sympas et
As for
ça
tomorrow
nous donne une
being best of
opportunité de
one or
rencontrer
best
les
of
joueurs
three,
en
I
réel
think
et
it might
ça
be a
fait plaisir
mix of
aussi de voir un petit peu
both. I'll
comment
pull up the
comment
event
les joueurs
again
qui ne sont pas
and
des
double
cinéastes
check.
perçoivent notre
Ouais, ce qui est
art
fait.
et voilà donc
Est-ce
c'est
que
un
l'art apporte vraiment au jeu
ouais voilà ouais.
ouais. Bah, trop bien. Merci beaucoup. Et puis, je te laisse continuer à signer. Hop, on va aller voir du
Let's
coup.
see.
Ouais.
So only the top 8 will be best of 3.
Enchanté du coup.
And tomorrow will
Je
be
vais mettre
the
juste
top
mon focus sur les
32.
cartes, c'est ouais, vraiment
Là, comme
collé.
ça
Exactement, parfait.
Ok.
Du coup, salut. Donc pareil,
Salut.
donc Zael.
Ouais.
C'est ça.
All right, who is this person?
Comment ça se passe un peu la
Oh,
journée
she's
jusqu'à
called
maintenant
Zal.
Ça se passe très bien, les gens
Ouais.
sont adorables. C'est
Is
facile,
another
mais
artist.
comme c'est que de l'affection et du bonheur, parce que
Ouais.
les gens sont trop choux.
Love
She
it.
did, among other things, she did the Daedalus promo, which I also love.
C'est vraiment trop bien.
And I know a lot of
C'est
people have been happy to
premièrement
open
Non,
because
j'avais
it's
plongé.
it's
J'ai
a
fait quand
kind of an
c'était
expensive
Tour
rare.
le gros tournoi
Oh,
avec
she did
plus de
Cuddly
1000
Cogly
personnes.
also.
Ouais.
Et comme je suis dans le jeu
For
de
a cute,
société, j'ai fait
cute
beaucoup de
one.
festivals de jeux de société.
Oh,
I
and the
think from that one,
Nyala.
she only did
C'est pas le même rythme, c'est pas la
Disciple.
même énergie.
Ah là, t'as
Oh,
senti
she also
que
did the
c'était
Nyala,
ça
yeah.
En
allait
fait,
venir, ouais.
en général, pour le jeu
Nyala
de
gift
société,
sculpture
c'est un jeu de
promo.
société, une boîte avec les auteurs qui signent, on se fait un
Ouais.
beau dessin dedans, donc ça dure beaucoup plus longtemps. Alors que là, c'est à la
Yeah, I
limite.
love that Nyala
On
art,
échange,
and then
on
the
va
floral
discuter,
tent and corgi and
et du
stuff.
coup, bah, forcément, ça
Very,
n'arrête pas, ça
very
n'arrête pas, ça
good.
n'arrête pas, quoi.
Ok.
Mais bon.
Du coup, les cartes qui sont là, c'est les cartes.
I love her
Ouais, ça, c'est
nails
évident.
also,
Qui va
so
réussir
shout
à tomber
out
dans les displays qu'on voit là,
ok.
to
Equinox,
her
parce que je suis
nails.
au même niveau que tout le monde pour trouver mes cartes, c'est
Ouais.
impossible.
Ok.
C'est les deux altartes, celle de
Yep.
Dédale
He's
et
saying it's really hard to
celle
find the
Ouais,
Daedalus
pour le
alt
coup,
arts
ça-
because like
J'ai
everyone
trouvé, mais à part
is
ça,
fighting for them and
personne
trying
n'a.
to
Ok,
play
trop bien.
them.
Et du coup, t'as pu signer.
Oh,
And she
yeah.
doesn't have like a special
Equinox, du coup, dans
contact
l'ordre
to
de choix,
Equinox
est-ce
to
que
like
t'as
get a
travaillé
bunch of them,
avec
so she had a
un
really hard
concept
time
au
like
début,
finding them
déjà du game design,
for a
comment
boost.
t'approches, c'est quoi un peu les consignes de départ
That's
qu'on doit
funny.
donner?
En général,
Qu'est-ce que tu fais?
Yeah,
tout doucement, je me
Altered
fais pas
is
réfléchir,
best
mais
in best
en
of
général,
one,
ils envoient un
so
brief qui est
that's
quand même
what
assez complet et très
a
poussé.
high
On a
majority
toute une
of
bibliothèque
the
graphique
players and
absolument énorme
organizers
qui en plus
prefer.
remplit au
But
fil des
yeah,
extensions
top
qui se font.
8 will be
Ouais.
best
Donc il
of
y a tout le
3.
lore qui va avec. Quand on sait pas encore exactement, qu'on comprend pas trop ce que veut raconter la carte, on peut demander ce qu'elle va faire en termes de game design, mais la majorité du temps c'est plutôt le lore qu'on suit et l'histoire du personnage ou de l'élément qu'on illustre, etc. Donc on a le brief.
She's explaining a little bit of
Dans le
the
brief,
process
il y
of
a
like
quelques conseils
designing
des
the art
les
for a
directeurs
card.
artistiques.
Ouais.
And she's saying they basically start from
On
a
échange dessus,
design
voir si
brief,
on a
so
la
like
même
the
vision, si on comprend les mêmes
art
choses,
director
si la
from
composition du
Equinox will give
croquis,
them like a
les
brief.
couleurs, etc.
But they don't really know what the
Ouais,
card
parce
is
qu'au fur et à
doing.
mesure, il y a du coup de plus en plus de
Sometimes
besoins
it's a
que
little
ça
bit
vienne
hard
avec un nouveau
to
personnage. Il faut
get the vibe that
redessiner,
the
il y a
card
ce
should have.
personnage-là qui doit réapparaître.
And
Donc,
she
ouais,
can
c'est
ask a
vrai
little
que
bit
ça
about
demande
what
un petit peu
the
de
card will do in
communication.
design, but
Ça dépend, je pense que ça
they
dépend
don't
aussi
always know. And
s'il y
like
en a
most of the
assez
time, they
d'illustrateurs
base
et que
the
c'est eux
art
qui me
more on
poseraient
the
la question,
Ok.
mais
lore
on
than
n'a
on
pas
the
donné de contraintes, ça me
mechanical
permet au
design of the
contraire de
card.
cadrer mon travail
Yeah.
pour mettre plus d'énergie et m'éclater sur d'autres choses que sur le concept
It's
pur
interesting
du
also.
processus.
That's one of
Mais
the
en vrai,
question I would have
si on
for
peut
the
mettre plein
artist
de
is like,
nouveautés, plein de
how
nouveaux
hard is it
personnages
to
qui se
make the
rajoutent,
different
en
variants
donnant
for
des
like
petites
rare and
contraintes
uniques?
de
But
choses qui existent
I
déjà.
hope
Souvent,
they
c'est des clins d'œil
touch on
qu'on
this at
fait,
some point.
donc c'est pas le centre du sujet majoritairement,
Ouais.
en tout cas dans celles que j'ai faites. Et ça me permet de m'éclater à chaque fois. Il n'y a pas
Yeah,
une
and
seule
she said
carte
she had
qui
a
sera
ton
nulle
of
en tout
fun
cas.
like
Vraiment pas.
Ok.
drawing the
J'ai plutôt eu
cards.
l'impression d'avoir une base graphique monstrueuse
Ouais.
pour justement plus aller chercher de nouvelles choses, de nouveautés encore, tout en gardant un fil constructif de l'histoire, du lore qui tiennent la route, quoi.
Et du
And
coup,
so yeah,
comment
they
ça se
try to
passe
make
un
the
peu?
art
Est-ce que
like
tu as
fit with the
des
lore and
illustrations en format
make
4
sure that there is
un
some
peu plus tard
continuity
ou dès le
between
début, on
cards.
a pu un petit peu dire ok donc
Yeah,
on
yeah,
va
they
faire
do a
ça,
really
ça,
good
ça,
job of having
à
so
la
many
fin un peu
artists, but
rempli
having
ou est-ce que
all of the art
là je
pretty
peux
pretty
lire ta lecture et
cohesive.
un peu comme tout le monde?
Bah, au tout début, je me servais de. Bon, je ne vais pas le répéter trop fort, mais je me servais du format des cartes Magic à côté. Je suis rien dit. Mais après, comme je recevais les cartes, je me permets toujours de les avoir à côté.
Yeah, she's also saying like the size of the art is a challenge.
Format et en taille réelle.
And so she tries to keep the cards that she already did. Like she always has them as like the actual printed size to kind of gauge like how big or like how small the details can be for them to be visible on the actual printed out.
Yeah.
Ça se passe trop bien en tout cas, c'est génial.
Trop bien, merci
Voilà.
beaucoup. À
Salut.
plus, ciao.
So yeah, shout out to Caleb for like bringing us interviews from the artist boost as well. Like is really really cool to get like the full vibe from the convention and not just like the top table gameplays. Because there's so much more to a convention like this and only the gameplay. Like obviously we are here for high level altered games, but there's also the sense of community that's really nice to get a feel for.
Yeah, we'll take all the juicy details they're willing to give us. I'm guessing we are getting into. Is this the? Yeah, this will be the
I think this
final
is the
round,
11th and
right?
final round. Yeah.
Okay, let's see if we have pairings up yet. Ooh, we do. So, if they are going to show us the very top table, then we'll finally find out who Gab is playing. But at the same time, if you think about it, there's not really. Oh, I'm in the wrong place. There's not really a reason to force, Gab 10 defeated onto stream. They're already going to make it to the top cut, so they'll be seen in top cut.
Yeah. So it would definitely be more interesting to see someone who is playing for a win and in. Problem here, I think, is that so tomorrow is 32 players, right? So we basically know that the top 8 tables, like they are going to just spot, right? Oh well, no, I guess not. It's like some of them will lose and go to 8 and 2, or 9 and 2, sorry, and meet with the people who are currently on 8 and 2 and 1. But yeah, it's going to be pretty tough to tell like how many of them are going to be in. There's quite a lot of people on 8 and 2 right now. It goes down up to 36 players. So yeah, I don't know. Like I think there's still a lot of tension in. I'm not sure also what the tiebreaker math is, or like what is what tiebreakers are being counted. So do the people on 9 and 1 who lose are like in a better position than the people on 8 and 2 and win? I don't really know.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you might be right in chat. I looked at it earlier, and I think they closed off the tickets for the main tournament. So it switched over to the 3v3 event, which is very weird. Let's see. Main event with top played on Sunday. Yeah, you could be right. I just noticed that on the website as well. Do I use the Wayback Machine and see if I can find before they close the tickets? You still
Are they
have.
going to be broadcasting any of the 3v3 matches?
It doesn't seem like it.
I was just curious. I haven't seen 3v3 tournaments yet. It starts tomorrow, right? It's like the side event for Sunday.
Yes. Yeah,
This will
I've
be
never
interesting
even seen
given,
it played.
given the amount of amazing players here that are probably not going to make top cut. I think the 3v3 tournament is going to be pretty stacked. And this should be pretty interesting to see if we can get a chance, but I assume it's going to be a little bit harder to broadcast. So yeah, let's try and focus for this round. They have Charles in the booth. I think we're going to jump into a match really soon. Let's see what they choose to cover. And are there more names that were not really floating in the top, but that you recognize now? Like I see Etigma. I think Matmatu was in the top players before, but Tempête de Neige is also here now. Rocco del Quachetto, who was I think undefeated at 8 and 0, is now 8 and 2. Looks like he lost 2 in a round. So yeah, I mean, a lot of people like still fighting for their the spot tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Leaf Fey is in trouble possibly. Okay, so we're gonna see Linkson versus Ellis, and we have not seen either of these players. They are both 8-2, so yeah, this is kind of a high stakes match.
Yeah, and looks like it's table 6. It's like, yeah, both of those players 8-2. I think it's probably the first table with two players at 8-2. They probably have the best tiebreakers, meaning that the winner of this, I think, is in a good spot to come back tomorrow. The loser is pretty guaranteed to not be there. And the matchup is Basira against Sigismar. I don't know. Have we seen any Basira today? I know we saw a bunch of Kojos.
Yep, I do not believe we saw any Basira. I think we had a Atsadi earlier. But we've had Kojo, Siggy, Tasia. We have not seen any Goreng, any Waru. I think we. I don't even know if we've seen a Faunus, honestly. They're
That's
they're
maybe
there.
surprising we didn't see a lot of Afanas.
Yeah.
It was, I think it's like, yeah, most people would expect it to be like the second best deck after Sigismar, or like at least those two being like the top two obvious decks. Well, I guess Kojana is like definitely in contention, so maybe it's more of a top 3. Okay, and kind of hard to follow the hand from the Basira player, moving so much, but it's like they have a Serenga, 2 rabbits, an Isunboshi, a mess, and not sure what the last card is. I think it's the Bravo 6 Cavatar. And then Sigismar with a Jack Frost. Odysatoni, probably one of the better cards from the deck, or best cards from the deck. Looks like they're considering putting Odys Cryo, Jack Frost, and Foundry Mechanic to mana. Is that right? Yeah, that sounds right. So going to be left with a Odys Spy, Odysatoni, and Templar.
Yeah, that Templar is becoming pretty much a staple in any Ordis deck. The interesting thing today, I think, is seeing the Crier being used so much.
Oh, we have a reader. Yeah, not. I guess that's one of the less played Bravos cards. So yeah, going to be interesting what the play for Alice here. I would suspect they want to scout with the Templar and then play the Attorney. No, they go for the Attorney first. Interesting. Trying to fully block on the side, not taking advantage of the extra card draw, or maybe goading the Basira player into playing something else.
Yep. All right, I gotta lock in here. I tried to find if there was anywhere else where it was listed what the top cut will be, but I cannot. So if anyone else wants to find it and let us know, feel free. Otherwise, we'll find out tomorrow.
Yeah, SAP. I don't think the Dutch was BO3 because they were all playing in one day. I don't think they would have time to do BO3 even if they wanted to. I could be wrong. I'm not 100% sure. Okay, so yeah, it looks like Sigismar managed to do the 2-1 advance, advancing on both sides, while Basira is just advancing on the hero side.
Farengar in hand, Isunboshi in reserve. Does the Boshi give a boost on the support action, or is it reduced?
I believe it
cost?
does, yes.
Yeah,
No, it gives a boost. It's not a cost reduction.
That's what I thought.
All right, and so Basira found the unique Axiom Salvager. I don't know if we know what it does. Oh, there it is. Our effect resupplies, and then from reserve, control 2 boosted characters. You have 2 characters get 2 boosts, which is a huge spike in stats. but you have to play it from reserve.
Yeah, it'd be very good paired with a Haven.
Yeah, because you do need to have 2 boosted characters, but with Basira, if you manage to get one, you usually will get the second one.
Yeah, it's nice to see Basira 8 and 2 as well. I feel like we've seen some really good showings from heroes that people may have counted out. I mean, Traced is definitely on at least 8 and 2, maybe better. Basira, Asia. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see who else makes it into tomorrow.
Okay, so here we see Ordiscryer being played on the companion side. Ordiscryer, like a card from the new set, I've also seen a lot of play in the Sigismar lists. Kind of unassuming, like just a small critter, but I think being able to scale from reserve is definitely a nice touch.
Just more access to more cheap cards. Siggy just loves it.
Okay, I'm pushing everything on the companion side, trying to force Basira to commit more on that side, but sounds like they are going to drag the Ishinboshi to get a boost, and then they will use their hero to boost the other side.
And Siggy's out of mana, right?
Yeah, I think so. So they're going to. So Basira is going to roll back. Oh, actually, it's going to be a 2-0, right?
Yeah, Basira's gonna
Oh,
double move
Sigismar, like,
here.
yeah, double advance with 0 advance on Sigismar side. So basically undoing the advance that Sigismar had after day 1, and then taking a lead of themselves. So pretty good turn for the Basira player. They did expand some resources, but they still have 2 cards in reserve, so it's not that bad.
Yeah, I didn't have a chance to kind of look at everything, but I'm wondering if going all in on the companion side wasn't as good as if they went on the hero side. Or maybe it could have played out the same way, just depending on where Basira put.
Yeah,
Uh,
I'm not sure, but yeah, it's worth noting that like all the cards that the Basira player played at the end were face up, so definitely something the Sigismar player could have activated. I'm not sure if they had other options though. Okay, so we see.
Shouldn't there also be a recruit out for the Sigismar though?
Yeah, I think you're right. They might have forgotten.
Uh-oh.
I'm not sure what the judge call is going to be here, but like it seems a little bit late for a rollback. So they kept the teamwork training in hand. Okay, and here's the unique being played. Going to resupply for the Basira player.
Yeah,
Interesting that
so
the Basira player chose not to activate Basira, even though they are playing the unique then. I wonder if they have like a 1-mana play here that can provide a boost. Oh, they have a
looking,
tiny gene, but that's not going to do it, right?
it could block the hero side here, but for the recruit, that is actually, it's a trigger that is supposed to be noticed by both players since it's mandatory. So
Is
this
that
is,
how it works in Altered? I'm not super familiar with the tournament rules.
yeah, it's if it's a mandatory trigger and neither player catches it, it's technically a reminder for both players.
Interesting.
But yeah,
Well, it's like it's not really going to matter here anyway, because Gizmar is going to advance with no character on the other side. But yeah, that's interesting. It looks like also the casters in person like didn't catch it and weren't able to I'll add the judges to the issue.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's something that we missed, but I think it left normally at the end and then should have.
Yeah, I know. I think you're right.
Oh, maybe it goes away just automatically, so they never put it out. But no.
No, I don't think so.
Oh yeah. I don't
It
know.
really makes sense.
Yeah, I was trying to
Okay, so
see.
yeah, our display is going to like hit the Bastion, which we know is one of the key cards definitely from the Bravos deck, and especially the Basira deck, really relying on boosts. It's kind of a huge play for our Sigismar player here. We managed, by the way, like to get back into equal advancement after the last day. Okay, and we see the Axiom Salvager being played. Unfortunately, like not two boosted characters, so won't be able to get this huge spike of stats. Just playing it to get a extra card from the resupply ability. Interestingly, playing it on the side where Sigismar player already has characters, or already has characters. They could have just played it on the side that was empty, but I guess there's maybe like the slightly too obvious play of playing the Descrier on that side. Okay, and then committing the physical training to take on the Euro side.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of boosts, and I believe Sigismar only has 1 mana left. So going to block and advance on the hero side. Siggy will get the advance
The trade
on the
is there,
companion.
What's Cardinal situation look like right now? Quite a lot for Basira, looks like 4. I assume that's after drawing? Oh no, they before drawing. Okay, so they get up to 6 and going to mana 1. Interestingly, they didn't manage to get that Tiny Gin out yet. Okay, and they're going to choose to put the mess into mana. I guess like they don't believe that the game is going to last long enough for the mess to be worth it.
Yeah, is this second card in for the Siggy cadets, or what is that?
No, it's a Trooper, Templar,
Oh,
and
oh yeah, 1/1. That makes sense. Yeah, and then the Sandman. Deciding what to mana, I'm guessing here.
I really like, by the way, like big shout out to the Calypso team or like whoever set up the broadcasting. Yeah, being able to see the hands of the player is really awesome. It's actually the first TCG that I see like doing that, and it's just, I mean, it's really good. Slightly out of focus, but good enough that we can read the cards, so that's nice. But yeah, it's really good, really great setup. It's really easy to follow the gameplay here. So big shout out to the team putting that up. I wonder what the players think about it. It feels a little bit awkward to have like the small webcam in front of you, but
yeah,
I'm guessing they get used to it.
So I'm guessing Siggy decided not to mana there, is what was going on.
Looks like it. Let's count. Yeah, there is 7 mana on the Basira side, 6 on the Sigismar side. So I think you're right.
The Sandman could be pretty decent here. The only downside is there's no forest stat, which the hero side from Siggy has some of, and then if you want to block Basira on the companion side, that's in mono forest. But it will take out at least one character from the Basira. Interesting to play out the Haven. Okay. Intimidation.
Playing around removal, probably. Yeah, I think both players here like playing the classic game of like, I don't want to commit my resources into your interaction.
Yeah.
au final, ses plays, Bastion Bravos et Mario, ça n'a pas impacté le board de fou. Il a pas de quoi faire un boost.
Bah, surtout que là, en vrai, Ellis s'est construit une situation, il peut potentiellement gagner maintenant.
Bah, exactement.
Avec son
hein.
marchand de sable.
Genre là, il fait bête à 1.
Ça, c'est le play.
Là,
voilà,
tu
le
fais
play
marchand de
safe.
sable dans Mario et c'est genre, ah ouais, c'est relou, non?
Yeah, and the French casters are saying like the Sandman is a huge threat here because like they might be the Elise might be able to win on this turn if they play it.
Oh, you know what the downside is
They're really
though?
threatening here, yeah.
The
The trooper is
mana.
actually like threatening. Well, there's only 2 mana left. Obviously, Elise doesn't know what's in the hand, but we see that there's only like a tiny Jane, which is not going to be super good on this on those terrains. The odd spy can't be played anymore. Intimidate is only like only taking one character out. So yeah, if they sleep the what happens there? Like they have to remove the Order Spy, which is very terrible for them. Because it's going to come back and sabotage another card. Right, that's the only way they survive here, right?
So
Yeah.
let's see. Yeah.
Yep.
Get rid of the Order Spy. They're gonna just barely sneak out a move. Wait.
No, that sounds wrong. Yeah, no, okay. The the broadcast is wrong. They're going to try to reset it. Yeah, but Sigismar going adjacent while Basura still has to advance on both sides.
Yeah, that scared me for a second. I was like, what did I just miss? How was there just a win?
And they picked up a Jewel. How is this card called in English?
Jewel of Grit.
Jewel of Grit.
Yeah, very good card.
And a Vanguard. Ooh, and the Tiny Jail and the license withdrawal from Sigismar, so tons of interactions on
Oh god, yeah.
their side. This might be a little bit DLC, assuming they have the mana to play everything, which they might not. They're still only on 6 mana, like having not exercised the option of putting down mana last turn. But they do have the Audis Trooper from reserve to as an after you. I wouldn't be surprised to see Sigismar keeping both interaction spells here, but no, they're deciding to put license withdrawal into mana. And Sigismar acting first, meaning yeah, they will get to play the spy here, but
yeah, I think this is where it's going to be really hard for Basira to do much of anything. What the Vanguard though is a very nice card to have in hand.
Yeah, the sad part is like this Haven, which is usually one of the best cards for Bravos. Like did literally nothing this game. This is kind of sad. Okay, so he's thinking what to sabotage here and going after the trooper to like limit Sigismar's options. I think it's pretty smart. The Templar might play kind of the same role, like they can scout it if they want to. Worth noting like Cassiran now like blocked on the hero side, so Sigismar has to be smart to figure out how to get this. They can remove one of the characters. Okay, so he's going to commit as much as possible. Duel of Grit removing the Sandman. And then Sigismar, I think, is going to try to play this. Oh, okay, they could also make a token on the other side. So they have the option of like either, Tiny J on one of those guys or just try to play a token on the other side and see if that's good enough. The problem is like with 3 mana left, it's unlikely to be good enough, and we know there is this Brevis Vanguard, so playing the token would be really bad and would be an instant loss from Sigismar. Let's see if they want to go for that gamble.
Yeah, unfortunately.
What happens if yeah? What happens if they play the Tiny Gel? Is it good enough? It might not even be, right?
It's it has to be no stat over 3, right?
Yeah, which is both of those are valid targets right now.
What
The
what
problem is we know
the-
that there is a Brevis Vanguard in the end.
Okay, yeah. So the oh man, I forgot the name too. And it was the reveal card on A.W.O.L. Yeah,
The
the
Excavator?
excavator.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
assuming like they go for the Excavator. Oh, they're going to be going for the AGS. Oh, but no, wait. Yeah, okay. No, so the stats are wrong. Like, well, Sigismar isn't advancing on Forest on the hero. So like now they just play the Vanguard and win, right?
Yeah, I
Interesting. So yeah.
for counting the mana right, that Siggy does not have.
Oh, I guess
50
they don't
mana.
know that what the last card is. Like, Sigismar still has 1 card in hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like that's the only play they can make. So yeah, and I think we're gonna see the handshake from Ellis in a second. They should realize that the Tiny Gel wasn't going anywhere either, and not feel bad about themselves.
Okay, so yeah, they.
I guess he's still
red
deciding
here.
what to put the counter on, but we know it's irrelevant. Yeah, the handshake is coming up. So yeah, Basira is going to make it at the end. We thought he was in a rough spot for a second, but managed to get back into it.
Yeah, that was very interesting. I thought Basira was gonna be down and out there.
Yeah, I feel like the game of sabotage went in their favor, even though like the sabotage on the resupply on the Axiom salvager was a bit rough. Them being able to sabotage back the trooper was like a huge thing, I think, because then they could protect the Bravos Vanguard.
All right, what information are they giving us here? This should be them talking about how it's the end of today, right?
Okay, so yeah, they're saying we are going to know the 32 players who make it to day 2 in a second.
All right, I'll
They
give
might
my,
do an announcement, like an actual announcement. I hope they do that. We're gonna see. We're gonna see if the judges want to do the roll call. Is that how you?
Ooh.
So asking like what does Charles think about the matchup? But Charles saying like Basira is eating Sigismar for lunch, which I don't think is really like what he thinks about the matchup. Is just like missing gestures.
Let's see, Matu won.
Sorry, Selan saying that like Aklu might be a trap. In Sigismar is been trying to convince all the players that like Aklu is actually a trap, which I think is a really hot take. Like everyone, I thought everyone thought that Aklu was the best card in Basira, but yeah, it's kind of a.
It's Aklu is very good against Muna. I'll tell you that much. But yeah, I don't know against. Maybe against Muna, maybe against Axiom, but yeah, I could see it not converting as well against other factions.
Là où t'offres un peu trop de solutions, donc il y a plein de débats dans les bases à faire.
Tu vois, à la fin où Sigismar il a genre 2 cartes en main et 2 cartes en réserve, tu commences sur play, tu fais à coup de ces 2 cartes. Là c'est maxi aplatissant quoi.
Alors après ça te tue, mais ça peut aussi ça peut revenir te taper sur les doigts.
Yeah, they're debating like Aklu. Also saying now that license withdrawal is a card, Aklu is a little bit more of a liability.
Oh yeah,
des situations clés.
Tes premiers joueurs, ton adversaire il a 2 cartes en réserve, c'est excellent quoi.
Voilà.
Et après le problème c'est que des fois bah, c'est excellent mais tu fais quand même que 1. Et ça
So
c'est
yeah,
chiant. Mais
I was pointing out that like
Et
usually it's
également,
really
il y a
good.
la
Like if your opponent has
répétition
2
des cartes
cards in
qui
reserve and you're the
disparaissent
first
en eau,
player,
qui est plutôt
you
cool.
exhaust both, and like it's
Chez
really
Rare.
hard.
on a vu on n'a pas vu de Grand Jean d'ailleurs.
It's really game breaking, but at the same time, like often you will do that and still end up doing one on
Il n'y
one
avait pas des Mighty.
and just
Il y
trading
avait
because your
Mario, du
opponent
coup,
can
qui avait
play
des
like
decks en
whatever
deck.
on the other
Au
side,
final, un deck Basira, pas si mauvais.
and that really is just too expensive.
Un entraînement physique rare.
This happening quite often means actually is like yeah, also not that good.
Et là, finalement, sur Basira,
Yeah, quite a lot of
il y avait
good
beaucoup de
insights
place, hein.
from Charles, which
Probablement un
is
deck qui
what
veut
we would
beaucoup de joueurs, c'est
expect.
pas toujours le cas si Basira.
Interesting to see if that this Basira resist is like just deciding not to play any club. We didn't see any being drawn or any being played. Maybe they're playing one or two, like we don't really know.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think in any of the games I saw an Occlute come out. But the other games we saw were it's Sadi and Kojo. Ugh. The waking up at 3 a.m. is
It's rough, yeah.
starting to get to me.
Yeah. Respect to you for like organizing the stream, but good luck tomorrow as well.
Yeah. Tomorrow shouldn't be as hard. Last night was the 4th of July in America, so people lighting fireworks and stuff makes it a little hard. And then I thought I was gonna have to stay up later because we were gonna do the recording of the podcast, but we switched it to Sunday. So then I went to bed basically right after hearing that we weren't gonna do that.
En fait, le mess ça ravitaille pas tant et tout. Parce que moi, dans Gulrang, on allait en 12 mana. Et à la fin, c'était là, j'étais en mode, ça fait 15 tours que genre il y a une carte ravitaillée, j'en peux plus. J'ai commencé à jouer à d'autres héros, j'étais en mode, mais en fait, le mess, ça ravitaille 3-4 fois dans une
It's funny, Khalid saying that like when he was playing Gurung, he thought the mess was such a good card out of Bravos. Because obviously, like you go up to 12 mana and like it was a card every turn for forever. But now that you stop playing Gorang and play those heroes, you realize that the mess isn't actually that good. Or like that strong because like it might only supply a couple times.
That's been my opinion from the start that the mess is not that good. I can see situations where it is good if you have one mess and one haven, and that's kind of what you're buying into, and you're resupplying things like Sarangars and stuff. Good there, but otherwise, I think yeah.
I really like the argument that Charles is making, which is saying that the mess is good in your bad matchups, because like Bravos historically has been that like the best way to fight it has been to um, try and run him out of cards and just so that he doesn't have like cards left. And so in those log matchups, like Bravos wasn't as good, especially Bazira. Like I remember in first set I tried to play Bazira and it was really hard because after a few turns, like you would just don't have any cards to play anymore. But the mess is good in those matchups because it gives giving you resources.
Yeah.
So the card might not be like super good overall, or like not good in your good matchups, but it being really good in your bad matchups helps even out like the results from the deck and make it more stable, which I think is a really good argument for it.
Makes sense. The other thing you have to know about Charles is he is a Ortis player, so his opinions are also kind of discounted because of that. If you want to talk to the Bravos player, you got to talk to Cedric.
I see. Okay, so let's see. We can have a look at the round 11 matches. We don't have the top results from Melee yet, but we have a lot of the results. We have Ozymandias won against Havaianas, which I don't actually know what. But yeah, Pavena was 9-1. I think there's a good chance she's still in. Ozymandias was also 9-1. Definitely in.
We have no idea what the 10-0 deck is.
Malaya won on table 7.
Yeah.
Lace Fair lost on table 8. Etigma won on table 9. Matmatu won on table 10. I think there's a good chance we see all of those players. Tempête de Neige won on table 12 against Rocco del Quarcetto. So it might be that Rocco doesn't even make top 32. Oh, let's see. Okay. We still don't have standings. So Pompat was playing Trace. I think we might have them on stream. Well, likely going to be in.
I had to look up A.W.O.L's record, and A.W.O.L unfortunately went 5-5. So
that's rough.
Our true hero.
What was he playing?
Gone.
So yeah, we're still waiting for the standings to be posted before we close up for the stream. It shouldn't be too long.
Refresh.
Oh, Fawcett, I know this player from Toulouse. Looks like he lost though. I think it's pretty unlikely that he makes it, or like completely impossible basically. Dundee won, I think. He's 10-2. Someone we know, I think. I saw a similar nickname, but not this one. Do we know which deck is 10-0? We should know now. Gab was 10-0 at the start of the round, but lost. So we have at least 2 decks at 10-1. We have no undefeated players after this day. What was Gab playing? I don't know. Do you know? Do you know, Carl, what Gab was playing?
Nope.
That's,
Someone out there somewhere knows, but we do not. They were not shown on stream as far as I'm aware. I think what happened is they got to a point where they were 9-0 basically. And so they weren't going to be put on stream because they're already locked in for the top 32. And it's a very easy case if that player doesn't want to be on stream for them to be like, okay, that's fine. We'll see you in top 32 anyways. So yeah, no undefeated players. So Amirek Locatelli is Ricky Locky, was on Siggy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so it's going to be 10-1. We're going to have a bunch of players on 10-1, I think.
Yeah.
At least 5 of them, just like by quick estimate. Maybe only 4.
Yeah.
Interesting also that draws are not allowed, like intentional draws, as I noticed in some other TCGs. I kind of dig that. I like that they're doing like more rounds, and so XN2 has a chance to get in. Like I think I actually kind of dig the this thing about doing BO1, best of one, but like doing more rounds so that only one loss doesn't put you out of the tournament. It says here on Millie that Gab lost Silvio, so I'm not sure if you have more information that we do, but
yep. As it is reported now, Ricky Locky beat Gab.
Yeah.
Pavania was on Ojo and I think ended 9-2. Pumpote, I think, was on Traced. Not sure about Heaven. Relaya was on Tasia. Leith Fey was on Kojo, I want to say. And then that is basically. There's one other Siggy in there, I think was. Yeah, Ellis was Siggy. And then the Basira just won against Ellis.
We don't know what Gab was playing. I don't think we know yet.
It's a mystery. Nobody knows. The people there probably know, but we don't. Let me ask other correspondents if they know.
Yeah, maybe ask the accused team. They might be more aware of the metagame than we are.
Yeah, I tried to look around, but sometimes a player's melee doesn't match what they, might be playing on BGA. They played in a tournament in Toulouse and went 4-3, but melee doesn't tell us what hero they were on, so it's just a big old mystery right now. And we're still
They're
waiting
talking a
for
little bit about
standings.
like the foiling issues and like the fact that one player had to get proxies for the foil cards. I was a bit surprised because, like I said, the Lokis were going to be Kickstarter ones that were only available in foil. Maybe they just like traded them for. They were reprinted in foil and traded them for that. The fact that they were able to get a judge to issue a proxy is like good enough, I guess.
Yeah.
Uh, I was a little bit surprised. Like usually, players are responsible for like bringing a deck at the start of the event that is unmarked, but I will never like complain about judges making sure that the play is fair and that the cards are unmarked. Like it's pointing are always going to be determined issues this way. Especially it was clear that this player wanted to only play non-foils and they probably just weren't able to figure out how to get this card in non-foil.
Yeah, I think it was a pretty easy decision to be able to just put a stand-in card because Erlea did still have the cards physically. So there's no like worry of it being a little curled or anything or be able to be, seen in the deck. And then when you played the proxy, she was just pulling out the actual card so the player can fully see it and see, what the card is.
Yeah, it's pretty different also from just like not having the card. I know a lot of people have been saying like, hey, if I buy a unique digitally, like can I just proxy it for a tournament? And
Mhm.
the answer so far has been no. I think it's pretty different. Like she had the cards in hand in like actual printed uh, form from Equinox. It's just like it was foil and she just didn't want to take the risk of having the card
I
being marked.
I wish that Gab was LWW. I wish, but
Yeah.
I checked with LWW
Maybe secretly.
early in the morning, and I know what LWW's name is on the bracket, and unfortunately went 5-5. So there's basically no chance of an LWW in the top 32. But still the people's hero. How do I feel about the future of the game growth in America? I feel like that is a very hard question to answer. I would say I think people get a little too caught up in what success looks like in the TCG and often forget how spread out the United States is. I live in one of the most populated states in the country, and I drive 40 minutes to go to my weekly OP. Some people don't even have, a store, let alone a store that does weekly OP within like an hour of them. So I think the game is doing better than it seems in the US, especially with Whispers from the Maze. But if you this is like the one and only plug I'll do. If you want to get more in depth about how I feel and how things are in the United States weekly and then everything, you can listen to the Altered Corner podcast because we do cover a lot of stuff like that. What's up, Geo? Walmart or Target? Yeah, I don't think they will ever get in Walmart or Target, but I mean, never say never. Um, I think there could be a huge risk of card theft if they went into those stores where they already have a really big problem with that happening with like Pokemon and stuff.
So yeah, this tournament is 4 spots for the World Tournament, so it's definitely one of the biggest qualifiers. Actually, it's probably the biggest one. I don't know if there is another big one in France later in the season.
Yeah, the last chance qualifier I think would technically be the only one that's bigger because I think that one is 8 players qualify.
Okay.
But it's the day before, and the players that play in the last chance qualifier, if they do qualify, they have to play the same deck that they played during the last
That's
chance
so
qualifier.
weird. Yeah, that's really interesting, but it's a little bit weird. Yeah, I guess that most of them wouldn't have a chance to change the deck anyway. They might want to change it by like a card or two, but yeah, it's kind of weird. Okay, so tomorrow is BO3 and open deck list is what Charles is saying.
For the all of top 32 or
I assume so, but I'm not sure. How many rounds is top 32? It's like 5 rounds, right? So they definitely have time to do BO3. Assuming it takes like twice as long as a BO1. It's 5 matches, so yeah, they did 11 this today. So yeah, I think they would have time to do it.
yeah, I don't think we did see Gab Blue. They were undefeated up until round 10, I think. Yeah, there are 2 different players that have similar names. That is true. Also, good morning. I hope you got a little sleep. And for Texas, my bet is around 120 players for Texas. That's what I think. Especially because Baltimore is going to have a lot of the Canadians coming down for that instead of Dallas. I think we'll be split between Dallas and Baltimore.
Do you think any of the US guys are going to come to Montreal for the Canadian one?
Nobody I know of except for maybe Chile, but I have not heard from anyone else. Americans aren't allowed to leave the country either, so it's really
Well,
really hard
foreigners
for
aren't
us
allowed to
to.
get in, so it's kind
Uh,
of like it's
but
kind of the same either way. Yeah.
you're going to Baltimore, aren't you?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay. So just William and some of those others.
Yeah, probably. When is Baltimore?
End of August, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Dallas is like the second week in August because I go to Gen Con. I come back for like 2 or 3 days, and then I go to Grapevine, Texas is technically where it actually is. Yeah, August 9th and 10th for Dallas. It says Baltimore is September 13th and 14th. I thought it was in August still, but yeah, September 13th. There's
Okay.
still a chance that I end up in Baltimore, but I don't know yet.
Okay, so yeah, it looks like they're cutting the stream. We don't have the results for oh, they were just posted. I don't know if you want to show them on our stream.
Yeah, so they'll be able to see the results, but not us, but they should be able to hear us. I did not turn off any text, Blue. I would never do that to you. Um, okay, so they don't have the top 32, but they have it on round 11. Oh,
Yeah, it's going to be. Yeah, I mean, I guess we don't have pairings, but pairings are probably going to be by ranks. If you refresh on round 11, you should see them.
yeah, so this is Ricky Locky. This is
There you go.
Ozymandias. This is the mystery player Gab. I do not know Sandodu or Kaiosuke. Actually, this name sounds kind of familiar. Um, let's look up this player name on a very cool website called 39cards.com. Let's see, Kaiosuke. No. Maybe just a similar name. Pampote was on Traced, I believe. Pavania on Kojo. Linshin.
Diction went top 4 in the demo deck event, but that doesn't really tell us what they might be playing today.
Yeah, I don't think we saw them. Erlea was on Tasia.
Asia, yeah.
Mark Totoro, I don't know. Matu, I don't believe we got to see, but I know they're well known for Lindaway. Would be very cool if that's what they are.
Do we know what
on.
Ectigma was playing?
I don't know off the top of my head, no. Tempetidanege. I don't know what they were playing. Are they a Siggy player?
I'm glad they fixed it into Tempête de Neige because like Tempête de la Neige didn't really make sense. And I don't know if there was like a joke or what.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I see on the. Yeah, I see a result for the Blitz on June 17th, but I'm not going to go on a line and say that they are playing the same thing.
Yeah, I think we saw Fab 44, and they might have been. Oh, was that the Rin? No, the
I
Rin
think there's a
was
chance that Tempête de Neige was playing Afanas because I think
honest.
they have been playing Afanas for a bit, but I'm not sure. They might also have switched to something else.
Yeah. If Blue remembers, I think Blue cast a Fab 4 game. Heaven just barely made it into the top 32. Dandy. Ellis was that Siggy we just saw, was able to squeak it in. And then Kenton, Funky Flex, and Big Seal. Lee Fay actually got knocked out. Insane, unfortunately, was knocked out. This Neko, Martin Pecure, Wesh, all very, very close.
Yeah,
with the
I
eight and
think the
three.
worst is like the Rocco del Quaceto, who was like 8-0 after 8 rounds. Proceeded to lose 3 in a round and like end up in 43rd spot, which is really rough. I think that's probably like the roughest run this tournament.
Yeah. Alcroft, Tackfire, Cladius, Exalts, Aaron, all on the 8 and 3, but not able to make it based on points. Very, very harsh tournament, but solidifies the fact that Exalts is now my number one team. Go Exalts. But that ends it for the stream that we are covering. Anything you want to recap or say, Tom, before we take a break until tomorrow?
No, so yeah, 9 players made it with 8 and 3, which is interesting. I really dig this BO1 and like oversized Swiss tournaments where like X and 2 guarantees you a spot in, and then we even have a few people like making it on X and 3. I think this was pretty interesting to watch today. Really cool games, and stay tuned for tomorrow. Tomorrow going to be BO3 is going to be super interesting as well. I know a lot of people have been asking for this. I don't personally have a strong opinion on this, but it will be interesting to see how it plays out. And yeah, come back tomorrow to watch the next part of this tournament and see who are the lucky 4 players to earn their spot in the World Championship.
Yep. Are you going to be watching after you wake up, or you I know you had something that you ended up having to do. So what are your plans tomorrow?
Yeah, unfortunately, I have my parents still visiting here, so I want to spend some time with them. But yeah, I'll try to watch a little bit when I wake up, and I will catch up on the YouTube video on demand. I will for sure watch at least the from the quarterfinals on.
Nice. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully, we find out what Gab is playing. I did not get an answer from anyone over on AQZ quite yet. What the hell is Simon doing over there with them? Man, Simon left A.W.O.L and betrayed us for AQZ. That's the hot gossip here at the end. Yeah, my name is Korabi. That is Tom. Check out 39cards.com. I will be back tomorrow. All of you lovely people will hopefully join us again in the chat. It's lunchtime. I'm hungry. I'm a little tired. So I'll take us out here in a second. And if AQZ is still streaming, head over to Pandy Andy on Twitch. And if they're still live after I'm done making my food, I'll probably be there in chat as well. So always a pleasure, Tom. Unfortunate you won't be at Baltimore, but hopefully at a convention soon so we can have some what's the poutine? Yeah, have some poutine.
Yeah, or even just a couple of copies for sure. Yeah, I mean we'll see. I'm sure there will be some purchases for us to meet again. In the
Awesome.
meantime, I had a lot of fun commentating with you guys. I hope that I'm able to pick up some commentary for A.W.O.L in the next few weeks. And yeah, have a good rest of your day, everyone, and hope to see as many of you as possible tomorrow.
All right, that'll do it from us. I'll take us out and say goodbye. Have a good day. Stay safe. Drink some water. Make good decisions. See you tomorrow.